At the Back of the Black Man's Mind by Richard Edward Dennett, first published in 1906. This ebook edition was created and published by Global Gray on the 9th of July, 2023. The artwork for the cover is African Chief, painted by Maria Fortuny. You can download this book on the site globalgraybooks.com/at the back of the black man's mind ebook.html. Global Gray 2023. globalgraybooks.com. Contents. Preface. I Luongo and the Bavili 2. Election of a King in the Congo 3. Coronation of a King in the Congo IV. Courts of Maluongo and Mamboma v Law 6. Measures, Signs, and Symbols 7. Bavili Psychology 8. Ndongoism 9. Nkisiism ex Bavili Philosophy. Zai. Bibila, the Philosophy of the Groves 12. Sacred Lands and Rivers 13. Sacred Trees 14. The Omens 15. Sacred Animals 16. Nzambi, God, the Word Nkisi, and the Bakasi Bachi 17. The Bini 18. Benin Districts 19. Bini Customs XX. More Customs 21. Traces of Nkisiism among the Bini 22. The Philosophy at the Back of the Black Man's Mind in Table Form 23. Conclusion. Preface. The object of this little work is twofold. In the first place, I wish to show that, concurrent with fetishism or Judaism, there is in Africa a religion giving us a much higher conception of God than is generally acknowledged by writers on African modes of thought. And, in the second place, I am anxious to make clear the vital importance of the kingly office to the African communities. This concurrence of fetishism and a higher religion is nothing new, and as our knowledge of primitive and degenerate people increases, it will probably be found to be quite common, if not the rule. Traces of ancestor worship and fetishism have in all ages been found among the Israelites, especially among those of the Northern Kingdom. This is abundantly proved, writes Professor F.R. Hamel in his Ancient Hebrew Tradition illustrated by the monuments, by various passages in the Old Testament literature. But it is no more an argument against the concurrent existence of a higher conception of the deity than the numerous superstitious customs and ideas, still prevalent among the lower orders of almost every civilized country, to the present day are arguments against the existence and practical results of Christianity. The lasting effect of missionary effort in Africa must depend to a very great extent on the grasp the missionaries are capable of obtaining of this higher conception of God, which the natives of Africa, in my opinion, undoubtedly have, and the use they may make of it in manifesting God to them as the one and only true God, and not merely the white man's God. The work of the government of the natives must also be greatly simplified, if once the importance of the kingly office is recognized. Their higher conception of God cannot be separated from the kingly office, for the king is priest as well. Rotten and degenerate as an African kingdom may have become, its only hope of regeneration rests in the purification of the kingly office, and of the ancient system of government attached to it. I say ancient advisedly, because it seems to me that during the last few centuries Africa has been having a very bad time of it, and anarchy and usurpation have been busy upsetting older and purer customs. The disorganization of the indigenous political fabric gives so great an opening for political adventurers of a cunning type to step in that the government of the country through the natives, on so-called native lines, becomes almost an impossibility for a foreign government. However humble this contribution to the better understanding of the working of the African mind may be, it is hoped that it may be accepted as an attempt to uplift those who are not already above personal and petty prejudices to the possibility of crediting the Africans with thoughts concerning their religious and political system, comparable to any that may have been handed down to themselves by their own ancestors. In giving to this work the title of At the Back of the Black Man's Mind, I rather wish to imply that I should like to get there than to assert that I have actually solved all the problems that lie concealed there. If I have not succeeded, at any rate this study of the kingly office in West Africa will at least, I hope, draw attention to this matter, and throw so much light upon it as may guide others to more complete success in the near hereafter. Things are moving now in West Africa, and a greater number of people are taking an intelligent interest in the country since the late Miss M. H. Kingsley's great books first drew crowds of her admirers to study African problems. Miss Kingsley used to say that West Africa wanted advertising, and she advertised it and created a public for us, and this should be remembered by those who, coming after her, when our knowledge of the country has ripened, are apt to lay stress upon trivial errors in detail, forgetting the vast amount of general information she gave to the world about the country. How tireless she was in encouraging others less gifted than herself to add their mites of knowledge to her large collection of facts many can testify, the writer among the rest. It is only right and natural, therefore, that he should in the first place wish to record a sense of gratitude to her in her memory. In the second place he desires to place on record a sense of obligation and thanks to the African Society, the Anthropological Institute, and the Folklore Society for having in the first place published in their journals parts of the following notes, and for now giving him permission to reprint them in book form. He is also grateful to Mr. Cowan, of the firm of Messrs. A. Miller Brother and Company, and to Dr. A. G. Christian and Mr. M. H. Hughes for allowing him to reproduce many photographs of Benin City and people taken in the first place by them. Finally, he thanks Mr. N. W. Thomas, the anthropologist, and here his readers will possibly also join him, for having cut out a lot of irrelevant matter, and so reduced the present volume to a handy and readable size. When the writer thinks of his patience in wading through the MS, and his forbearance in leaving what remains of it, he feels that nothing that he can say or write will adequately express his gratitude. I Luongo and the Bavili. A few notes on the history of Luongo. Northern portion of Congo coast. Point 1 We owe the discovery of the Congo to the enterprise of Prince Henry the Navigator, fourth son of John I, King of Portugal, and grandson of Edward H.L., King of England. Diego Cao, by royal edict dated April 14, 1484, was commissioned to extend the explorations on the coast of Africa, and he discovered the Congo River in 1484. The native name for this river is Zali, Zari, or Zadi, and it was so called as being the way of the spirit, or personality of love and knowledge. The name, of course, was given to it long before it was discovered by Diego Cao, and as part of the Fayette religious system, as we shall learn later on, it must not be supposed that the river was called by this name, because the missionaries of old came that way and taught the natives certain trades. The spirits of all rivers in this part of Africa are supposed to teach the Fayette some lesson. The first expedition arrived at San Salvador in 1491. 100 years later, we have a list of the provinces of the King of Congo's immediate kingdom, given to us by Pizarro on the authority of the hermit, Duarte Lopez. The first mention of Luongo is of a comparatively late date, i.e., 1663, when Christianity was first brought there by Father Ungaro. The stay of this missionary was quite a short one. Father Jerome Marola de Sorrento, 1682, says that he never heard there was any Christian prince in the kingdom of Angoyo, Cabinda, that country having been always inhabited by a people extremely given to sorcery and magic. But Barbet, who must have touched at Luongo about the year 1700, says English was spoken in Cabinda at that time and that the blacks were all Christians. When the history of Luongo and Kakongo by the Abbé Proyert, Paris, 1776, is brought up to date, much use should be made of the old trade books with their accounts of the sale of slaves, and trade with the captains of sailing vessels, who were in the habit of giving the princes credit and making remarks in these books. Father T. Derouet has collected a great number of facts in this way, and I hope may soon follow up the work of his famous predecessor, thus filling up the interval between the time of the tree-climbing missionary age and the present, shall we say, intellectual one. Then the old books of copies of correspondence of the firms of the British African merchants, Taylor and Lawland, and those of Messrs. Hatton and Cookson, would throw light on the following period, when merchants had settled establishments. But while missionaries and explorers have come and gone, it is an interesting fact that the only constant associates of the inhabitants of the country, during the last century, were the traders. So that when Mr. Stanley and Monsieur de Brazza rediscovered and brought these parts once more within history, they found the traders long established. The history of European political influence on the Congo does not go back half a century. The most important dates are the following. In 1873 the German West African expedition settled in Chinchonso, a place in the county of Samanu, in the kingdom of Luongo. In spite of the work of Du Chaillu, Bruce Walker, the Marquis de Compiègne, and Monsieur Marquet, the Agao River remained unknown until in 1874, when Monsieur de Brazza began his interesting labor in that part of Africa. 1875. In 1875 de Brazza expressed his anxiety to open up the Agao. 1877. In 1877 Stanley arrived in Bowman. 1878. The Comité d'études du Haut-Congo was formed in Brussels. 1879 to 1882. De Brazza's voyage to the Congo via the Agao de Brazzaville was carried out, and treaties were made with the chiefs of Alima and Tamo. In 1882 de Brazza declared the only practical route between the coast and Brazzaville to be via the Kilu River. 1882. November 30th. The famous Makako Treaty was ratified by the French Parliament. 1883. January 10th. De Brazza was appointed Commissionaire du Gouvernement de la République Française in West Africa. 1883. Return of missionaries to Luongo. 1884. April 23rd. To Colonel Strau, on behalf of the African International Association, gave France the famous droit de préférence on the Congo state. 1885. February 5th. To France, by a treaty with the African International Association, nascent Congo state gave up its pretensions to the left bank of the lower Congo, and obtained the cession of the territories Niari Kilu. February 14th. Portugal, with the mediation of France, concluded a treaty with the African International Association. 1885. February 26th. Berlin Act was signed by which the district of Congo Francais was acknowledged as French. Since which time this part of Luongo under French rule, and no longer managed by its native rulers, has passed through a somewhat troublous time. The Bavili, or inhabitants of Luongo, occupy the coast of Africa between the Mayumba River north and that of the Chiluongo River south, that is the land about latitude 511 minutes, and 30 seconds. So far as we know these people have not been subject to any great raids, like those of the Baika, or the people of the Congo south of that river. This may be owing to the protection given to them by the belt of forest that divides their country on the east from the country of the Bicunia and Baika. There are traditions of wars between the Bavili and Bakaxi, the people of Kakongo, when, the Bavili went in such crowds to Kakongo, as to have dried up its rivers in the crossing. It is only by their Bakasi Bachi, dealt with in Chapter 11, that traces can be found of the provinces having once been under one king, but the king of Congo is still looked upon as their spiritual head in a far-off kind of way, and their system of government is the same. Even when the first missionaries made their appearance in Africa, both Kakongo and Luongo acted as if they were independent kingdoms. The Bavili are part of the Fjort, Fiachi, or Fiote tribe, which in its turn is a section of the Great Bantu race. Although Fjort is the name by which these people of Congo are undoubtedly known today, Consul Roger Casement informs me that that is not the name by which they are called by the people of other tribes in the interior, and a distinguished African trader, Mr. C. Sanders, tells me that the older Portuguese traders informed him some 20 years ago that the word Fjort or Fialchi was simply a corruption of the Portuguese word filhote meaning, as nearly as I can translate the word in English, young rascal, that is to say the termination ote gives the word filio or son, a disparaging sense. If Mr. Sanders is correct then Monsignor carries fiote as the nearest approach to filhote, the O in the Portuguese alphabet having much the same sound given to it by Mr. Bentley in his Congo alphabet, i.e., as the O in the French word corps. If on the other hand the word is a Congo one, and undoubtedly it is used for the English word little, then it might be derived from the words fia or via, to plant, and uda, to bear, meaning the propagator in opposition to Vianga, the creator. In the following pages, to enable the reader to catch the native sounds as nearly as possible, the writer will use the vowels as in the Italian, and the consonants as in English, with two exceptions, a, i.e. for the O sound, as in core, and X for the sound tchi, or Monsignor carries k, This X or TCHI sound must not be confused with the SH or X sound of Mr. Bentley. For instance, Mr. Bentley spells Zina, a name, Sheena, but Sheena or Tchina in the Bavali dialect has the signification of law, a thing forbidden, totem, abomination, while Sheena the verb is to dance. The prefix ki in the Congo finds its counterpart in Zai, Tchi, in the Zvili, and this I presume is why Monsignor Carey has manufactured the sign K. We have this TCHI sound very nearly in the English word church, XURX, which the Scotch call kirk, and there being no EKS sound in the Zvili, and a sign being wanted for the TCHI sound. I think I am right in using the letter X for it rather than the new sign K. With these brief introductory remarks, we may pass to matters more closely akin to the subject of the book The Kingly Office in Luongo. Vattel visited Luongo in about the year 1603, and for the short time that he was in the province, gathered much information about the king and native customs which stands good even to this day. Among other interesting facts he mentions the name of the last king, i.e., Gembi, now written Njimbi, Manilumba, the present Maluongo elect, about whom we shall have much to say, took the place of Manipriti, who was deposed by the people for having killed his own daughter for refusing to cohabit with him. Manipriti had succeeded Mani Makilso, who was the Maluongo elect, and Ganga Nvumba, when the French first took possession of the country in 1883. The title Nganvumba is a priestly one, given to the Maluongo elect upon his accession, and one that he retains until the coronation ceremony completes the burial rites of the Ntadala, or deceased Maluongo, when he becomes the crowned Maluongo. Nyanipriti was the last crowned Maluongo, and as Nganga Nvumba preceding him were Mani Makaso Musonga, Manamakaso Manombo, Manamakaso Matukala of Kandi, and Mananombo, none of whom were crowned. Mani Yambi became Maluongo, as did his predecessors, Manipudi of Sabanga and Maluongo Tati of Kandi, who they say succeeded Maluongo Njimbi. Maluongo Prati is said to have died some 55 years ago, so that if this list of rulers be complete, 8 of them filled in the time intervening between 1603 and, say, 1860, giving them each an average reign of 32 years. And this appears to the writer too great an average, though some native princes reign for a very long time. He is inclined to think that either the list is incomplete, or that the Njimbi referred to by the natives is not the same as the one mentioned by Vattel. The French took Luongo in 1883, in Manamakaso's time, but they naturally enough, not knowing much of the history of the country, never considered it well to crown him officially. Had they done so and aided him to assert his kingly authority over his provinces and vassals, the French today would have been in possession of a well-ordered province. As it happened, at the Berlin Conference, 1884, Maluongo's rights were ignored, and part of his kingdom added to Portugal, just as part of Kakongo's province was given to the Congo Free State. Then the government seemed too busy in developing its Upper Ubangi and Songhai provinces, in the direction of the Nile and Lake Chad, to devote any serious attention to this part of their rich colony, so that Luongo and the Lower Congo provinces of their enormous possessions have been neglected. After some time they caused Manilumba to be elected, and appeared anxious to administer the country through native channels. In the meantime, however, they had created a class of natives who might be termed atheist, or who at any rate were unfaithed, and the general state of anarchy in which the country finds itself, will certainly make the task of the government no easy one. Early in 1898, the administrator summoned Mamboma and the other princes of Luongo to the residence, and informed them that it was their desire that a Maluongo should be crowned, and the native regime, under the government's protection, be restored. The choice of the people fell upon Manilumba, nephew of Maluongo Prati, and Mamboma and the princes went to him to ask him if he would accept the throne. Hearing of this, I determined, in the interest of folklore, to go and interview the king-elect. 2. Election of a king in the Congo. It is now necessary for me to say something about myself, which may serve as an excuse for my venturing to write it all on the rather complicated problems which in the following chapters I shall endeavor to elucidate. I commenced studying the natives' habits and custom in the year 1879, and, after some 11 or 12 years, had progressed so far as to perceive, first, that there was still much to learn, and, secondly, that I should only be able to learn that if I could confine my studies to a definite section of the Bantu people, and become very intimate with them. Thus far I had picked up scraps of information about the people in the Congo and south of it. For the future it seemed as if the rest of my life were to be spent in Luongo, among the Bavali people. I restarted my studies then about the year 1892, and in the year 1897, by the help of the Folklore Society, published notes on the folklore of the fjord. Then I was fortunate enough to meet with some very intelligent natives, who were willing to help me in these studies on the Bavali, among whom was Manalumba, the king-elect of Luongo, and the following pages are the result. At the time of his election I was in Luongo, and to see him I had to proceed to Ndembwano. Turning my back on the sea I first made my way to Lubu, or Mamboma's town. Here on a hill facing the Roman Catholic Sisters' Mission, stand two mighty baobab trees, Nkondo. When the people of Buli, Maluongo's capital, have brought the coffin containing the body of the defunct Maluongo to Zinji, the people of Lubu throw shells at them, and chase them away. Then taking charge of the body, they and Mamboma bury it near to the above two trees. As we passed through the village of Zulu, we cast a last look at the sea and the pretty bay of Luongo, with its lighthouse at Point Indian. Just beyond the point, on the way to Black Point, one can see the wood that contains the sacred grove of Nimena. And nearer to Luongo may be noticed the tall mangrove trees that mark the grove sacred to Lungilalubu. We next crossed the Zabanda Valley, and came to a place where once a town stood, called Zimpuku. Looking north from this place we noted upon the crest of the opposite hill, the grove sacred to Mpuku Nyambi, while to the south, and not far from our standpoint, a minor grove, spoken of as the offspring of Mpuku Nyambi, topped the hill. This grove is called Siluzinkukuba, and is near the Linguister One's town. Then 14 or 15 miles south, behind Black Point, near to the river Zimini and the town of Nvuksi, stands the grove of Zavuma. And as many miles north, at Sisanga upon the sea coast, is situated the grove sacred to the double personages Nxiluka and Zakanga, while far away to the north, on the ruddy cliffs behind Conquity, 60 miles from here, is the grove called Zinjili. We made next for the huge Numbu tree situated at the village of Bitako. Bitako must be more than 20 miles from the sea, yet the huge Numbu tree can be distinctly seen from the deck of a passing ship, as a dark spot in the horizon. We dived down into the valley of the Lubendi River, climbed over the hill and plain of Mongamatandi, where once a robber chief of that name had his town, and soon afterwards arrived at the town belonging to the Prince Mabukinia, called Lovewitty. Here we learnt that Mamboma and the other princes had just returned from a visit to Manalumba, and that the latter had accepted their invitation to fill the vacant throne of Maluongo Prati. Manalumba, they told us, had left Bitako for Ndembwano, a town still further east, just at the time when the French government was busy requisitioning carriers for the famous Marchand Nile expedition. They naively said that he was a man of peace, and did not wish to have any question with the white man. For miles and miles had we seen that Numbu tree. When we were on the top of Mongamatandi, it looked as if it were just on the hill where Ziswimi, the ivory carver, has his village, and when we arrived there we found it was still 2 hours from us, on the summit of the Bitako hill. We slept at Bitako, and I do not think I shall ever forget the place, which is stamped upon my memory by the recollection of the wondrous sunrise I witnessed there. The neat little village rests on the top of the hill, a little to the southwest of the wood, in which the Numbu tree towers above the palms and other trees. The morning mist seemed to hang heavily over the wood, while the great sun, twice magnified, shot up behind it, and the tall grass, covered with a sea of spiders' webs loaded with dew, which, rocked in the morning breeze, quickly lost its glistening pearl-like beauty. But as we marched down into the valley of the rivers Isabu, the grass was still wet enough to soak us through and through before we reached the swamps and shady waters, which it took us 15 minutes to cross. At length, we gained the highland again, where Ndembarano's scattered shimbaks lie hidden among palm and mango trees. We found Manalumba, PL2, wandering about, with his little fetishes, Ntayu and Nkubi, in his hand, and wearing his bisimbo, a kind of sash of iron boat chain, over his right shoulder and fastened under his left arm. Protected in this way, whoever dared to wish him harm would have been killed by these fetishes, who would divine their very thoughts. When Manalumba had greeted me, he went within the fence of rushes, called Lumbu, that guards the privacy of his wives, to put his coat on. Coming out again, he caught me examining a little hut close by, which he called Nziongafo, house sacred to the marriage fetish Ngafo. The copper bracelet Lem3 hung heavily upon his wrist. Manalumba is humpbacked and short in stature, but he possesses a rather fine Jewish cast of face. And he is a bit of a dandy evidently, for the ends of his mustaches were strung through the hollow centers of 2 amber beads. In the middle of his forehead, from his hair to his nose, ran a line in red chalk, flanked on each side by a white one, while from his ears to his eyes similar marks nearly completed his fetish toilet. On either car he had placed a white chalk mark, while a string with a charm attached to it was worn as a kind of necklace. He wore a waistcoat and an overcoat with a velvet collar, while a fancy cloth hung on his belt around his waist. And in front of this his nkindendasi, a skin point, for I placed my offerings before him and congratulated him upon his election, and, while his people chased fowls, we had a long and interesting talk, and I took his photograph. Then he gave me his pipe to smoke, and shook me by the hand, until his heavy marriage bracelet fairly rattled against his bony wrist, and as I was leaving he presented me with the result of his people's hunt, namely, 3 fowls, and bade me go in peace. Upon my return journey, after passing the town of Zimako, I came to a place in the grassy plain marked by the sacred tree Nkumbi, PL2. Here the Maluongo elect is received by the princes upon his first official entrance, upon the sacred ground, Zibala, set apart as the residence of the kings of Luongo. 5. The place where this tree rears its stately head in lonely glory is called Zibindu Bindu Zibukilulumpilo. Zinkumba means a maiden, and the natives tell me the place, and the tree Nkumbi, takes its name from the fact of some royal maiden having arrived at womanhood there. Man and woman together may not cross the Zibindu valley. The man must go first, and when he is well across the woman may follow him. At Boa Vista there is another such Zibindu, and should a man and a woman cross these places together, they will be punished by having no children. So much for the tree at the entrance of the sacred ground. As we leave it upon the road to Lubu, Maluongo's burial place, there stands an sexy tree, once a market tree, beneath whose scanty shade the corpse of the defunct Maluongo is placed, awaiting the meeting of the people, whose duty it is to carry it to Lubu for burial. Here the little valley is called Zibindu Bindu Kuzimanakana, the valley of the last look at Buli, Maluongo's town. As we neared Luongo, we were struck by the great beauty of a deep valley that runs from the foot of the steep cliff upon which we stood, away to the sea. This valley is called Bulunzimbuzikako, the valley of the fly and the mosquito hand in hand, and from out its depths Samangonzala, the evil rainbow snake, rises, as I shall describe in the chapter on omens. The Numbu tree is this valley's sacred tree. In a very few years all traces of these trees and places may be lost, so that we have been fortunate in visiting them while they still remain intact. On another occasion, after trying very hard to get a photograph of a muamba tree, and finding it impossible on account of the density of the bush, we left Mambugu's town about 10 o'clock in the morning, and found our way to Buli, expecting to find Manalumba installed in state. We found him dressed in a loose cloth hung around his waist, the iron chain bisimbo slung over his shoulder. He was sitting on a very shaky chair in front of a crowd of men and women, all seated on the ground and wearing wreaths of palm leaves over their shoulders. 6. These were Ngangampunzi and his people, who were jamming about the pay they were to receive for clearing the sacred ground. This is the office of the priest Mpunzi, MPU equals hat or crown, Nzi equals he that produces, he is the crowner, or, as it were, the creator of kings. It seemed that having arrived and been received by the princes at the Nkumbi tree, Maluongo had now to await the visits of the Bakisibachi, i.e., the representatives of all the different families owning sacred ground within his kingdom. These people were described to me as the eyes of the people. Each one of these had to visit Manalumba and receive a present from him, before Ngangampunzi and his people could come and cut the grass and prepare a place where Ngangamvumba, the king-elect, could erect his dwelling, Shimbek. Until all these ceremonies were over, Manalumba was not allowed to live within a Shimbek. Thus the sacrifice the old man was making was no imaginary one, for, as will be remembered, he was very comfortably housed and surrounded in his village Ndemboano. The place about to be cleared was pointed out to us, and we were told that it was there that the late Maluongo Prodi had lived. I noticed 2 baobabs, a numbu and an nfuma, silk cotton tree, upon this ground. As soon as Maluongo caught sight of me, he left the palaver, and came to offer me his chair. Then he sat beside me and asked me if I had lunched. I answered, no, so he gracefully offered me all he could, namely, 4 pieces of mayakin or prepared mandioca. While this was being roasted, he told me that this was the last ceremony in connection with his accession, except that of receiving the congratulations and submission of all his petty princes. These, he said, he would send for as soon as he was settled. On that occasion he would declare that Maluongo Prodi had been buried, and crown himself as Maluongo, and reinvest his chiefs with their caps of office. He said he was a little worried about the chiefs of those provinces, which he understood were now under the dominion of the King of Portugal. But, he added, as Maluongo, I am Fumu, equals chief, of all the country from Mayumba to the rivers Iluongo. He also said that he had spent a great deal of money in all these preliminary ceremonies, and did not exactly know where more money was to come from, as he could no longer receive customs from the traders, and was in fact only king in name. 3. Coronation of a king in the Congo. A coronation ceremony. When the time came for Maluongo to be crowned, he appealed to the French government for funds. How, said he, can I entertain the hundreds of people that will be obliged to come to subject themselves to me, many of whom coming from long distances I shall have to support for many days? The French government did not see its way to stand this trivial expenditure, and so Manalumba remained simply Ngangamvumba. A drought and famine succeeding his election, the people cried out that it was owing to his coming to Buli, and Manalumba, bereft of the power wielded by the ancient Ngangamvumba's, retired once more to his secluded home at Ndemboano, to the delight of the degenerate Bavili. As I was a witness some years ago, 1891, of the ceremony attending the coronation of the present Nimla of the Basilongo. Some extracts of a letter written at the time to the Manchester Geographical Society may be of interest, but I shall ever regret the non-coronation of Manalumba, for the reason that the Bavili, unlike the Basilongo, singular Musilongo 7, I have never, until quite lately, been really under the influence of Christianity. I feel that we should have had something to learn from the uncontaminated heathen ceremony. Nimla, the chief of the Basilongo on the northern bank of the Congo, in the kingdom of Kakongo, near to Banana, built his towns on the hills facing the sea. They are prettily situated, nestled, as it were, beneath the shade of huge baobabs and groves of cashew trees. In the latter part of 1887 the late Nimla, Pieliva, died, I should say of old age. A veritable prince, full of dignity and fire, he lived to see his country taken from him, accustomed in the olden days, when the slave trade was in full swing, to receive handsome presents from the captains of men of war or slave trading vessels, with perfect impartiality, besides customs from the traders and natives living in his territory. Nimla then lived in clover. He was much feared by the milder Kakangoos round about, and known as the chief of a great family of pirates. Deprived of ways and means whereby to fill his exchequer, he passed his latter days in comparative poverty. His family had, with other Basilongo, migrated from the south bank of the Congo, and taken up its residence in the islands, and on the banks on the northern side of this river. This may have occurred at the time mentioned by Proyert, when Mambuku of Kakongo, aided by the Basilongo, dethroned Makongo, or the origin of Nimla's right to be on the north bank, may have come from a far more early date, i.e., from the time when the first king of the United Kingdom of Congo organized his government and placed the ancestor of Nimla there as Mafuka Macy or ferryman, and then as Ngeno, still a title of Nimla, a kind of ambassador through whom messages were sent to Kakongo and Luongo. It must be remembered that the history of the Congo, as we have it, commenced only at that period when anarchy was already breaking it up. Nimla, at any rate, owed allegiance to the chief of Sonio, ate and received his wives from there, now Portuguese territory, and when he died had to be buried in the cemetery set apart for princes in Sonio. Thus, when the late Nimla died, preparations were made for his burial in that place. A year passed and all was ready. The Congo state, naturally anxious that so influential a prince should be buried in state territory, promised that a steam launch should tow the funeral flotilla to Boma, where the state proposed to bury him with all the honors due to his rank. Family ties and ancient usage, however, gained a day, and one dark night the canoes carrying the coffin and the mourners threaded their way through the maze of creeks, and at peep of day, ere yet the sea breeze ruffled the waters of the fast-flowing river, were manfully paddled across to San Antonio, in the province of Sonio. Nenemi, his nephew, was elected by the Mamboma to reign in his stead, but to complete his coronation it was necessary that he should give a dance and festival in honor of the deceased. There having been no rains that year, 1890–1891, Nenemi would fain have put off this ceremony until he could have given his guests a truly royal feast, but he was pressed by the state to give a dance at once, and on the condition that the government should help to feed his guests, Nenemi agreed to proceed with the ceremony. Princes from far and near were summoned to the feast, and the date for the commencement of the dance was fixed for the 24th of January, 1891. Soon I descried the figure of the old man, Nenemi, on his way to welcome me, and as he waddled towards me, for he suffered greatly from elephantiasis, let me describe his appearance to you. About 55 years of age, of spare habit, medium height, gray hair, with a pointed beard almost white, rather fine features, quite unlike those of the Negro, quiet, dignified, meeting one generally cordially and pleasantly. On this occasion he wore an old black leather military helmet, with a white plume, marked 10th Prince Albert's own. His coat was the frock coat of a lieutenant in HBM Navy, about 8 yards of cloth known as blue haft, 42 inches in width, begirt his loins and flowed in graceful folds behind him. He also carried in one hand a blue and yellow shawl as a handkerchief, in his other a kind of wooden scepter surmounted by a figure carved in ivory. The space cleared for the dance and meeting was in the form of a square perhaps 200 by 250 yards. In the northeast corner was a mighty banyan tree, with most of its down-growing shoots lopped off. A baobab and acacia tree at a distance from each other of some 30 yards occupied the center. At the southcast corner an acacia tree stood, and at the southwest a baobab. Each tree was destined to lend its shade to a happy crowd of dancers, or to form a kind of canopy over Nenemi, as he sat on a mat beneath its shade to receive his many guests. Partitions, of papyrus-forming stalls something like horse boxes, rested against the outside fence that formed the eastern side of a great enclosure, within which the riches of the late Nimla were exposed to view. This fence, which also formed the western boundary of the cleared space, was decorated with flags. "Hello, Gaba, what is the matter? Have you only just turned out of bed? What means this hideous costume?" Gaba, a very old servant of the successive English houses in Banana, salaamed me. He was dressed in a red skull cap, a short white surplice, and a yellow cloth which acted as a kind of skirt. In his ears hung two ugly-looking large crosses formed of blue beads. He was a curious old stick, was Gaba, and deserves to have his life written by anyone who has the patience to get his story out of him. On this occasion I made use of him as a pilot. Up to the present all those anxious to enter the enclosure to see the late Nimla's relics had to pay 2 bottles of rum entrance fee, but now Nenemi and I were to open the show to the public. He led me through the maze-like entrance into the square beyond. The fence was made of strips of bamboo, neatly tied together, and supported by sticks firmly planted in the ground. There were 2 shimbaks or huts in this enclosure, the smaller one containing the relics of Nimla, the greater one is bed and hammock. The roof of each shimbak was covered with white cloth, while a gay-colored, red, white, and yellow striped cloth covered the ridge pole, and planks of the mvuku tree kept this cloth in its place. The roofs in the distance had the appearance of the whitewashed roofs of the white man's houses in Banana. The open front of the smaller shimbak was curtained off by a red and white blanket. This Nenemi now threw over the roof and displayed to our view its interior. The walls of the interior were draped with cloth and white blankets. At the back under an umbrella sat an effigy of the late Nimla. He wore the uniform coat of a British naval officer, over which round about his shoulders hung a native cape made of cotton, called nsenda. 9 tel beads and crucifixes, charms, amulets, and fetishes hung from his neck. He wore a blue cloth and boots. To his right on the wall hung a small oleograph, on his left a large oil painting of a lady, while the walls were covered with advertisement cards that had been thrown away by the importers of the goods. In front of this effigy sat what was left of old Nimla's family, one of his wives playing the accordion, not well, but at least noisily. In the immediate foreground of the figure stood a table covered with black and red speckled shawls, and on this lay the relics of the prince who had gone to his rest. A cottage clock, a brass lamp, 3 ewers and basins, a duck box, and other earthenware figure ornaments, old red and white glassware, table glasses and pint mugs. And while I had been taking all this in, 2 men without had been trying to deafen me with their music on drum and native bells. I forgot to mention the most important part of all, and that is, that the effigy was wearing his native kaftan, made of the fiber of the pineapple with the name Nimla marked on it. This accounted for the curious non-native headgear of Nenemi, for his cap was worn by the effigy, and would only become legally his at the end of all these ceremonies. I just took a look into the larger hut and saw the bed and hammock of the late Nimla. Npaka, the son of the late king, was seated there by himself, to receive any visitors that might come to condole with him. I asked him why they had made the entrance to this enclosure so difficult, and he said it was to prevent drunkards from finding their way in. When I came out of the enclosure, many princes were already seated under the shade of the cashew tree, and dancing had commenced beneath the banyan tree. And now a procession of perhaps 20 men and women wended their way from the northwest in Indian file to the tree under which Nenemi was seated. They were all dressed in cloths, dyed red, and each wore a heavy silver leg ring about his ankle. 11. The contrast between the dull red cloth and the bright metal was very striking. The chiefs of this party knelt before Nimla, and after a few words received his blessing, after which the followers sang a song of praise, and then adjourned to the baobab tree to dance. Then from the Eni a long line of white-clothed natives marched solemnly forward. The mangaka, captain and executioner accompanying this crowd beat the earth with a stick, and then rushed excitedly along the line trailing his long cloth behind him. The nga, with his wooden plate of medicine water in one hand, and a bunch of herbs in the other, followed after him and sprinkled the people. The bugler and the drummers applied the music. The chiefs knelt down before an enemy and were blessed, and then the followers waved their sticks and cloths on high, shouting their song with great enthusiasm, which, however, was soon checked by the nga, who sprinkled them once more with his medicine water. Now, as if in answer to this song, up jumped the followers of Zimongo Alo, followed by those of Mbuku, and sang very loudly. Then Nifuku formed his people under a cacho tree, the men near the trunk of the tree, the women to the left, and the children to the right, the drummers opposite to the men. A man began a song and dance by wriggling, rubbing his stomach with one hand and beating his chest with the other and emitting a great shout. He sang, and as he danced round the circle, inside, he bowed from time to time to those just in his vicinity, and as he did so they clapped their hands. Then they all sang and wriggled. Other men joined the singer and danced round with him. They became quiet, and then the singer treated them to a trill that Adelina Patti might be proud of. He beat his throat with the side of his hand and brought the effect out that way. Then as he came down to the level of an ordinary singer, the crowd once more joined in with its la la, la la, la la. Then a stranger, a servant of the Congo state, took his place, and as he wriggled round and with a graceful curve bowed to his neighbor, he found that the latter was looking the other way, and did not give him the welcome clap of hands, so he retired. Two ladies, good-looking in their way, now modestly stepped into the circle, dressed in red with silver anklets, and about 30 pounds of china olive beads about their waists. They appeared to await the orders of the singer or master of the ceremonies. He sprinkled some rum upon their heads to give them courage. They looked as if they would rather not be there, and I have no doubt wished themselves among their cooking pots. They made 2 or 3 attempts to dance, but finally their shyness overcame them and they ran away back to their places. An old lady, very heavily weighted with beads, took their places and, wriggling, seemed to defy the world. Nenemi was still seated under the catcha tree receiving his guests, when the small procession was noticed coming from the SW. It consisted of a man, dressed in a light blue coat and a cloth of blue and white checks, who also wore a white helmet, and his wife and 2 children in European clothes, and 2 or 3 other women. An opening was made for them in the crowd surrounding Nenemi, and the man, whose name was Marfini, knelt down in front of his prince, placing one of his children on either side of him. He spoke for some time in the usual flowery strain, and then turning his eyes upwards prayed Nzambi to look down upon them, and bless the great Nimla to be. His little children, his wife and the women, when he commenced to pray, bowed their heads and buried their faces in their hands. All around listened patiently and respectfully, and when he had finished by saying Amen, Amen, Nenemi rubbed his hands in the earth and made the sign of the cross upon Marfini's forehead, and then blessed and dismissed them. Yet one more procession, this time led by the gallant Gaba, and it was the longest of them all. A man carrying a basin of food headed it. Then came the old man, and now a man carrying a girl, just out of the paint house, 12 upon his shoulders. She carried a looking-glass in her hand, and continued to admire herself in it. Then came women carrying bottles on their heads, old blue glassware, the lid of a cigar box with a picture on it, a small box, old books and plates, the bugler and drummer bringing up the rear. Nenemi came to me to tell me that the other white men were going to take their breakfast at the mission, but asked me not to go as he had prepared a meal for me. I thanked him and then went to watch him give out the food to his visitors. He and his wife Maria 13 sat beneath the catcha tree, at the southeast corner of the cleared space near to his own shambak, while certain of his people brought a low table and placed it before them. On this table were 9 huge masses of fungi, tapioca, for the 9 chiefs present. Out of a 20-gallon, 3-legged iron pot boiled pig 14 was produced, and with the gravy this was put into 9 basins. 9 men then took away the dishes to the princes for whom they were intended. Near to Nenemi was the 25-gallon barrel of rum, the pig, and the 200-weight bag of rice given to him by the state. The state doctor thought this a good opportunity to photograph Nenemi and his wife, but he was sorely interrupted. First of all a man came and asked Nenemi if the soldiers of the Congo state were not to drink. If they were, where was the water? Called them women, cried Queen Maria. Then 2 men came bringing the food they had received back, complaining that it was not sufficient for so many people. Give them a pig, growled King Nenemi, while the impatient doctor told them not to move. And now 2 princes with their long sticks came and knelt before Nenemi. Don't move, cried the doctor, and he would take the picture thus. And yet another complaint reached the king before his photo had been taken. The people of Mpangala, being strong, had taken all the food away from the complainant and had left him and his people with a hungry belly. After this I chopped part of a very tough fowl, and some rice mixed with palm oil, and a liberal allowance of sand. Water was scarce, and that which there was very dirty, so that I was glad when my meal was over, and I could rest and smoke for a while. Queen Maria, who was telling me a story, was evidently minded not to let me smoke too much, for she pounced upon my tin of tobacco and, having taken what she wanted, passed it round to her friends, and the last man showed me what was left and took the tin. Thus, you see, it is not only in civilized countries that one has to pay for seeing a coronation. Such was the Basilongo coronation, and from this account the reader may form some idea of the ceremony on the Lower Congo. It must be remembered that the Bavili ceremony would have been, in all probability, of a more truly native caste, but as I have explained, circumstances did not permit me to witness the crowning of Manalumba, IV, courts of Maluongo and Mamboma. We now turn to the court of Maluongo, or the prince of the custom of the leopard. Maluongo, as we have seen, is the king or chief of the Bavili. The word is equivalent to Manaluongo, i.e., Prince of Luongo. His overlord was, of course, Congo, then Totala, 15 of the realm of Congo. Maluongo has 7 titles, one of which, Totala, is his title after his death. Under 6 of these titles he presides over 6 sections of government, aided in each case by 2 assessors. Division 1. As Fumu, judge, he appears as the conscientious arbitrator, and in these matters he has his assessors Lumbungu and Mangaka, the chief of his army and the executioner. Ngampunzi is the priest, whose duty it is to clean and sweep up the place where the coming Maluongo shall build his dwelling. Division 2. As Ntinu, judge, he is the reasoning judge, and here he is aided by Njibungu 16 and the recording messenger Maxienji. In cases where no just decision can be arrived at, Maluongo advised the parties to take the powdered bark of the Nkasa tree, not the pea shrub, which was administered by the priest Ngankasa. The innocent party would vomit, while the guilty one either died from the effect of the poison, or, being purged, was killed. Division 3. As Ngangavumba, priest of the seasons, it was the duty of Maluongo to look after the morals of his people, more especially touching adultery and murder. In this he was helped by Congo Mbungu and Mafuka, his messenger. After punishment, adulterers had to buy certain expensive medicines from Ngangaqtc to appease Bunzi. Division 4. As Maluongo's Avangi, head of the state, it was his duty to govern the country, and in these matters he was assisted by Tatabungu and Mamboma, and Ngangambumba aided them with his knowledge of the secrets of life and medicines. Division 5. As Mune, overlooker, Maluongo was the overseer of his people. Here he was assisted by Mabundu, the representative of his fruit or offspring, and the chief of his household Masafwan. And the Nga Bundu helped him in settling disputes by administering to the offenders the powdered bark of the bundu herb. The guilty party after taking this was unable to make water, and fell, while the innocent evacuated a few drops on a leaf placed beneath him. Division 6. As Nkicici 17, as we shall note, Maluongo was one of the 7 powers or Bakasibachi, and here he was aided by Mamata and Mambuku, guardian of the eastern gate of his kingdom. And in this place he had the help of the Nga Bakasi, or the priest of the Zibala or sacred grove. Such is the court of Maluongo. Maxienji, Mafuka, Hambuku, are each attended by a Mafuka, messenger, Mangava, knight, and a Masafi, majordomo. Mamboma has 3 Zinganga as his attendants, Gangankisi, fetish, Nga Bakasi, sacred grove, and Nga Zalemba. Mamada has Mazonga Makaya as his attendant. Mangaka is attended by his successor Mwela. The names of these courtiers are Babi Aci opposed to the name by which ordinary people are known, Bachisi. Maluongo also has a private Mamboma with him apart from the above courtiers, and Qtc, his apothecary, is also generally with him. With regard to the chief personages in this court, there are some sayings in very old Fjord, which will help us perhaps to a little more precise information about them and their offices. Of Mamboma they say, Kangalumbi, Kangambita Malamba Malamba Kena, Zavili. I don't think anyone today can translate this exactly, but it carries the following meaning with it. Just as the sun rises and sets, so it is Mamboma's business to look after the crowning and burial of Maluongo. And just as a woman cooks and intends to go on cooking, and watching her pots, so Mamboma watches over the Bavili. Of Mambuku they say, Mambuku Nundu, Nkakabakamba, Zikada Kadazayan Lo Tenda Maluongo Yazantu, Mambuku, the guardian of the gateway leading from the Mayombe country into Luongo, is hard-headed and obstinate, and like Maluongo's little box with its closed lid will only open his mouth at his bidding of Mafuka, they say. Mafuka Zakangu Kangulabana Mampanga. Mafuka is the royal messenger, keeps on tying up people by a word of mouth, or with a wordy yoke. Of Maxi they say, Maxi Magundulu Bendasangambula Zika, Monho Bungu Masi, Zindundu, Kuzakilan Kandu. Just as Mafuka is the bearer of messages, so Maxi is the bearer of the news of the death of Maluongo. He prays Mamboma to bury him, and just as the wife with her water bottle leaves her husband's corpse on its way to burial to fetch water, so he leaves Maluongo's body with the people of Mamboma, and looks after the Badungu or Zindundu, Maluongo's police, who are now scattered about in the grass ready to rob all passers, by while Mamboma's people keep six and burying Maluongo in the open on the hill. At Lubu, of Mangaka of Loongo they say, Mangaka Loongo bends, Mongake Kubins Angami tu Bantu, Mangaka the executioner of Luongo cuts and twists about, K equals not, to keep on cutting off the heads of people. I think it will be found that these ancient sayings refer to a time when the official language of Luongo was more in accordance with that of the ancient Congo. So many of the words used in them are not of the Luongo dialect. This perhaps points to Luongo as having been a conquered province. The religion and social system may then have been superposed. The subject court of Mamboma. Upon his death Maluongo is given the title of Ntadala, and is buried, as we have seen, by Mamboma and his people. Mamboma is the prime minister of the living king, his regent during his absence, and the ruler of the kingdom during an interregnum. He is always a slave, and as such incapable of succeeding to the kingship. On the death of the king, it is the duty of Mamboma, through the Mambomas of the other provinces, to call the princes together and proceed to the election of the new high priest Nganvumba. The choice is restricted to the sons of the princesses living in Kandy, but not to any particular one. The diviner Ngangampuku with his magic mirror is called in, should there be any need of divine interference owing to want of unanimity. In the meantime Mamboma and his court take the place of the court of the late Maluongo. Although Mamboma is always in subjection either spiritually to Ntadala or bodily to Maluongo, so that he is always either the servant of the dead or of the living. At the gate of the Zibala or Maluongo as sacred ground there sits a certain personage called Maxilasi. Mamboma claims this person as part of his court, but so does Maluongo, and from the fact that he is at the gate of the Zibala, sacred ground, there can be no doubt that he now is part of the latter's following. Mamboma has a court of 12, not counting Maxilasi 1, Lumbalamba 2, Zendu, the executioner, 3, Njimbi Lamba 4, Mabundu 5, Kongalamba 6, Mafuka, the messenger 7, Tadalamba 8, Mamboma Masitida, Mamboma's Mamboma, the ruler the earth 9, Mabundu, representing his followers 10, Mantuboma, his successor 11, Kaba, the one who allots 12, Malungwangalo, the crier. These 12 are the assessors in the 6 divisions into which Mamboma's court is divided, and which correspond to the divisions of Maluongo's court. Division 1. A person representing Maluongo, in his office of Fumu heads this division and his name is Maxinganankulu. And when he, aided by Lumbalamba and Zendu, cannot settle the question in arbitration they call in the Ngangampusu, who has a small but neatly made basket of grass with a tight-fitting lid on it. When the name of the guilty one is mentioned, he finds it impossible to take this lid off. Division 2. Mamboma Kayi, acting in the place of Maluongo as Ntinu, presides over this division, aided by Njimbi Lamba and the messenger Mabundu, a kind of chief of police, and if they cannot properly prove the person guilty, they call in the Ngazikatembi, who has 2 wisps of grass, a mat Nkwala, and a boy. The boy lies upon the wisps and mat and the Nga tries to lift him up by the 2 ends. If the name mentioned or thought of by him is that of the guilty party, the wisps and mat cling to the body of the boy in such a way that he can easily be lifted up. and the pressure is such on the body of the boy as to cause him at times to spit blood. Division 3. Mamboma, under his spiritual title Nkanga Lumbi, takes the place of Maluongo as Ngangavumba aided by Kongalamba and his Mafuka. And if they are not satisfied with the evidence, they will call in the Mkangantali, who has a small bundle of medicines wrapped in cloth and feathers. This he keeps on smelling till he thinks of the guilty one, when the odor confirms him in his suspicion. Division 4. Mamboma, in the place of Maluongo Zavangi, aided by Tata Lamba and Mamboma Masida, tries the accused, and if unable to convict, calls in the Ngangazi Sengo, who has a knife which he makes almost red hot and passes across the palms of the hands or calves of the legs of the accused. If there appears the smallest sign of a blister, the person is considered guilty. This custom is called Zisengo. Division 5. Vuta Malika, the conciliator, takes the place of the king as Mune, aided by the Mabundu and Mantu Boma. And in the final appeal he calls in Ngangasuku, who rubs the palms of his hands together, till he thinks of the name of the culprit, when his hands refuse to meet but turn back to back. Division 6. No one can fill in the office of Nkicici, so that the services of the Kaba and Malungongalo are called in with those of Nganga Mpuku Nyambi who, if necessary, looks into the magic mirror to find out who shall become the new Nkicici or Nganganvumba, who is then elected. The Abbe Proyert says that everybody knew that when the king died Mklayi would succeed him, and other writers have also told us who it is that will succeed the king. Is it not possible that these authors have been in error, and that they have mistaken these temporary occupiers of the offices of Maluongo for his real successor, whom nobody can name until he has been chosen and elected by Mamboma and the princes? Battle also mentions a certain four, one of whom shall succeed then Totala. See Ravenstein's Battle, Congo and Angola. At the present day the Bavili consult these diviners without the intervention of Mamboma. Mpuku Nyambi often accompanies the present Nganganvumba. He wears a headdress of the red feathers of the tail of the grey parrot. He holds a mirror with bulongo, medicines, attached to the back of it in one hand, in the other he carries a small bundle of medicines out of which the feathers of the fowl protrude. He is not only the diviner, in case of dispute, of the Maluongo to be elected, but also uses his powers today to divine the cause of the anger of the powers, or the person who has caused sickness or other evils to fall upon the petitioner or his dead relation. The Kongazavo, or chiefs of districts in the 7 provinces, each province under its Manifumu 18 has its courts modeled upon the 2 we have described, and each petty prince, as the chief of these districts, is a magistrate, or Kongazavo. Buili is the name of Maluongo's center province, and it is a road to the sea at Luongo. The names of the Kongazavo in this province are Mpili, Ntampu, Mpanji, Lubu, Bukilabuli, Sifungu, Butako, Pongo, Zisu, Saza, Kondo, Kubemba, Lombo, Mango, Mongo Ntandu, Nkavika, Mbanga, Sabalo. There are 6 other provinces: Mbuku, Luanjili, Sabanga, Kondindingi, Zakamba, Samanu. Mbuku contains the following Kongazavo as far as I can gather. It is bordered by Mayambanbuili, Binga, Mfinio, Magalo, Inda, Lilungoma, Zakanasaline Buku, Mvuti, Salala, Tombi, Bilinga, Luanjim, bounded by the river Lum and the sea. Contains Mpaka, Zingambi, Mvumva, Zimbamba, Sanuka, Zimbambuka, Ngoyo Ntu, Mpita, Kolmativa, Njino, Nanga, Zinangananga, Nkachi, Winga, Mtembo, Futu, Luanjalingula, Mvitu, Sanayambi Zinani, Kata, Mavida, Zayabi, Lulobi, Mvampali, Mbambala, Zibanga, bounded by the sea, and Mayamb, is composed of Lubu, Yambo, Bifundi, Bilalo, Longabondi, Salunga, Zibot, Mabandi, Maxilungalumba, Batli Kondi, Zinjili, Konkuiti, Satenda, Sita Banda, Zimbia, Longo, Sisanga and Quilu, Kondi and Ing, bordering Kakongo and Sundi, Ndinji, Kondi Dinji, Zisidan Dinji, Keiji Kondinji, Nombos Indinji, Sanga, Zingengo, Mpanga Mongo, Zivava, CV, Ntumbi, Maxonzo, Ludadi, Samputu, Bulali, Sokoto, Kamamboda, Zimbuku, Kumbilayambo. Zikamba, east of the Loom River and west of Ndinji contains Kati, Nzasi, Zikuka, Sansa, Kutado, Zamba, Mpimo, Jeba, Guamongo, Bukuntamba, Sazibila, Nzanzi, Mvuli, Mili, Nsuku, Konkonguati, Busumbenda, Samanu, bounded by the sea in the west and Dinji on the east, Buambu, Zinksonzo, Salongo, Zella, Maximabanda, Liku, Zikisu, Ntandulumana, Kikaka, Biksukit, Oswenji, Tungu, Nkachi, Pamkondi, Taro, Mabili, Sabota, Zimaniamadidi. In the olden days, traders situated in these provinces only heard of Maluongo as a great overlord, and all their palavers were settled independently of him by these Kongazavo. This gave rise to the impression that these Kongazavo were independent princes, and that there was no connection between these petty princes and Maluongo. It was only on great occasions that Maluongo was appealed to, and this was done through regular channels. Palavers from south of the rivers Iluongo were carried to Njino, on the Loom River, who transferred them to Maluongo's Mafuka. This connection can even be carried from Maluongo to Congo at San Salvador through Nino up the Loom River and Njino, Banana, on the Congo, and the Mafukas, or messengers. This semi-independence of these petty princes quite misled Mr. H. M. Stanley, who, in a letter dated from Gibraltar to Col. Strau in the early 80s despaired of creating free states in the Congo. The Congo would have worn a very different appearance today had the kingdoms of Congo, Kakongo and Luongo been resuscitated and governed on natural lines, if not as one kingdom, then as at least 3 free states. Nothing could have been more disastrous to the welfare of the people and the country than the absolutely insane way this country was cut up between the French, the Portuguese, and the independent state of the Congo. The law, native law. The subject of African law is a fascinating one, and I am tempted to enlarge on it, the more so as it is but little understood in England, although a knowledge of it is clearly essential to the right governance of our black fellow subjects. Miss Kingsley has treated of African religion and law in her West African Studies, abridged edition. Among other writers may be mentioned the late Sir A.B. Ellis, Sir J. Smallman Smith, and Mr. J. W. Sarba. In addition, much material has of course been pigeonholed by various officials, but, able though the English works above mentioned are, they do not go deep below the surface, and are far from being textbooks of native customary law, to which the administration can turn for guidance. Our French neighbors, wise in their generation, have recently issued a monumental work, Les Coutumes Indigènes de la Côte d'Ivoire by Clausel, and a similar work on the native law of Nigeria, compiled by a trained anthropologist, who can give his whole time to his work, would undoubtedly be of extreme value, not only to the student of comparative jurisprudence, but to the official who comes in daily contact with men who know only the native law, whose life is regulated by its fundamental principles, and who can be governed only if the English ruler recognizes those principles, and deals out, even-handed justice in accordance with them. In some primitive communities, there is only one sort of offense, which can be regarded as law-breaking. Dr. Codrington shows that in Melanesia taboo takes the place of law. The infraction of a taboo may bring down on the head of the offender an automatic penalty, but he may be too strong spiritually, and then the penalty falls upon the innocent. To provide against this, the society itself of which the offender forms a part inflicts the penalty for wrongdoing and thus satisfies the power whose wrath is incurred by the infraction of the taboo. Just in the same way in Africa a violation of the moral law, if I may so term it, is an affair for the whole of the community. If Nzambi, on the Congo, is provoked by immorality especially of a sexual kind, the result, as we shall see in a later chapter, is drought, and the penalty falls on the community. A violation of the moral law is in native phraseology a got palaver. Any outrage on a spirit may be of this nature, but in practice, a man is left to settle his own account with a minor spirit, which is hardly powerful enough to inflict damage on a family or tribe. On the Congo, justice is so far organized, where God palavers are concerned, that punishments are inflicted by the Badungu acting on the orders of the king. Man palavers, on the other hand, or in our phraseology, civil and criminal cases, for they are identical in Africa, the fundamental idea being that a debt of some sort has been incurred are decided by a court of justice, which bases its decisions on precedents, but the judgment must be enforced by the winner of the case, aided it may be, by his family. It is not the business of the king, or of any official to see that injustice is done. When once judgment has been given and recognized by the people, generally the matter passes out of the hands of the state and becomes a private affair. If the loser is strong enough to resist payment, the palaver becomes a trial of strength between the two families, and may become a war palaver. In any case, the palaver and its consequences, in the shape of liabilities to pay and right to receive, are handed down in the respective families, like any ordinary debt, until such time as the winner of the case is in a position to enforce payment. If the loser cannot resist, he must pay the debt or in default become a serf or pawn in the hands of the creditor. Failing him, a member of his family, or an inhabitant of his town or district, loses his freedom. This service is not a set-off against the debt. The pawn is held until the debt is paid in legal currency, though a debtor may become a slave if his family has died out or dies out before the debt is paid. Slavery, however, being regarded as a disgrace, the family would, as long as it subsisted, endeavor to release one of its members. The intimate connection between the spheres of law and religion or magic cannot be better illustrated than by the fact that the weaker party to a suit calls in the help of nail fetishes. The form of the following notes is dictated by the form of the questionnaire issued by the French authorities to which it was originally an answer, and it must be read in the light of the foregoing note. Section I of the family. The organization of the family, or Zifumba, is certainly one that the Bavali need not be ashamed of, and when compared to that of many civilized peoples, can only be looked upon as a model of logical compactness. The Zifumba is composed of the four grandparents Nkaka, the father Tada, the mother Mama, their children Bana, grandchildren Batekulu, great-grandchildren Dandu, and great-great-grandchildren Dalula. The uncle on the mother's side is called Ngulinkasi, the aunt Mama. The aunt by marriage is called Mama. The uncles and aunts on the father's side Tada, brother or sister-in-law Zali, father or mother-in-law Nkwekasi, son or daughter-in-law Nkwekasi, uncle of mother's Ikwisi, uncle of father's Ikwisi. When you ask a native to what family he belongs, he will answer you by giving you the name of his mother's family. On the death of the father, his brother takes care of the children, but the wife remains with her children sorrowing for her husband for at least 24 months, when she may marry again. These children are called Bana Bana Babak and Kulu. The little children left by the spirit. A man may not marry any of his mother's family or relations whom he terms Mama. If the Sheena of the girl the man wishes to marry is that of his mother, he cannot marry her. He may not marry the children of his father's brothers, but those of his father's sisters are not forbidden to him. The family forms a part of the higher organization of the tribe. Each individual belongs to a family. Each family is under a chief called Congo Zavo, and this chief is under the prince of the province containing these families, who is called by the name of his province preceded by the prefix Ma, short for Manifamu. 7 of these provinces hold the people of Luongo, called the Bavili. The Bavili, under their king Maluongo, form a third part of the kingdom of Congo, or the Fjord people, who are a section of the Bantu race. My head Mantati, for example, is of the family of Yonga, of the royal province Buali of the Bavili of the Congo kingdom of the Bantu race. An individual may not leave his town without the permission of his father, or of the Congo Zavo, and upon his return he must present himself before him, to give an account of himself and show the proceeds of his fishing, hunting, or trading. He must obey and respect his chief, who may tie him up, chastise him, deprive him of food, but has no power of life and death over him, this right belonging in law only to the king Maluongo. The Congo Zavo can also requisition the services of all his family. Section 2, Marriage. We find the highest form of marriage to be that of monogamy. That is to say, princesses whose offspring may become the future rulers of the kingdom, may not have more than one husband, whom she has the right to choose. He may be already married or not, but once selected he must put away his other wives and become the slave of the princess, who has the power of life and death over him. But when she dies, this man inherits all her property. Maluongo, so long as he is simply Nganga Nvu May 19th, have as many wives as he pleases. But once he has been crowned Maluongo, he is supplied with one wife, a princess of Ngoyo, Cabinda in Kakongo, and must put away the others. The people generally are polygynists, but there is a line drawn between the first wife and the others. The first is called Kasintit, the second and others Gussi Sai Alala. A concubine is called Dayazasinsu, an unchaste woman Dumba. Polyandry has not the legal character that it has among certain primitive peoples. With regard to polygyny and its effect upon the condition of the woman, it is true that, apparently, certain women have always existed in this country, who object very strongly to sharing a husband with others, and such are said to be bad women or women of spirit, Muntu Mbi. But as a rule the first wife asks her husband for women to help her in her work, and such a woman is called a good woman or creature, Muntumbot. There are constant quarrels among these wives, but the husband refuses to take sides, and would be looked upon as a fool if he interfered. Should the injured woman in these disputes appeal to an outsider or judge, as an arbitrator, he will refuse to have anything to do with it. She has no appeal in these matters. Mankind generally treats the affair with indifference. Should a man promise to marry a girl, she can make him pay very heavily for breach of promise if he has touched her. If not, she can only slang and shame him. The man, however, cannot claim anything from the woman who breaks off an engagement, but she gets a bad name. If the woman whom the man desires to marry is past the age of puberty, and is able to judge for herself as to a man's parts, the man will first address himself to her. If the girl is still a child, he goes to her father and mother. In the first place, the proposal made, the father and mother discuss the matter. If they can find no objection to the young man, and they think it well to allow their daughter to marry, they accept the young man's offer. The young man then approaches his own parents, and if they do not object, the mother, who keeps her son's savings for him, gives him the goods necessary to present to his future father and mother-in-law. These goods are given to the girl's parents in order to give the man a hold upon them in case they supply him with a worthless article, as a wife. It covers their responsibility, which is a very great one, and gives the father the right, on the other hand, after returning the exact amount presented, to take his daughter away from the husband, should he turn out to be a beast and ill-treat her. There are 2 marriage bundles, 1, Bugally in the olden days, 20 longs, say 10 francs, but now 100 longs and 1 demijohn of rum, say 60 francs. 2, Mpakit, in the olden days 10 longs, but today consisting of 50 longs and 1 demijohn of rum, 1 coat, 1 counterpane, 1 hat, 100 longs to mother's relations, and a present of 50 longs to the bride. Certain families may not intermarry, as those of Zabanga and Maluongo. Intertribal marriages were once totally prohibited, but today marriages take place, although the offspring of such unions are looked upon much in the same prejudiced light, by the Bavili, as the offspring of black and white races, are looked upon by the Europeans. A woman who cannot plant is not allowed by her parents to marry. A known fool will not be accepted, and sickness is a bar. The goods bestowed on the parents of the proposed wife are called goods for marriage, bindle bikakula, and not goods for barter, nor can the marriage be properly termed a marriage by purchase. The goods are accepted as a gage, or pledge, not as purchase money. The bundle having been given to the assenting parents, when the time comes or the girl arrives at the age of puberty, the bridegroom sends money to the parents so that the girl may be placed in the paint house, where she undergoes certain rites of purification. The father's women folk then take the girl to the water, and the tukila or red paint is beaten off her with pliant switches or twigs. Then she is dressed and adorned with leg and arm rings of brass, necklaces of coral and other ornaments, and taken to the expectant bridegroom. The dancing and singing that has commenced after the washing may be continued during the whole night. The husband gives certain presents to the father's relations who have brought him his bride. The next morning the husband presents his wife with a white handkerchief. Then the women again come and present the couple with food. The husband makes them a return present and the bride returns to her father's house. The husband then sends his father and mother to his father-in-law with a present to ask him to send him his wife. The father-in-law marks a day for her return to her husband and gives certain presents to the father and mother of the husband, who return to their village. Upon the day mentioned, the father-in-law takes his daughter back to his son-in-law with a present. Then, in the presence of the husband's father and mother, he exhorts him to follow in his good father's footsteps. Then turning to his daughter, he gives her good advice and hands her over finally to her husband. The married couple now have 2 fathers and 2 mothers to whom they owe obedience, and whom they must treat equally as members of one family. Helping them all as children are expected to help their parents. Should the woman be guilty of adultery, the man may forgive his wife the first offense, but on the second occasion he will return her to her father, who must return the pledge money given to him. Should he discover the guilty man, he may ask what indemnity he likes, and that man has to pay the fine even if he has to pawn himself as a hostage. The first time the husband is caught by the wife, he may be forgiven, but the next time the wife reports the matter to her husband's parents, and the man must pay. She may leave him for a time, but generally comes back to him. If not, and should it happen that the father finds her another husband, the pledge goes to her first husband. But the husband cannot make her father give back the original pledge. The wife has no claim on the woman who has committed adultery with her husband. The male adulterer pays the fine, the husband alone inflicts it, and the amount is generally about equal to the pledge, but the actual amount rests with the husband. As regards the duties of married persons, the woman plants, cooks, carries wood, and draws water. The man looks after the religious and fetish rites of the family, closely allied to the treatment of his sick relations, and their burial, finds his wife in dress, fish, the chase, palm nuts, etc., builds her house and cuts the bush where she may have decided to plant. Divorce, apart from the causes already mentioned, long absence and non-support bring about divorce or dissolution of marriage. In this case, the wife, after having waited, say 12 months, for the return of her husband, seeks his father and mother and puts the situation before them. They advise her, and if they give their consent, she goes back to her father and may remarry. Upon the reappearance of the first husband, the pledge is returned to him, so that divorce is looked upon as a family matter. In the event of the parties being unable to agree, the father returns the pledge and they are free to marry again. If the children are very young, they go with the mother, but the daughters remain with the mother in any case, while the sons, when old enough to do without the mother's care, go to the father. The father has to do his part in sustaining the children. Section 3, Concerning Relationship. The different kinds of relationship are as follows. 1. Their own children. Bana Bana Navika. 2. The children of their elder brother. Bana Baya Yanti. 3. Their brother's children. Bana Bongkamba Anti. 4. Children of their uncle. Bana Bama Mandin Kasi. 5. Children of their grandparents. Bana Babudaka Kandi. 6. Children of the father's sister. Bana Bongkasi. 7. Children of his nephew. Ntekelu U Budamu Anang Kasi. 8. The children in Pong. Beauty Sisivali Ivanana. 9. The bought slaves. Ndongo I Sumba. 10. The children of slaves. Bana Bazifula. The native law does not adopt the distinction of our civil law between legitimate and natural children recognized by the father or otherwise. Birth sanctifies the child, and, as the child of its mother, it may become the inheritor of its uncle's property. As regards the general rule of succession, it is not the eldest son, but the wisest that inherits the property. But where the father of a family has been neglected by his relations, he sometimes takes his revenge on them by dividing his property among his children, while he is yet alive. The mother has no property of her own, but is the guardian of that of her children, and should they die, this goes to her family. Both the father and mother watch over the interests of their children and can punish them. The mother alone has the right to pawn her child, but she must first consult the father, so that he may have the chance of giving her goods to save the pledging. The father cannot pledge his child, the brother can pawn his sister or the uncle his niece, the mother being dead. But the father being alive, the uncle must go first to him to give him the chance of helping him out of the difficulty by means of a loan of goods. If the uncle is what they call a bad man, the father will call witnesses to see the cloth that he is lending the uncle who would pawn his child. He takes up a kernel of the palm nut in their presence and drops it into his box, which being interpreted means that he has bought his daughter. Until this debt is paid to the father, the uncle cannot raise the wind on that child again. A person is never free from being pawned in this way. Parental authority is really never lost, for the father has always the right to ransom the child, who never ceases to look to him as its father. But as the child often settles down in the village of its pawnee, and becomes the parent of children, the amount needed to ransom it increases in proportion to the child's offspring. The debtor has to pay double the amount he borrowed and so much for every child. Even then the child may elect to remain where it is. A child or children bereft of all family ties may be adopted by one of the father's friends, who calls it or them, Muanabikawali, the child my friend left. Under this kind of artificial parentage the adopter can neither sell nor pawn this child, nor has he any hold on its earnings. It is a work of love and honor, but he looks to the gratitude of the child to make it up to him in some way or other. Section IV, of guardianship, of emancipation, and prohibition. The French law recognizes 4 kinds of guardianship. 1. That of the survivors of the fathers and mothers. 2. That by will conferred by the fathers or mothers dying last. 3. That of the next of kin. 4. That which is disposed of by a meeting of the family. The Bavli recognize 6 forms of guardianship, in order. 1. The grandfather. Zinkakizayandi. 2. The father's family. Zidada. 3. The mother's father. Zinkakizabuta. 4. The mother's family. Mamasi. 5. The father's friend. Yukani Tata. 6. The guardian appointed by the family. Nandi Uyanzalamuana Ubikavumbi. The guardian acts as a father to the child, but cannot touch its property, for, as already shown, that belongs to the mother's family. He is paid by the family upon delivering up the child according to his deserts. Whatever he asks for if all has turned out well, with little except shame if badly. The family are the judges as to the time when the child shall be taken from its guardian, and that is generally when the child has grown up to manhood or womanhood. As the child's pro-father all that it has earned is his, or as much thereof as he likes to take. Section V concerning property. The best general idea that can be given of the native theory concerning property is given in their own words. Likandalia me my family. Literally kanda means to make straight. To tighten kanda equals skin, i.e., the natural part of man, or that part which he has in common with animals. As the saying goes, Muntunkanda, Zibulankanda, Muntu Uavaya Kamukubula Bembo. Man is of skin, the cattle are skin, man is only superior by speech. The right of property is derived through the mother, the planter, to the great uncle the giver of all good gifts. Mbunzi, the wind, the rain giver, one of the Bakasi Bachi or primeval powers on earth. The Bavali have no word in their language to express proprietor or property. The nearest expression for proprietor is Fumubima, the chief or prince of all things. He may possess, Bakavua, money or goods, Mbongo, or things, Bima, or even land. See, but as Fumusi, the land chief, he is the head of a family holding the land in trust for his people, while a possessor of goods is really a man, who is only the temporary owner of things that belong to his Fumu. Both kinds of goods, movable and immovable, have their uses, but one remains, see, i.e. the land, the other gets used up, la. The difference may be best explained by the words themselves. Thus sea has the meaning of primeval matter, the earth, Nsi, while the primeval ma or mat equals water. Wherever labor is implied the possessor has the right of the disposal of its fruits, or that part of it which his Fumu has given back to him, or allowed him to keep. A man trades, the part allotted to him is his. The woman plants, that part which remains after feeding her husband, and paying the tithes to the fumu may be said to be hers. The plantation is hers on this understanding, that is to say, all sources of wealth carry their responsibilities with them, and all goods are rather in trust than actual possessions. The right of usufruct is granted to the Kongo-Zavo by the prince, or to the individual by the Kongo-Zavo, on demand, and this may be for him and his descendants so long as they exist as a family, but no use or habitation gives a man the right to ownership. This usufruct may have been granted in the first place by right of birth, as a reward for service rendered, or on payment by a rich man on the extinction of the family on whose land he has been living. And just as the king of the country may depose the prince of the province, so the prince may take away this usufruct from a rebellious Kongo-Zavo. The Kongo-Zavo in his turn, may revoke the usufruct of land or goods, enjoyed by the individual. Usufruct may be established by inheritance, gift, loan, and permission, on land, water, cloths, goods, fruit of the soil. The Kongo-Zavo has the use of the land and water for his family. In return for this, 1. He must help the prince in his wars with armed men. 2. All leopards killed on the land must be sent to the prince. 3. The head and the leg of the antelope, the wild ox, and the pig killed must also be sent to him. 4. The backbone of any whale washed ashore, the heads of the sea fishes called bafu, ntala, nkwisi, mbili, mbuta, munji, tabo, the water pig ngilumesi, and a small basket of fish from each net, must also be sent to the prince. 5. His women also must send him 1/5 of the palm nuts, and a basket of peanuts and Indian corn harvested. 6. The rich man or Esena living upon the property is expected to give the prince a feast and presents every year. In return for a gift of cloths or the loan of goods, the recipient is expected to be at the beck and call of the one who gives, although he has no right to claim service. The receiver calls this man my friend who gives me cloths to wear every day. Yukanayami Yukal Ilayumpukan Lelkatazilumbu. Those who are permitted to cut down the palm nuts or reap any of the unplanted fruits of the soil, are rewarded by a certain share in the profits of their sale. The usufruct comes to an end by the will of the prince, the Kongo-Zavo, or the individual, although it is granted generally to the recipient and his successors so long as they exist and behave themselves. I have explained the duty of the individual to the Kongo-Zavo, and of the Kongo-Zavo to the prince. There remains that of the prince to the king. Maluongo, as prince of the province of Buli, enjoys the same revenue as the princes of the other provinces, but as king he sends his messages to the princes to demand their aid in any emergency. He demands men in case of war, goods in case of need. When one of the powers or Bakasibachi have to be appealed to, the prince must send him the skins of all animals killed, 3 pieces of chalk, 100 longs, or 50 francs goods, 3 sagango, and 3 mbongolu tambu or native money mats. Roads running from the villages to the lands granted to the Kongo-Zavo to the main roads are called nzilazinaina, and are of a private nature. That is to say, a stranger may be asked if met where he is going to, and if his reply is satisfactory he is allowed to proceed. If not, he is asked to go by the public road, or Nzala Ivanganzambi, or God-created road. These latter roads cross at Buli, the sacred and central province of the Bavali or Luongo. The east road leads to the country of the Batechi and is called Nzila Zintechi, the west leading to the sea, Nzila Mbu, the south, Nzila Kakongo, the north road, Nzila Balumbu. These are part of the public lands, as are also the sacred groves, bibila, lakes, lagoons, rivers, bush and ownerless lands, fishing, hunting, trees, native string, reeds, and the fruit of the soil not planted by the hand of man are common to the natives of the country. The king holds the whole country in trust from God, through the powers, for the use of the people. White men may on certain conditions become users of the land and that which grows on it. The white man wishing to occupy land applies to the Kongo-Zavo, who marks off the land put aside for his use. The white man then compensates the Kongo-Zavo for his loss of use of the land, and the family for loss of use of the trees, etc. In the meantime the Kongo-Zavo has warned the prince, who sends his mafuka, Maxi and Mangava to visit the white man and witness the act of self-sacrifice on the part of the Congo Zavo. They supply the white man with an interpreter, to whom they give the title of Mafuka or messenger. This man watches the interests of the white man and the prince conjointly. When the white man has returned the prince's messengers with small presents, and has settled down a little, the prince, accompanied by his Mambuku, Mamboma, Mafuka, Maxi and Mangava and followers, comes to visit him officially. The white man has to supply these 6 personages with chairs or stools, and should place upon the prince's chair a piece of checked cloth called the cloth of law. The prince then bestows the land upon the white man and his successors. Thereupon the white man takes a position in the country equivalent to the Congo Zavo, but instead of paying the prince in flesh and fish or the products of the soil, pays the prince so much in goods half-yearly or yearly, as well as a certain small percentage on the produce he buys. Section 6(2) of Successions, Gifts and Wills. On hearing of the death of a person, all his relations come to weep. The wife of the deceased delivers the key of the house, where the wealth is, to the man she knows in the absence of any will to be the rightful inheritor. These are -1. The brother of the deceased by the same mother 2. Then the nephew by his sister 3. The relations of his mother 4. Failing these, his child. The wife he has loved and esteemed the most is the guardian of his wealth, and the keeper of the key, but she inherits nothing. The natural inheritor cannot repudiate his succession, he must take over the debts, not being able to renounce the inheritance. When about to bury the deceased, the inheritor plants a sword in the ground, before the assembled guests, and asks if there is anything more to be paid by him on behalf of the deceased. Any creditor present then goes up to the sword, and placing his hand upon it declares that the deceased owes him money or goods, and that he will give particulars of the debt later on. These are considered as proved. Any creditor claiming his money after that must bring his witnesses, and be prepared to substantiate the debt. The wife generally knows all about the debts of her husband. The wife mourns for her husband, or did, for 18 to 24 months after death, the burial of her husband often taking place about that time. The members of the family generally help to pay the expenses of the ceremonies in connection with the death of the Congo Zavo. They then stay with the inheritor or disperse to the families of their mothers. They inherit nothing from the Congo Zavo except by will. A man may give away his property during his life, or make his verbal will in the presence of his wife and witnesses. He will call his slaves and tell them that they have been given to so-and-so. Or he may call his children and let them choose their slaves or goods, but this is seldom done, and only to spite the family of his people who may have behaved badly to him. The gift is made in the presence of witnesses, and is revocable until the death of the giver, if it is to take effect only after death. But a simple gift between the living is irrevocable. There are no special forms to be observed when a will is made. It is held to be written in the heart of the wife who has the key. The wife and the witnesses are the executors of the will. The family will often make the widow pass before their fetishes and swear that she is keeping nothing back. They sometimes go further and force her to take Casca 20 as a test of her honesty. There can be no revocation of the last will. The matter rests with the wife and witnesses once the husband is dead. Section 7 of Contracts. Contracts may be enumerated as follows: those between the king and his neighbors, those between prince and king, those between prince and prince, those between prince and Congo's Avo, and those between individuals. Treaties or contracts between kings are brought about by a third party or mutual friend, who acts as intermediary and witness. Between the king or prince and his inferior, the inferior gives the superior a present, and in the presence of witnesses claps his hands. Kalamberlin Kalmaluongo Nkisi, on the creation of a market a gun is buried, and an agreement made that no arms of any sort may be brought there, and this is done in the presence of witnesses. Between individuals no contract is legal unless made in the presence of witnesses. These compacts are known by the words Gecko or Nkankano. The one thing in all these compacts that is essential is that witnesses shall be present, and when it is proposed to cancel a contract the contracting parties buy malafu, palm wine, in equal quantities, but deposited in one bottle or other vessel, and then in the presence of witnesses drink and agree to cancel the compact. But in the case of one of the parties refusing to annul the contract, the matter is taken before 2 or 3 chiefs or princes and talked out. In the event of the dispute arising out of inequality of service rendered, the division of profits is rearranged, or the contract declared then and there null and void. All goods, bima, are freely bought and sold except men. Bantu, the sale of men being a family affair. A sale becomes definite after the transaction has been accomplished in the presence of witnesses, and the seller has blessed it. He lifts his hands to his armpits, and then throws them out towards the buyer, and breathes or blows over the thing sold. This is called kuvanamula, to give the breath, and is equivalent to saying God bless thee, mbongo masandi, or a piece of grass cloth measuring in length, including fringe, 45 centimeters, and about 25 centimeters in breadth, has been in use as money from time immemorial, although at present it may be said to be out of use, the French coinage gradually taking its place. 4 of these small mats were wrapped in one bundle, vili, and 5 of these bundles, 20 mats, were called milele mbongo itanu. 10 bundles, 40 vili, mbongo fula, 100 mbongo fula, 4,000 vili, were called kamambonga. This was the price of a little slave of about 5 years of age. This equaled 8 fathoms of cloth, or about 16 yards, or 4 francs, that is to say, 1 vili was equivalent to .001 centime. The white trader's cloth is now doubled in 12 folds, 3 folds equals 1 long or cortado, and 4 longs or quartadas form a piece of cloth sold for 2 francs. That is to say, 1 piece of 8 yards 21 inches wide is doubled into 12 folds or 24 laps. Native custom allows the letting out on hire of men as of things. A native in need of labor might seek a large slave owner, and hire slaves or others for the sum of 5 longs, the duration of the service not being definitely settled. Should one of these slaves die during the service, the hirer had to pass before the fetishes and declare that he had had no hand in his death. Under these circumstances he would pay the owner 20 longs, but if he had willfully caused the death of the slave, he would have to pay 5 to 10 slaves in his place according to his wealth. The price of the grown slave was 5 times kamambongo, or 40 fathoms of cloth kamabuda. This payment was called kufuda libumi, to pay that which is wasted. Slaves are termed children of the cloth, or muan antu, the son of the head, in reference to the slave as the carrier. The owner is not expected to force a slave to do that which is wrong, lukasu, but if he does the slave must do it, as his master has the right to kill him if he does not, and is himself responsible for the slave's action. The domestic servants of a rich man are called bavinji. A father may ask a friend to take his son as servant, and teach him all he knows. Such a boy is called zalisi. The head boy or steward is called zalisi shibusu. There is no lending at interest in our sense of the word. Where a man borrows goods he must pay back double the amount borrowed, no matter for how long a time he has owed them. Unless a certain date for the return of the goods is mentioned, the debt may continue for years. The writer knows of one case where a debt was 15 years old. A man may lease his cattle to another under the following recognized conditions. First, increase goes to the owner. Of the second, the caretaker takes a female. Of the third, a male. The fourth goes to the owner. A man may commission another to carry on trade for him. He gives him exact instructions, paying him half the profits, but exacts from him or his family any loss incurred. The sender is responsible to the family for any evil that may overtake the one sent, provided that it cannot be shown that the evil was the consequence of his own folly. A man on leaving the country may commission his friend to act for him, but the service requested must be mentioned to the man commissioned in the presence of witnesses, and he may only act for him in that particular instance or on that occasion. No procuration to act generally for another is ever given. A present is given to one so acting for another, where no profit can be expected. The act or service accomplished and the profits shared or present given ends the commission. The family being responsible, no general procuration is needed, for it rests with them always as a matter of fact. In the event of a time for the repayment of a debt having been fixed, the creditor asks for payment, and if this is put off or refused, he has the right to arrest anyone belonging to the debtor's family. This person is held until the matter has been publicly settled by palaver in the courts of law. When, the debt being paid, the prisoner is set at liberty. The person thus arrested is not necessarily of the same family as the debtor, but he should be of a family in the same princedom or province, that is someone living not very far from the debtor. This captive receives payment from the debtor quite apart from the creditor, but as the result of the judgment of the same palaver, and this is the only form of security for the payment of a debt which the native law provides for. Part 2 Criminal Law Section I, of Infraction. The Bavali have a very distinct idea of the moral and natural law, and classify their sins into 5 distinct sections of the one great class of laws called Shina or things forbidden, sometimes spoken of as Kazila, no road. The first section is called Sheen as Ivangan Zambi, or that which is contrary to God the Creator. The sign of this is Maso, the tail of the ox, the sign of office of the Congo Zavo. The second is found in the horror the native has, or had, of being photographed, and in the magic glass of the Ngangan Yambi, who alone is allowed to look into it, to discover the successor of the defunct Maluongo, made, as they say, in the image of God. This mirror-gazing is called Kusalafumu. The third we find in the way the mothers correct their children when they talk foolishly of God. This they call Zibakabakilu. In illustration of the fourth class, on the fourth day the prince, Congo Zavo, or father, may have no connection with his wife. He may not go outside of his town. He may not hold a palaver. The doctor or Nganga Belongo may not bleed his patient. The women may not work in the fields. All this is called Sona. The fifth comprises all those ceremonies and things forbidden concerning maternity. A woman must not sleep with her husband on the ground. A girl must not have connection with a man before she has passed through the paint house. No dishonor to their parents must be thought of. All this is summed up in the word no, the leopard. These foregoing 5 bina, plural of Sheena, are summed up as Sheena Vashifumba. The sixth, to kill, is called Kuvanda. The seventh, to commit adultery, Kubanga. The eighth, to steal, Kuba. The ninth, to bear false witness, Shibuda Mambu. These 4 are called Shinamkaka, not to covet, to remember that all under the market tree is sacred, and that this tree is also the last resting place of the body of the defunct Maluongo, on the way to the burial, after having held the 7 well in hand according to the will of God. All this is called Shinansachi or Nsaksi. Finally, we come to that class Azabina, or totems, by which the natives know whom they may marry and whom not, as already mentioned in Section 2, i.e., a man may not marry a woman whose Shina or totem is the same as that of his mother's family. This class is called Shinamvilla, as in the case of the Hebrews, so in that of the Bavali. Contravention of these laws is believed to be punished by God, by his withholding the rains in due season. Hence the necessity of the offerings made to the powers representing the attributes of God on earth, or Bagasibachi, of which Maluongo is one under the title of Kisasi. The father, the Congo Zavo, or the village are responsible in the event of the delinquent's non-arrest, and even then they must pay their share of the fine, or sell the prisoner into slavery, if he is not rich enough to pay the fine himself. Children and fools or idiots are not responsible personally for their actions, but the injured party can claim compensation if he likes from the parents. Killing, etc., in self-defense, robbery of plantations when very hungry, when no deception or secrecy is practiced, are regarded as justifiable facts. In each case, however, payment for damage done is expected. Section 2, of Punishment. The idea of the damage done to God, king, prince, father, neighbor, is the ground of the punishment inflicted, the punishment itself being a payment to satisfy the party injured, and this is shown by the fact that except in the case of children who are chastised, payment in money, kind, or goods is first amended, but pay you or your family must, if not in money, then by being sold into slavery, or by becoming the slave of the injured party. A man condemned to death may not be slain if there is one dissenting voice in his village. Under these circumstances a goat is killed in his stead. A piece of this goat is given to every member of the community, and the culprit is sold. When it is decided to kill the murderer or culprit, the Congo Zavo, or the prince, must hand the person over to Mamboma, and he hands him to Maluongo, who calls his mangaka, or executioner, and the latter cuts off his head. Generally speaking, payment in a greater or less degree, according to the crime, is the rule as to form of punishment. The only exceptions to the above are, when a man sleeps with a child not yet arrived at the age of puberty, Sheena's in cello, and so causes the wrath of God and a drought and consequent famine, or when a man presumes to commit adultery with the wife of a prince, Kusumunang kasi luongo imatali, to sin against the wife and the royal rights of marriage. In these cases the culprits, male and female, are entirely in the hands of the maluongo, and they are bound hands and feet and cast into the fire. Witches who have taken casca and have been proved guilty are also burned. But even in these extreme cases maluongo can spare their lives. In the event of the crime being considered as in part justified by circumstances, or in the case of a crime being committed without intention, mamu mabakasi, on the spur of the moment, by a hitherto good man, the king will take him on one side and reason with him, pointing out that he has broken the law and must pay, but only in part, warning him to be more careful in the future. Slavery may be substituted for either death or non-payment. The accomplice is reckoned as blamable as the actual criminal, but the instigator pays more than either, on the principle that a slave does his master's bidding, and that the master is responsible for his actions. Each crime has its penalty, but in the event of a man becoming an habitual criminal, the penalties may increase to such an extent as to make it worthwhile on the part of the family to sell or kill the criminal to get him out of the way. Part 3 Judicial Organization and Procedures Section 1. In simple matters, a third party is asked in the presence of witnesses to judge between the two parties. If they are not satisfied with this, and the palaver is between two of one family, the father may judge the matter. If the question is between two of the same Congozavo, then this chief may settle it. If between two of different Congozavo, then the prince. If between two of different provinces, then the question is taken to Mamboma, and this prince takes it before the king Maluongo on the day that the latter has marked off for the hearing of the case. Maluongo's court is the final court of appeal in a natural sense, although he may admit that the case is beyond his powers, and refer the parties to the tests by ordeal. In an ordinary palaver, each party puts his side of the question before the third party, or a reasoner, called zonzi. In case of appeal, the zonzi appears before Maluongo, and explains the case to him from beginning to end. If one of the parties lives to the north of Buli, that is Maluongo's province, and the other to the south, then Maluongo sits with his back to the east. If the parties lie east and west, then he sits facing the south. The zonzi then stands at the opposite side of a hollow square. The defendant, Ntunayi, and his party, and the plaintiff, Mkwika, and his party, seat themselves at the right or left of Maluongo, according to the direction in which their towns lie. To talk a palaver, or rather sit it, is called kufundan kano. The people reasoning it out, or the two parties, are called banaban kano. The place where the palavers are held may be under a shed or a tree, and is called Mgandatila Limasarnu. The natives recognize at least 5 kinds of palavers. 1. Concerning the reigns and the powers, Kufikamambu Masi 2. Between the princes concerning the land, Kufundan Kanosi 3. To clear up an intrigue between friends and find out who is at the bottom of it, Kuzinga China 4. Civil, Misamuku Sasubula 5. Criminal, Kanoku Funda. As the judges are the chiefs, princes, and king of the country, they have no special prerogatives or duties apart from their governing offices. Generally speaking, each party has an advocate to plead the cause. This advocate is called Nanga. The attendants or helpers of the judges are those entitled to hold these offices as chiefs. Maluongo has 7 titles, 12 followers, 6 kinds of Zinganga. Mamboma has 2 titles of his own and people filling up the other titles of Maluongo, except that of Nkisisi, which, in Mamboma's court, is not represented. Then he has also 12 followers and 6 Nganga in connection with the trials by ordeal. The followers that the Manifumas of the provinces have in common with Maluongo and his Mamboma are 1. Mamboma 2. Mbuku 3. Mafuku 4. Maxi 5. Manglava. Maluongo's signs of office are 1. Silver knife, Zimpaba 2. 1 hat, Mpun 10 to 3. 1 cape, Zisemba his Mamboma. 1. Iron, Zimbabwe 2, 1 hat, MP Unsida. 3, 1 cape, Zisembla his Mangakan executioner 1, sword, Mabel 2, hat, MP Uzikumbu 3, a long cloth, Zinzabalo, the prince of the province, and Maluongo as such : 1, ivory horn 2 iron bell 3 hat, MP Unsida 4, cape, Zisemba, Congo Zavo 1. The tail of an ox 2 hat, MP Ungunda 3, cape, Zisemba. The condition of the plaintiff or defendant does not determine the composition of the palavers, and there is no exceptional jurisdiction. The judge alone is allowed to settle a palaver. The number of helpers or assessors is according to the importance of the palaver. Section 2. The palaver commences by each party stating his own case, and where there are advocates, Sinanga. Each advocate is instructed by his client beforehand, but may be reminded of any point during the proceedings. Anyone may sit down and listen to the palaver, and the judgment is very quickly spread about by report. The procedure, civil and criminal, is much as it existed in Europe in barbarous times. Ordeals being used instead of legal proceedings where one of the parties fears that his opponent may take an unfair advantage of his poverty, or when legal proceedings have not been successful in clearing the matter up, and as a kind of the last appeal. A man is not forced to answer any question until the palaver is held. The head of a family may put one of his people in the yoke, or whip him to get him to tell the truth, but torture in legal matters is unknown. In opening the palaver, the prince claps his hands and says, "No, no, no, Njit Nzambi Twadu Kuna." 21 and thus greets all that are present in the name of God. Then he asks for a drink, and each party gives the same quantity. He then calls on the Nanga to state the case. Mayanga man 0.22 he swears by the fetish present to speak the truth, and then having stated the case, hands the parties over to the king judge, Nkanzi. The king then orders the plaintiff to speak, which he does after beating the fetish and insisting upon its not allowing the defendant to interrupt him before his time to speak arrives. When both have finished, they both beat the fetish and agree to abide by the judgment of the king. If it is felt that the palaver cannot be finished by mouth, they call in Nganga Bisengo, or Ngangam Belkumbazu, or Ngangam Bundun Situ, who divines who is guilty. 1. In the case of Bundun Situ, a herb one of each party is called upon to appear before the Nganga. The Nganga first takes the herb himself, and then falls down in the direction of the guilty party. He informs the prince of the fact. The prince then says it will be best to let each party eat them Bundun Situ. This they do, the guilty party falls down, the innocent lets 3 drops of urine fall on a leaf that is placed between the legs of each party. This is not the same as the Nganga Nkasa who gives the cascada, which is 2. Nganga Bisengo has a little box with a tight-fitting lid, which refuses to be parted from the box when the party present is guilty. 3. Nganga Bell has a heated knife, which will only burn the guilty party. After judgment, the 2 parties called by the Nganga are brought just as they are to the assembly, and each side takes his representative. The king then tells the culprit how much he has to pay, and the day upon which the payment must be made in his presence. When the payment is made, the judge asks them both if they are satisfied, and if the judge is Maluongo, they place their hands on the ground under his chair, and swear to let bygones be bygones. If the judge is a Congo Zavo, they put their hands on his head and swear, and after a few words of advice and warning, the palaver is finished. Each day that the palaver lasts, each party pays the judge 1 large calabash of palm wine. When the judgment is given, each party pays 100 mats or cubits, see page 62, Zimbongo per diem. Corporal punishment, as has been stated, is a matter for the father to inflict in his village. Refractory prisoners are put in the yoke for the time being, but there are no prisons, and the slave or pawn is just as free of the village as any of the inhabitants. The prisoner directed to pay a fine or expenses becomes the slave or pawn to the creditor, until the amount is paid by his family. There is very little to alter in either the composition or procedure of the native courts. They are the outcome of thousands of years of accumulated experience of a people who know themselves and their needs. Rather do the natives need a taking back to their ancient customs, before the slave trade and its abuses destroyed so much of their natural beauty. While some natives may have benefited by their contact with the white races, It is certain that the ignorance of the latter of their ways of thought and action has done the race a great deal of injury, which only time and study can possibly repair. 6. Measures, signs, and symbols. Procedure of palavers, counting. If I had not read Mr. R.A. Stewart McAllister's studies in Irish epigraphy, and had been asked to decipher an Ogham inscription, I should have had no hesitation in saying that it was a record of some ancient African palaver. When the Bavili hold their palavers, after having met and settled down as described by me in notes on the folklore of the fjord, 23 the party on either side smooth the earth just in front of them. Upon this smoothed ground they keep count of all the points in the arguments in the palaver for and against. Number 1 begins by stating the case, and as he opens the palaver, he makes a point with the tip of his index finger upon the ground. He then states that so-and-so has robbed him, and this statement he marks by a stroke which he places just after the dot. Thus, then number 2 defends himself, and as he does so number 1 marks the points in his defense by strokes below a line he draws to divide his side of the question from that of the accused. The palaver then might stand thus. Number 1 then answers these denials or justifications of the robbery, and as he does so makes his strokes above the line. Then number 1 gives his proofs, but first makes a dot to show that another phase of the palaver has been entered upon, and another oration commenced. Number 2 answers him, restating his case. No, I then sums up, and as it is getting late, cuts the palaver for the day, so that, if this tally had been kept on stone or wood, the palaver, as far as it had gone, would appear as under. The cutting of the line, or closing of the palaver, is done by drawing a double line with the index and next finger across the dividing line. Now, in counting, the Bavili mark the ground also, and all this they call bisona bentado, writing on the ground. In counting they make 4 strokes on the ground, and the 5th they make by crossing the 4 upright strokes. Thus, number 1 he marks with his index finger, number 2 with his second, covering the first mark with the index finger. No, he marks with his index finger, number 4 sometimes with his index finger and sometimes with his second finger, running over number 3 with his index finger, number 5, as stated, by crossing the 4 strokes. Sometimes he will count by tens. Then he marks 2 strokes with his index and second fingers, and so on 5 times, and then he makes a stroke apart to show that he has counted 10. Each 10 are marked in this way, until the whole number of things are counted. Then he will count the number of strokes and declare the number counted. But when he counts on his fingers, he begins by placing the index finger of his right hand upon the little finger of his left hand. I found that both the Bavili, of Luongo, and the Bakachi of Kakongo had their variants of the old nursery rhyme 4 fingers or toes. I will give them both, as they differ. Bavili 1. Second finger, no name, Minu Ikula Ifuana Imundoko 2. Index finger, Luzila Zizawanzo Minu Zilandi Zayaku 3. Third finger, no name, Ohonu Kulilingalo Zimbixima Bakasi, 4. Little finger, Luzila Luce, Bene Bosonu Kulilamenu Unkulantuinu, 5. Thumb, Luzila Mbo, Buui Manjinalu Nongului Nu Lukali Inu Buinu I Batakilamandongalinu. Translation 1. There is no man so tall or equal to me. 2. Index finger, I am the one that follows 3. Third finger, how much do you gain by being taller and stronger? 4. Little finger, a very old man, they say, the primeval what do you all gain by being tall? I am thy chief. 5. The thumb, for this reason I who am not your equal am by myself, for this I left you, on account of constant strife. The Kakongo version, the first 2 lines are the same 3. 8 Yunguli, 8 Mimuna, Tate, Zimbixi Nubakak, 4. Nsambixi Nkadalaku Nkwandi Tata Anguli. 5. Lunongului Nuayakana Mandonga, Inu. Translation 1. There is no man equal or as tall as I am 2. I come after the 3. And what do you gain by it, mother and father? 4. Why does he raise the question of his father and mother? 5. Your one apart is your slave. The Kabinda woman who gave me the Kakongo version explained that the little finger claimed to be the chief, or the first, because the little finger, and the tragus of the ear were the first parts of a child in conception to be formed. The Bavili use beads also to count with bilabu or the blue glass beads. Labu, as Parvasid tells us, is the most subtle part of fire. Thus, today rarely, but 20 years ago generally, if you watch the Bavili counting, you would notice that when he counted one, he would put 2 beads on the ground, 2 more, and so on until he had counted 4, when he would place 2 apart. These he would amass, and then place 2 beads on one side, so that when he had counted 8 he would have 2 heaps of 10 each plus 4 beads, or 24 in all. These he would amass again and place one on one side, 25 or 1 generation, so that when he had counted 40 he really had 80 plus 16 plus 4 equals 100. Now the word for 10 is kumi, from kuma to cause, to reason, and 10 is the square root of kama, a word meaning the royal wife, and 100. The smallest measure that I know of is what the natives calls idini, that is from the tip of the middle finger to the bottom of its joint or its root in the palm of the hand. It measures 2 nails or 41/2 inches, and is used in measuring tobacco, long strings of which are cut up into these bidini. The value of the zidini of tobacco was 36 bilabu or beads. 2 bidini make 1 bakana, palm, and 2 bakana make 1 lubongo zifula, or a piece or native grass cloth measuring 18 inches or a cubit. Its value being 144 beats. 2 zimbongo equals I makaba, or yard. 2 makaba equals intama or fathom, and this may be said to be their standard measure. 3 ntama, or 12 mats in one bundle, equals 1 mbondo, while 4 mbondo equals 1 nleli bifunzi, or 48 mats, or the bundle that a man is expected to contribute towards any of his wife's near relations' funeral expenses. These mats are sewn together also for the purpose of shrouds. Thus 6 mats make a sambano, complete cloth, 4 of which are sewn together to look as if there were only 3 to make a shroud. That is to say, 2 are first sewn together, then 2 more, and one of the latter is allowed to fall on one of the former, just to cover it, and then sewn that way, so that one complete shroud is composed of 24 pieces or zimbongo zifula. The king is first wrapped in 1 shroud, 24 cubits. After an interval when his body has been dried, he is wrapped in 3 shrouds, 72 cubits, and finally, just before burial, in 6 shrouds, or 144 cubits. The nleli bifunzi is valued at 7,200 beads. 120 beads equals 1 lambi or string. 1,400 or 12 milambi equals 1 xiko or a bunch. 50. 14,400 or 10 biko equals 1 nsuku or comma 400. 144,000 or 10 misuku equals 1 zaviv. 1,000. In the olden days, cottons were sent out in accordance with the demand of the natives in pieces, 24 yards long, doubled in 24 laps, or 12 folds. In 1880 the length was 20 yards, in 1883 it went down to 18 yards, and latterly, when the trader was obliged to pay import dues and taxes to the different governments, the length quickly fell to 8 yards. In the same way the Germans sent out strings of only 100 beads, believing in the superiority of the decimal system, until at last the natives refused to receive them in exchange for ivory. The sun and moon are the great time markers of the Bavili, the heavens their mighty clock. They divide the night and day into 12 periods of 2 hours each. They call this period lo, or rather xielo, a cutting plural below. From 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. they call xielo zidom zidom, or the little darkness. 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. they call xielo zidom darkness. 10 p.m. to 12 p.m. xielo kata zidwisi. 12 a.m. to 2 a.m. mixelo xielo, the little cuttings. 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. mweci xielo, the smoke cutting. 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. mweci smoke, or the revealer. 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. mbota mall, at the star mall, of 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Lubasi Lubasika, of the custom of the people of corruption. 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. Minangwali, early partridge. Morning. 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Tanga mbata, to count the stroke. to throb 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Mbuk Lupwisi, the birth of the falling 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Tanga Masaka, to count the sinking, the night they call the deep of the heavens, Bulu, the day, Lumbu, of the custom of the deep. There are 4 days in the week. 1 Nduka, the day when palavers are finished. 2 Ntona, the day when women do not plant and burials take place, followed by the dance Masuku. 3 Cilo, the day when the family fetishes Mpumbu. Ngofo and Simpuko are consulted about death palavers, and Maniok is taken out of the water. 4 Sona, perhaps short for Sungavirtu, the day when no one is allowed to pass the Nkumbi tree, save women going for water. Man's day of rest, the women's market day. Only women sell in the market. Thus there are 7 weeks in the Bavali month. His year is composed of 13 months, which he divides into 3 great divisions, 1 of 1 month, 1 of 4 months, and 1 of 8. Mo'alala, Zisifu, and Nvula is the beginning and end of the year, the dry season and the rainy season, and there are 3 great Zinganga presiding over these 3 divisions of the year. Nganganvumba, the king, Nganga Bunsi, who doctors sterility in men, and Nganga Funza, who doctors barren women so that they may become fruitful. Mo'alala is also a season. The other 12 months are then arranged into 6 seasons as under. The season Mwici, smoke, produces as food the P. Nkasa, and the names of the 2 months in this time are Bulumasi Mavala, the deep of rainwater, and Bulumasi Mbu, the deep of the sea waters. The next season is Bunji, literal meaning mist, producing the new green grass called Bundu Bundu. The 2 months in this season are called Bika 51 Muandalxivu, to leave the valley of mist, and Muandalxivu, the valley of mist. During the season we see the men hunt and fish, while the women gather fubu leaves for their mat and basket work. The season Bunji is devoted by the men to the burning of the grass, hunting, and cutting down of the forests to form new plantations, while the women busy themselves in the making of mats and baskets. The season of drizzling rains is called Mvuvu, and it produces buku or mushrooms. The names of the months are Kufulu Nkaci and Kufulu Nuni, negative and positive burning or desire. This season is occupied by the men putting new roofs on their houses and repairing them generally, while the women sow their seed and prepare to plant manioc and sweet potatoes. It is now that the Bavali's thoughts turn lightly to love and marriage, and as a great deal of false modesty is to be noticed in the writings of some authors of books about the Congo, and as it leads to a good deal of misunderstanding. 24. It may be well to state clearly what the ideas of the Bavali are on this subject. The great power Bunsi objects strongly to unmarried women, increase and multiply are his standing orders. Virginity therefore after one has come to the age of puberty is almost unknown, and is not a state which a woman can be proud of when speaking of the virgin earth. The Bavali say Anci Ibuna Ibidasi Zimaka, the earth as yet has not brought forth anything, but speaking of a maiden they say Zinkumbi Ibuna Kayunet as Avumuko, the maiden's stomach has not yet carried anything. A child before it arrives at the age of puberty is called Zinkumba, but when she has arrived at that age, and is still a virgin, she is called Zikumbi Zimbula. A woman who has lost her virtue is called a Dumba. The name for an ordinary wife is Nkaci, a royal wife Nkama. The next season is that of the Vav rains, and it produces the Kusafu or Nsafu, a small green fruit something like a date in shape. Kasim Bangala and Nunim Bangala, i.e., the negative and positive witness, are the names of the months. The name of these rains is also an exclamation used to express listen, look, as it was, so it is again, the thief. Mangala carries with it the idea of exposure and the fear that causes one to run away. Wangala. Kusafu means the exhibiting or the sprouting of the tree. The next season is that of the female rains, Nvulanxentu, and this brings forth fruit Makundi. The months are Bika 51 Muanda Sunji and Muanda Sunji. During the month of Bika 51 Muanda Sunji the female rains hurry on all fruit to a state of ripeness, so that when they cease in the next month, the little dry season, the people can gather in their harvest. It is said to leave sufficient moisture in the ground to last over the month of Muondasunji. Just before the new moon that heralds in this last month, the 7th month of the Hebrews, the Bavali gather the large leaves of the herb lambalamb, and with them cover up their fetishes. This they call Kubitabakasi. These then remain covered until the next new moon appears, when, after having chewed the pepper nxef impumbu and the leaves of the lusaku, the Bavali splutter the contents of their mouths upon them to wake them up. This they call Kusikamuna Bakicl Mukundi equals fruits. Kunda is to do homage by throwing oneself on the ground, and rubbing the earth with the sides of the palms of one's hands, and then touching the sides of one's face with them. Muonda Sunji equals the deep, valley, or soul of the cycle. Sunjiya and Dungo is the skin that is stretched over the hollow of the drum. Sunjika is to clear up and straighten, a complicated palaver. Nsunjaya dukkha means the cycle is ended, referring to the end of a season or a year. Such is the picture of fruitfulness as the result of pregnancy caused by the life-saving rains. The last season is that of the male rains, Nvula Mbakala, producing the palm kernel MBA, and comprising the months Ndolo Nkau and Ndolo Nuni, and this is the end of the cycle of seasons. Praying for rain in Fjordland, Congo. The rainy season should commence in the Congo about the middle of the month of September, that is, in the month called Kufulunkasi, negative desire, but in 1898 the rains came a little before their time, and the old men looked sadly on and prophesied a drought. Month followed month, then scarce a shower fell, and the people began to cry out against their rulers for having neglected their duty to their Bakasi, or primeval powers on earth, of which Nsambi or God is the personal essence or spirit. In 1896 the same thing occurred and a famine scoured the land. The people blamed Ngangavumba, or their king-elect, who had not yet been crowned Maluongo, and that poor old man left his Zibala, sacred ground, in the province of Buli and sought refuge in his natal village. This year, Maluongo existing but in name, the slave Mamboma is acting in his place. Thus in answer to the cry of the people the sacred groves of Nyambi, Visvita, the nephew of Bunzi and Kakongo, the south wind and the giver of rain, and that of Sensa, the west wind, were cleaned up and once more put in order, and the goods necessary were collected by him, Mamboma, and sent in the name of Maluongo to Bunzi to pray him to send the rain to the now parched country of the Bavili, people of Luongo. Bunzi received their gifts, but Nzambi heard not their prayer, and the rain came not. After an eloquent sermon at the mission, a priest informed the congregation that special prayers would be offered to Almighty God, that he might be pleased to forgive the sins of the people and send them rain. But the good priest reminded them that their sins might be such that God could not overlook, and so he might, in spite of the prayers of the faithful, refuse to grant their petition. And God did not hear their prayers, and no rain came, and the Zinganga, or priests of the groves of Nyambi and Sensa, sought hard for the cause of God's wrath, and they divined that it was on account of the immorality of certain persons unknown, who were ignoring the traditions and laws of their God and country. Then Mamboma sent word to his Congo Zavo, or chiefs, that there were people in their towns who were the cause of God's wrath. And the Congo Zavo each in his district called his people together, and bid them make the necessary inquiries, and it was discovered that 3 girls were pregnant, who had ignored the customs of their country and had been defiled by men before having passed through the paint house, as there is much misconception abroad about this custom of putting maidens into the paint house, originating no doubt in the first impressions of people, who without a proper study of the subject have concluded that it must be bad, because it is a custom of a people living in a different stage of civilization from their own. Let us digress for a moment to describe it. We in England know what it is to suffer from the vicious fables of ignorant scribes bent on informing the continental public of all the evil that exists amongst us. We cannot blame the public in question for the opinions they have formed of us. We can only pity them, and curse the idiots who have only studied one side of our character, or who have come to us so prejudiced that even our virtues are distorted by them into some cute scheme of the devil to put them off what to them may seem a true appreciation of our character. So it is with the European and the African generally. The European is white and therefore pure, the African black and therefore impure, and all the good we find in him, we proudly put down, not to the influence of God who has been with him from the beginning, but to our own good influence. And so, when we drop from our atmosphere of 20th century refinement and find ourselves after a few days' sea voyage in the middle of 12th and 13th century frankness, we are apt to see sin and immodesty where really neither exists. At the first signs of puberty the maidens, Zakumbi family rejoice, and the men fire off their guns. Then a small hut or shed is built outside the town for the girl. The hair of her head is shaved off and her whole body is covered with tacula, or the powdered red wood mixed with water. Thus painted the maiden retires with friends of hers, who have already gone through the ceremony to the little hut. Here she is presented with a fowl, or if the family cannot afford this, an egg. The maiden rests here for 6 days while her companions watch and amuse and feed her during the day, serving her as if she were a princess, and at night singing and dancing to the music of the masunga, the great dried pod of the baobab tree. In the meantime a nice shimbak or hut is built for her in town, wherein 2 beds are placed. Upon one of these, accompanied by 2 of her older friends, the maiden sleeps, while the other is placed at the disposal of her other and younger friends. Each day she twice submits to the painting process, and for 4 or 5 months is not permitted to work in any way. When the time comes for her to be handed over to her husband, one of his relations proceeds to this shimbak at the break of day, and pulls her bed out of the hut by one of its legs. If she is not yet engaged to be married, then it is her father who pulls the bed out into the open. Then all the women of the maiden's family, carrying umbrellas and clean clothes and ornaments for her, take her down to the salt water, and beat the paint off her with pliant twigs. Then they proceed to the nearest fresh water stream and wash and dress. The maiden's legs are loaded with great brass rings, her arms with smaller ones, while her neck and waist are hung with all the family's coral. Across her breast a colored handkerchief is hung, and the general color of the cloth or skirts hanging to her waist is red. An umbrella completes her outfit. Then a procession is formed, and all her friends, twirling their umbrellas, sing and march through the town or towns on their way home again. All along the route the young men in the towns come out and dance before her, presenting her with some small offering. Then she is taken to her husband, and dancing is kept up during the night. And now to return to the search for the evildoers. When it became known that the Congo Zavo were in earnest, and meant to punish the 3 girls and their defilers, their families hid them away, so that the people, who were now thoroughly aroused, became very angry. The month of Bangalanuni, December, had nearly passed, and the sun-scorched stalks of the fruitless Indian corn shook their rustling leaves in mockery around the native huts, and the shriveled leaves of the native bean lay black and crisp upon the ruddy soil, while the sweet potato shoots planted beneath the mandioca had flowered and withered long ago. Their mandioca and their half-sulky palm trees alone remained, and granted that it rained shortly, might still be saved to them. The mango trees, that during the last drought had borne them 2 great crops of their luscious fruit, this year had scarcely deigned to bear at all. On New Year's Day, as I was on my way home, I noticed a crowd of women hooting and beating a girl, who was running away from them. That girl was one of the 3. She got away to her village, and prematurely gave birth to a child. Time was given to her to recover, and January 23rd was the day marked for the great dance in Maluongo's capital, when the girl and her defiler should pay the penalty due to their god, king, and country for their crime. The custom is that the crime committed shall be proved against the culprit before the king and the people assembled, and the penalty is that the culprits shall be shamed by dancing naked before all the people, who heated gravel and bits of glass and threw them at the man and girl as they ran the gauntlet. The culprits were then obliged to buy some very expensive medicine by way of a fine to appease the bakasibachi. I do not say that death may not in some cases be the penalty, but Maluongo alone has the power of life and death over free men, and the people themselves would have to answer to him, if they took the law into their own hands, and killed a sinner of this kind before a proper trial had taken place. But before the 23rd the man and the girl in question had run away. In the meantime, the people in the villages around the mission had discovered the second girl, who had broken the laws of her country. So they went to her town to arrest her. But she had run away, so they tore up the plantations round about, and eased their wrath in that way. Then the head of the mission, understanding that the people wished to kill the girl, very properly wrote to the administrator to ask him to interfere in the matter. The administrator then arrested one of the Congo's Avo, and kept him prisoner until the culprits should be delivered up to him. And on January 27 the culprits were brought before him, and on that morning it rained. Some symbols. Questions of this sort are settled by the people, but in some cases the palaver is considered too important for human interference. Then the man wears a badge, PL2B, with various symbols upon it. The great symbols which the fjord describe upon their carved sticks or on their cloths are as follows. Ntangu Ntangu, the sun, Vana Vamanakanan Tangum Beta Ina. This sign signifies, even if I keep putting off talking the palaver with you, we will talk it out when the sun at midday is unclouded. Ngond, the moon. Vana Vantantim Minamgond Katekasi. The same meaning, but at midnight when the moon shines brightly. Ax. Zidaliku Kwenu. When a man is about to die he says, you may be killing me, but there is one who will avenge me. Ho. Kuku Sengo Kufua Kuku Liambu, Kufua, MPE. The ho may rust and vanish, but the word lasts forever. This refers of course to their everlasting palavers, but it has the higher sense also. Ganj, Bino News Abasi Minu I leaf you Munsi Butaloon Sikilum Ganj. Let all know that only on the death of a prince, and by a prince, can the Ganj be struck. Bicula, the four royal drums, representing the four fingers on the hand. Bicula awasi kumuntu kufua bicula kusikila mpe unabasikala fumusi, the drums that are heard by man only on the death of a great prince, and not at other times. Makuku, the three lumps of anthill earth, which women place under their pots to support them while their food is being cooked. Makuku batatun zangaku duku ka mpe, a pot on 3 stones does not upset, when a woman comes with a mat at 25 upon her head in which bottles of water are carried. She places them at her husband's feet, and if well educated, salutes him by clapping her hands 3 times, and says Mikuku batun zangakuduku ka mpe. One day an old lady visited me. She had taken Kasa, the poisonous bark, to prove to the world that it was not she who had caused death. She was wearing the red collar to show the people that she had taken Kasa, and that successfully. On one side of this red neck scarf or collar, which is bound with white tape, were represented the moon, a native axe and a native hoe, and at the bottom the sun. This picture gives us the idea of the moon's place in creation, as the woman working with hoe and axe to supply man with food. On the other side were roughly represented the death drum bicula, and a woman carrying a load upon her head, above the 3 mikuku, or tops of small anthill, upon which the woman's cooking pot is placed, and where the 2 ends of the collar are joined together, a negro bell is attached. Now when the Bavili make a solemn oath, Ku leva mpbci, they wet their finger and make the sign of the cross upon the earth, and then touch their earth-covered finger with their tongue. General as this custom is even far inland, I have always looked upon it as one possibly introduced into the country by the early Portuguese. Mr. Bentley translates the word cross-eculuzu, while Perderowit gives the word crossu. These are of course derived from the Portuguese word cruz. Now in the capitals of all Congos once great provinces, now kingdoms, 4 roads called Nzilanzambi or God's roads meet, and where they cross or rather separate they are called Mavamba. And these roads come from the east and west and north and south, and represent the 4 great winds. Mabili the east from whence their religious ideas come, Sensa the strong west wind representing morality, Zakamasi the north wind representing matter, reason and evil, and Bunzi the south wind representing the deep of the nervous system, the rain giver. The signs by which the natives represent the cross they call Zila, or way, and it is of the Tau form, with the additions at the lower extremity of the inverted horns of the antelope, called Mbambisa. It is used on the collar of red saved list, worn by those who have taken the powdered bark Nkasa, the ordeal to prove that they are not witches. It says we were of one stock and traveled by one way until this palaver parted us. On Friday, January 5, 1900, Machuca came to see me. He informed me he had taken Casca. He was wearing the usual red collar around his neck, and I asked him to explain the symbols worked in patchwork on it. The sign near the top of the right shoulder, he said, we call Nzilamavamba, and it means that we were born of one mother, and were one until strife divided us. The next sign, Salamayako, is a seed that opens and separates easily, and shows that I was open-handed and generous. Then the bellows, Nisakazo, points to the fact that it was my relations that caused me to treat them as I have done. The nozzle to the bellows, called Nxelo, explains that we were sons of one father, and that I, the son of one wife, had to contend against my 3 half-brothers, sons of another wife, the 3 anthills, Mikuku Madatu. Tell you that I called witnesses, saluted them 3 times, and told them all about the palaver. The Mat, Bondafola, says that I put my accusers on one side just as they have placed me on one side. Ntangi or chair, points out that I was given a nice place in the town where I took Casca, and was well treated. Then Bambisa, the horns of an antelope, explains that I asked the question, what did I do to cause this dividing of the ways of the children of one father? And the smaller drums Bicula, say, why was I forced to beat the Bicula, and so let all the world know that I was an outcast from my family? Then when I had taken the bark and proved my innocence, I beat the drum Dungu Ilo, as the sign, big drum, shows, to let the world know that I was innocent. And I sent the gonj, or bell to my people to announce the day of my return to town, and the zimpaba, or knife of office was sent to my accusers to demand damages. 26 The tribal marks of the people between Luongo and Brazzaville, the Bataxi, or Batiki, who say they are from the same mother as the Bavili, file their front teeth to 2 points, and mark each side of their face with 3 marks. The Bakuni file their front teeth to 6 points, and mark their face with 6 strokes. The Bavili file their front teeth to 4 points, and mark their stomachs thus. The Bikamba file their front teeth to 6 points, and have from 1 to 3 crocodiles tattooed on their stomachs. The Bayaka and Basanji file their front teeth to 2 points, and have 6 keloids, in the form of lizards, on their stomachs. Drum language. In 1881, we inland on a heard of the wreck of the mail steamer Ethiopia off Luongo, 60 or 70 miles away. 1 or 2 hours after its actual occurrence, in Luongo, by drum message. This wonderful drum is called Nkomko, and is formed of a log of wood some 6 feet long. This log is then rounded. Pieces at each end of what is destined to be the top side of the drum are left in the rough, to be carved and ornamented. From these pieces, nearly from end to end, that is, a long thin slit or cut is made. This incision is about 2 inches deep and 3 finger widths broad in the middle, narrowing at each end to 2 finger widths. The rounding is then continued to the depth of the incision, then the drum is hollowed out by means of long chisels or gouges. The drum being made, a good operator with his drumsticks can say anything he likes upon it in his dialect. The drum language, so called, is not limited to a few sentences but, given a good operator and a good listener, comprehends all a man can say. The sound I-E is formed by operator striking the side of the drum nearest to him, just in the center of the drum, on the line of the incision. U is formed by hitting the belly of the drum on both sides at the same time. When they say the sound comes out at either end of the incision, A is sounded by beating the line of incision to your left, near to that end of the drum. O, by beating the line of incision to the right of the IE, by striking the line of incision on both sides of the drum between the letters A and I. The other letters are formed in combination with these vowel sounds, by striking the line with a second drumstick, with more or less of emphasis or precision. The call to arms, Inyako Izifula Imi Yella. Here, we are ready, get ready, they're both powder and ball. To call the men who are in the bush to town, Bino Boso Nuduka. You all, gather, together, in town caution. And when the native hears that an enemy is approaching, he advises him to come well prepared, or he will suffer. Nuba into for Bantu, 27 men. In the early part of 1895 I sent the schooner Alhanensa from Luongo to a place some 60 miles north, called Konkwati, for the purpose of picking up some cargo there. One morning about 10 o'clock my head man came to me, and after some hesitation told me that he had heard that the schooner was ashore. I could get nothing more definite out of him except that he had heard the news. I knew enough about the rapidity with which bad news travels to believe that this misfortune must have occurred, and set about making the necessary preparations for dispatching boats and implements to her rescue, so that the next day, when the messenger confirming the news arrived, all was ready and immediately forwarded. It appeared that the schooner had come ashore during the night previous to the arrival of the unofficial news, which probably had not been communicated to me until some time after it was the common property of the natives. That is to say, the news had traveled the 60 miles or so in 3 or 4 hours. 7. Beverly Psychology, the Soul. When I read that according to the observation of Mr. So-and-so the same word is used among a certain people for breath, shadow, ghost, and soul, I do not conclude that the observer in question is wrong. Neither, however, am I led to suppose that these 4 distinct ideas are one in the mind of those people. I know how hard it is for an observer of primitive, arrested, or degraded people's thoughts to get at their real meaning, and I know that in some cases one word may stand for 4 distinct ideas. 28 even in the country in which I have lived, although the white man has been there over 400 years. I doubt if there are many who could enter into this subject with any great hope of giving you a definite idea of the difference the native draws between life shadow, breath, and intelligence on the one hand, and ghost, soul, and spirit on the other, zidundu or shadow. I remember when it was considered a crime for a person in this part of the country to trample on, or even to cross the shadow of another, more especially if the shadow were that of a married woman. This shadow the Bavali call Shidundu. Today people are still very particular about passing one another, but a newcomer would be rather reminded of the custom at home, that it is rude to pass in front of anyone, and inclined to put this habit down to a native's natural politeness. At night the Shidundu is said to sleep 29 in the body of its owner, and that it is considered a very vital part of man we gather from the fact that should Ndoxi, or dealer in black arts, rob a sleeper of his Shidundu, he is said to take away his life. The Shidundu enters and comes out of the body by the mouth, Munu, and is then likened to the Muvu, breath of a man. When a man dies, he is said to have no shadow, even as he has no breath. Thus, in the mind of the Bavali both Shidundu and Muvu are part of mortal man, and die with him. But when a person swoons, or has a fit, or is in a trance, they say some Duxi has taken his Shidundu, and it is just at his pleasure to return it or not. Should you kill the Nduxi, the Shidundu in question would escape with another member of the Nduxi family. Supposing even that you think you know the Nduxi who has secured your friend's shadow, you may not go to him and ask him to return it. You must get 2 or 3 Zinganga to confirm your supposition, who shall visit the sick person and cry out to the Nduxi to leave the person alone, and then threaten to call out his name if he does not return the Shidundu. Then if it is not returned you must knock some fetish, calling his name out, so that if the Ndoxi does not return the Shidundu he will surely die. Zimbindi, or Revenant. We have already learned a good deal about the Zimbindi in the tales and notes on the folklore of the fjord. 30. After death, the Zimbindi of a person may rest in the house in which he dies for 20 days. After which it goes off to the woods, and lives the very natural kind of life described in the above tales. But the Zimbindi of Ndoxi may haunt the place he died in forever. It is believed that if a person ever sees the Zimbindi of one of his relations he will die, and should anyone be beaten by a Zimbindi, that person certainly has not long to live. A Ndoxi who has the proper medicine, Mpanga, is spoken of as having the power of Nyangala. Such Ndoxi catches and keeps Bimbindi, and sends them out to beat and kill living persons. This Ndoxi has also the power to send the leopard to kill people, or the crocodile to drown them and to carry their Bimbindi away under the waters to some island in the river Congo, where he collects them previous to selling them to the white man, whom they serve as slaves and make cloth for him beneath the blue sea far away. The girl mentioned in notes on the folklore of the fjord 31 as living in Malella, and as having died and been buried there, and then sold in Boma as a slave, and who afterwards came back to her family, was supposed to be under the influence of Nyangala by her parents. Since giving this example of a living Zimbindi I have heard of another case, A girl of the village of Lumbembika, in the upper Lukula River in Kakongo, died and was buried. Some time after this her mother, having made a long journey into the bush, came across her daughter, and asked her how she got there. She said that she had been sold to the chief of that town. After some palavers and delay she was brought back to her town, where she lived as a Zimbindi. She was forbidden to go near the place where she had been buried. The only difference people noticed about her was that her will was not her own, and that her eyes were like those of a person who had been drinking. 32. Zalunzi, or Ndunzi, the intelligence, dies, so they say, with man, and a Zimbindi is simply a tool in the hands of the Nduxi and has no Ndunzi. Nkulu, voice or soul of the dead. The Bakulu, or souls, of the Bavili have nothing to do with witches, shadows, or ghosts, or breath, or even intelligence. They are the guiding voices of the dead. They prefer to dwell in the heads of some of their near relations, and are placed there as described in the death and burial of the Fjord. 33. If they are not fortunate enough to find such a habitation, they are said to hover about the outer division or veranda of the houses of their relations. They are never seen. They mourn with their relations when in trouble, and long to help them, and they say that if every one of the Bavili were destroyed tomorrow, these Bakulu would hover about in the grass around their towns forever and ever. I was very much touched the other day, when present at the funeral of a woman whom I had learned to respect very much, to note the careful way in which the brother picked up the sacred earth from the grave of his now buried sister. His wife held out the end of the red cloth serving as her husband's waistband, and he carefully placed the earth in it. She then doubled the cloth over it and tied the whole into a knot. This earth at some future date will be placed by some Ganga in the little horn Lakala, or then in the little tin box in Kobe, so that the Nkulu of the dead sister may be placed in the head of some living relation, and her guiding voice be once more heard by those who loved her. There are apparently 6 kinds of Kulu among the Bavili, 3 belonging to the Muntu Nzambi class and 3 to the Muntu Ando and Geo class, that is to say, 3 pertaining to the higher or moral nature of man, and 3 to his lower and physical nature. 1. Nkulu Bakakada, or the soul of our ancestors, causes women to bear offspring. This is connected with the Bakasibachi or sacred groves, but I have not found any traces of reincarnation. 2. Nkulu Mpunu is also an ancestral soul that causes babies to fall sick. 3. Nkulu Yanzi is the soul of one who has just died. It is placed in the head of a living relation for the purpose of consultation. 4. The Muntuns Ambi will not reckon as Nkulu than Nkulu Ndoxi, Nkulu of the person dealing in witchcraft. This Nkulu of the dead which only a witch seeks to have placed in his head. It is a sore point with the Bavili, and they prefer to tell us that the Nkulu of a witch ceases at his death. 5. Nkulu Mbula, a very destructive locust. 6. Nkulu Zilunga, 34, both 5 and 6, have medicines attached to them to be given to women, whose courses have been greatly delayed for some cause. Those who have read either 7 years among the Fjord or my notes on the folklore of the Fjord may remark that the Gasa tree has not been mentioned as a sacred tree. It will be remembered that the powdered bark of the Gasa tree is given to suspected witches and wizards as a test to prove their innocence or guilt. If the accused vomit the noxious medicine, they are innocent. If the poison is retained, it either poisons the witch or else acts as a strong purge. When the culprit is set upon and killed, the body burned, and the ashes scattered to the wind. No burial was granted to this temple of Ndongo. This witchcraft or fetishism, I use the word in the sense given to this part of Bavili philosophy by the Portuguese sailors and missionaries of old, is just the evil counterpart of Nkisism. In the ancient acceptation of the word, the Bavili thus to this day describe themselves as Bantu Nzambi, men of God, or Bantu Andongo, men of the black art. But all who think themselves Bantu Nzambi are not necessarily such, for while among the Bantu and Ndongo there are people who are aware that the evil power is in them, and these are those that are burned after death, there are others, on the other hand, who have lived with Ndongo in their stomachs all their lives without knowing it. In fact, the painful truth is only brought to light after death, when the Ndongo, who hates the idea of being tightly wrapped up and buried deep in the bowels of Mother Earth, or Bulungi, makes its appearance. 4. Say the Bavili, When the corpse has been wrapped up in folds of cloth, Ndongo fights his way out of the stomach with a fearful explosion, burning a hole through the wrappings. As the Ndongo is no longer in the stomach of the corpse, and as when alive the man had lived a decent life, the corpse is buried. But no loving relation will pick up a handful of earth from the grave to keep until required for the purpose of depositing it in the Lakala, or Nkobi, those little zinkisi so necessary to the sick relation who would commune with the voice or nkulu of the departed. Muno or mirror. It is Sheena a thing forbidden to throw the light reflected from a mirror upon a person, and when the light passes across the face of an individual he cries out, "Leave me alone. I haven't due to medicine in my body." It is not a crime, but more of the nature of an insult, to throw this light upon a person. Bits of looking glass are to be found fixed in trees, and in the eyes and stomach of many fetishes. The light thus thrown is called ntini illuminano, photography. When one wanders about the native village with a camera and points it at people with the intention of taking their photographs, they invariably at first run away. They say that they are afraid that the photographer wishes to take away their life or monio. 8. Ndongoism. It is commonly assumed by writers on Africa that fetishism, the worship of tutelary images, is the religion of the African. It is true that images, so-called gods of Africa, of this description are very common in the Congo, and if religion be defined as the relation conceived to exist between man and an invisible world, the term religion may perhaps be applied without inaccuracy to this cult, which is essentially not unlike the occultism of more civilized regions, with its familiar bottom-limbs and witches' sabbaths. Whether this fetishism, or Ndongoism, is, properly speaking, religion or not is of small importance. There is at any rate side by side with this cult what few observers appear to have noticed, a higher religion, which I call Nkicism, connected with Nzambi, and the powers which as his attributes symbolize him under the name of Bakisibachi. The Zinkasi are of two classes, Zinkasi Zinzo or Zinkandi, home protecting figures, charms, and talismans, and Zinkasi Zimbou, figures into which nails are driven. Specimens of both kinds are to be found in the British Museum, and also in the museum in Exeter, and illustrations of some of these can be seen in plates 5 and 7 from an article in the Quiver entitled, The Gods of Africa. 35 by Mr. F. M. Holmes. In this article there is an interesting passage referring to the late Reverend Thomas Comer, a missionary in the Congo, whom all loved very much, which, if correct, points to a difference in the way these fetishes are supposed to act in the Congo and in Luongo. "Could this image hurt me?" asked Mr. Comer. "Oh, yes, it would strike you dead." Mr. Comer took it in his hand, and turned it about and looked at it meditatively. It was a funny little object, an image of wood, with a large protuberance on its back and a similar protuberance on its chest, looking as though it were both humpbacked and pigeon-breasted at the same time. "What would happen if I were to cut it?" asked Mr. Comer. "Oh, it would strike you dead," they exclaimed in alarm. "May I try?" he asked. "Oh, it will kill white man," they asserted, but as he pressed for permission, they at last agreed. So in breathless silence, Mr. Comer drew his knife from his pocket and slowly cut off the pigeon breast of the little figure. Scrap after scrap fell from the image, but still it made no sign. At length he desisted. The operation was complete. "Behold," he exclaimed in triumph, "your God has no power. See what I have done, and yet I am not hurt. It is but a senseless piece of carved wood." Then he proceeded to point the moral of his action, by showing the difference between such gods and the God of the Christian. From the description of the fetish given, it was one into which nails might be driven, and was perhaps the Nkawci, two-hearted figure, Ntima Wali and of the Zinkisi Zimbou class. Their names are legion, whatever its name, and if of the Zinkisi Zimbou the figure had been named, it had cost the life of one person. When any injury has been done to one of these fetishes in Luongo, its kulu, or spirit, goes back to the owner of the fetish, and keeps on afflicting him until he has given it a new figure, but it has no power in itself to injure the person who has damaged it. If a native has done the damage he must pay for the renewal of the figure. If a white man, well, he is only a white man after all, and may be forgiven for his ignorance. Many figures are sold to Europeans that are simply figures. A fetish that is sold has had its Kulu withdrawn. The only genuine fetishes owned by strangers are those taken by force, but even in this case the Kulu comes back to the nga, or owner. The Luongo boy might be very much alarmed and annoyed at such an action as that of Mr. Comer's, but he might, if he were a rich man, laugh and enjoy the joke, concluding that it was no use trying to frighten a white man by telling him that his fetish, as a figure, had powers which he knows it has not. Natives forgive much in a white man, especially if he chances to be beloved, as the late Mr. Comer certainly was. But if he wished to be revenged for the damage done, his course would be to have the figure renewed, and then to have a nail driven into it with the express purpose of injuring his enemy. Then the Kulu would set about its duty. On one occasion the writer asked a native if the Bavali made no images of Nzambi. Who would be such a fool? The man promptly answered, and the writer said no more. I will now proceed to deal with the Zinkasi, and with some of the more important amulets of the Bavali. We have seen that one class of images is called Zinkasi Zinkandi. The Zinkandi or fetishes brought by the winds are also known as Bankandi and Luongo. The only images of this class seem to be the MPU-MBU. These are wooden figures of a man and a woman standing about 18 inches in height. When these figures have been carved, it is necessary to enroll them among the Zinkasi of the Bavali. They must be set apart from common figures, NKAWCI, and dedicated to their sacred use as Nksisi. This is done by the Nga in the following way. A small shed having been built, he encloses it with the fronds of the palm tree. He goes into the bush to gather the leaves of certain trees and herbs to make the necessary medicines. He picks out a man from the family for whom the Bankandi is made, who shall act as the spokesman of the figure, and then proceeds to put the spirit into him by pouring a decoction or infusion of herbs he has gathered into his nostrils and eyes. The man thus treated lies down upon an empty box within the shed, surrounded by the fronds of the palm tree, until the spirit enters his head. He gives evidence of this by beginning to shake violently, so that his body makes a noise on the box like the beating of a drum. He then gets up and tries to run away, but he is forced back into the hut until the attack has passed, when he is given the name of Ngulibwanga. The wooden figures are charged with the proper medicines, and as Mpumbu are then given into the custody of their spokesman, Ngulibwanga. 36. And when Ngulibwanga has received the MPU-MBU, he buries medicines in the ground and plants a Mbota tree. When a native is sick, and has gone through all the necessary formalities in connection with the rites of Mpumbu, rites in which the plant Nzakasaka plays an important part, a pig is killed, and its blood is poured over the wooden figures of Mpumbu, as if they were supposed to glory in that which the Zifumus and Dandi, kings, abhor. The MPU-MBU are said to have been brought by the east wind, Mabili. Others Zinkasi are not in human form. Zambuca has the form of a round native basket made of mfubu leaves, and is used as the deposit of the household remedies. Its guardian 37 does not throw kernels at this basket, but he shakes a small gourd, filled with hard seeds that rattle, at it, as he requests it to cure one of the family, or to slay an enemy of the petitioner. It has two guardians and voices that speak for it, Ngulibwanga, a woman, and Ngulubwite, a man. They are not a married couple, and are not necessarily associated with one another. The ceremony of putting the voices into them is the same as that connected with Mpumbu, but each personage has a hut apart, in which he or she has to live 2 months. Nzaci is also a basket, and the same ceremonies are gone through in putting the voices into its guardians. Both take the name of Swami until the ceremony is over, when the woman takes a small fetish, Nkutu, a small net, which she wears between her arm and body near the armpit, and becomes Zisimbo, while the man takes the name of Zatembo. The above two Zinkasi are said to have been brought by Bunzi, the south wind, Ngofo. The ceremonies connected with this basket, which is round and open like a coaling basket, are the same, but the maiden only is placed in the hut. After this, which in this case is a marriage ceremony, both man and woman wear a certain kind of iron bracelet. The maiden when first she enters the hut is called Kai's wife, or Nkasi Kai. Afterwards she is known as Nkasi Ngafo. Lemb is a bracelet connected with a marriage rite. The wife married in this way is called Nkasi Lemb, and is the one who acts as the guardian of all her husband's Nkasi. And should she commit adultery, the husband, on his return home, upon opening the basket containing the medicines connected with the marriage would find them wet. Nkasi Lemb is kept very strictly within her hut and the fence. Lembu, P.L.I.V.B. surrounding it. Libuku, a large kind of rat, is said by Toddy to be Sheena to Nkaci Lemb. Ngofo and Lemb are said to have been brought by the southwest wind, Ngonzala. The following are some of the principal Nkici, or personal protective charms. Siba, a charm worn by women to ensure safety in childbirth, consisting of a horn of the little antelope. Sazi filled with medicines. Tanta, a string bearing a strip of the skin of the zinkanda, lemur, tied tightly round the head as a charm to protect the wearer from harm and pain. Tanta is also worn as a sign of mourning, and is then supposed to have the effect of helping the wearer to bear his troubles. The Sazi and zinkanda are two of the most difficult animals to catch. Hence the charms are proportionately valuable. Nteo, a charm for a woman. Nduda, a charm for a man. PL5, 8. Bitunga, the charm which women wear to guard the life of the baby yet unborn. It is made of a piece of the skin of the zisimnu, a kind of lemur which is a very fast breeder. Nzau, a charm which enables a man to procreate children. It is made of the skin of the elephant. Zikunda, a double-headed rattle having fetish powers, carried by the Badungu or police society. Mabili, PL6, as NkicinkOndi is found at the entrance of each village and Zibila, even as it is found at the gates of the old kingdom of Luongo, on its eastern frontier. It takes the form of a string of grass and feathers stretched across a road from two stakes or uprights of nkela wood planted, on each side of it. MBA is the copper bracelet worn by the MBA, who grants to those unfortunate in health the bracelet made of the fiber of the baobab tree, called Zung MBA, not to be confounded with the iron bracelet or charm given by MBA's Asimbu. Of the same class of charms are the bracelets, not marriage bracelet : NGOVQ, iron, Sunga Nsaci, Sunga Zimbuka, Sunga Mabili, Sunga Zindingo, plaited leaves of palm tree or cloth. NGAMBA's Asimbu is the full title of the NGAMBA or medicine man attached to Maluongo's court. He it is who accompanies and encourages the NGANGANVUMBA elect to proceed on his way to Buli to be crowned. He tells him that he will overcome all his enemies, or that he has nothing to fear, as he has no enemies, etc. He owns the fetishes Zisongo and Zisaka. Zisongo is a piece of iron to be found near Taro, buried in the earth near to the sacred ground. Is it true, says the petitioner, that I am to have no children, as he tries to pull up this buried piece of iron? Zisaka is a piece of heavy wood buried in the same way in different parts of the country for the same purpose, i.e., a test of virility. A plain iron bracelet is given to patients by NGANGAMBUMBA's Asimbu, and worn by them as a bracelet. Bingkasi NKAWC1B Imwakunu, the little figures that are apart looking in different directions, are two figures on stakes driven into the ground, which are said to turn round as the seasons follow one another. At the beginning of the rainy season one faces Kai, or the east, the other the Lake Luliba, that is, their backs are more or less turned to the sea. In the dry season they face west towards the sea. Ngofo, iron marriage bracelet, originally ivory, Luvos, for real princesses. Ngofo and Fonzie are the Luongo and Kakongo names for the same marriage rite and bracelet. Lemb, a heavy copper marriage bracelet common to Luongo and Kakongo. Zibutu Zilongo, a small copper bracelet connected with the medicine given by Ziganga Zibutu to protect one from evil. When a man wearing this bracelet marries, his wife also takes and wears one as a charm and sign of marriage. QWANGO, NGOYO, MBONDO of MBOIO, MPEMBERs in Kisi Bankandi, CPL. V8. MAKWAM and Zimpungu are names also of figures of this class. Bisongo, like forks, are also known here, see pi. V. Luzonzi and Nkutu are numbered 1 and 2 on page 258, pioneering on the Congo. NDIBU, page 247 in the same book. We now turn to the other class of images, the NKICIMBOWU, or nail fetishes, also termed Zinkok-1Zi-Bakasi, by far the most comprehensive picture of fetishism that we have yet received from any of the great travelers who have from time to time visited the west coast of Africa, is the chapter on fetish in Miss Kingsley's West African Studies. We call shops, or stores, fetishes on this SW coast, and, as Miss Kingsley rightly says, the word is derived from the Portuguese word fetico, meaning charm. Feiticeiro is the word the old Portuguese sailors and missionaries gave to the Bavali Singangazinkasi. The Bavali divide all people into two great classes: 1. Muntu Nzambi, man of God; 2. Muntu Ndongo, man of black arts. Ndongo signifies the evil spirit that is said to live in the stomach of all witches, Zindoxi. Now the Zingangazinkasi, or the repeaters of the lore connected with the wooden images into which nails are driven, are not priests in the sense that the Zingangabakasi Bachi are. The latter are Bantu Nzambi, the former Bantu Ndongo. It will be seen from this that the religion of the Bavali is divided into two great divisions, and that the old Portuguese sailors and missionaries were most taken by the Ndongoistic pranks of the Zingangazinkasi, and that they looked upon this part of the religion of the Congo people as the whole. 38. This error has been the cause of much misjudgment of the native religion, and is perhaps one of the causes of Miss Kingsley's taking Professor Tyler's definition of fetishism as serving to describe the complete religion of these people. As Professor Tyler says, fetishism is the doctrine of spirits embodied in or attached to, or conveying influence through, certain material objects. In the next chapter I show that the Bavali religion goes very far beyond mere fetishism. Their ideas, it is true, are expressed in symbolic language, but fetishism bears about as much relation to this portion of their religion as popular Buddhism does to Buddhistic philosophy. Now let me tell you how a fetish of this kind is made, and describe some of their names and uses. See frontispiece. When a party enters the wood with Nganga, or the doctor, attached to the service of the fetishes in KCMBOWU, into which nails are driven, for the purpose of cutting the muamba tree, with the intention of making a fetish, it is forbidden for anyone to call another by his name. If he does so, that man will die, and his kulu will enter into the tree, and become the presiding spirit of the fetish when made, and the caller will of course have to answer with his life to the relations of the man, whose life has been thus wantonly thrown away. So, generally speaking, a palaver is held, and it is there decided whose kulu it is that is to enter into the muamba tree, and to preside over the fetish to be made. A boy of great spirit, or else, above all, a great and daring hunter, is chosen. Then they go into the bush and call his name. Then Ganga cuts down the tree, and blood is said to gush forth. A fowl is killed, and its blood mingled with the blood that they say comes from the tree. The named one then dies, certainly within 10 days. His life has been sacrificed for what the Zinganga consider the welfare of the people. They say that the named one never fails to die, and they repudiate all idea of his being poisoned or that his death is hurried on in any material way by the Nganga, who, they say, may be miles away. The difference between the spirit of Mpumbu brought by the east wind, and the kulu of the known individual, that is to preside over this fetish, is evident. People pass before these fetishes, Zinkasi-MBOWU, calling on them to kill them if they do, or have done, such and such a thing. Others go to them and insist upon their killing so-and-so who has done, or is about to do them some fearful injury, and as they swear or make their demand, a nail is driven into the fetish, and the palaver is settled so far as they are concerned. The kulu of the man whose life was sacrificed upon the cutting of the tree sees to the rest. These fetishes attended big palavers and were knocked 39 by the parties engaged, so that he who spoke falsely or bore false witness should die. These are the class of fetishes most in evidence, and as such are apparently the bitter enemies of European governments, who seem to take a delight in clearing the country of them. I wonder if they are right at any rate before they have got the country properly in hand, and can give the inhabitants that security they are so fond of talking about. Brute force is no doubt a great power for a European power to wield over such a race as the Bantu, and will make them do much. But is it not curious that civilized countries in the 20th century should resort to so barbarous a form of governing a people supposed to be so much their moral inferiors, and by taking away a fetish of this kind, they do not prevent the native from making another one to take its place. It merely makes the native more cautious, and forces him to guard his fetish in some secret place outside the small sphere of official influence. The wooden figures in this class of NKICIMBOW are legion, and their multiplication comes, 1. From the desire of each district to have its own kissy, and 2. From the importation from foreign districts of those who have gained fame for their slaying powers, or as deterrents. Thus in Luongo we hear of Mangarka, 40 Mbili Mundunbi, Ikaso, 41 Selo Zingululu, Mani Mavungu, Fuliula, Zila, Mbwaka 42, all of whom are known to be imported from Kakongo. It has therefore been hard work to distinguish those which were originally consecrated to the use solely of this district. For some time I had 17 on my list, but I find that Makorja, Ngoilo, and Kondimamba are not Zinkissimbolu, so that I am left with the 14 whose names I give you under all reserve, as, after all, I may not have got at the true and original Bavili ones. 1. Mambili, a figure of a man with nails driven into it, now erect at Zimako. 2. Mamboni Wadi, figure of a man. 3. Mambika, a figure of a man. 4. Malika, 43, a figure of a man, PL 8. 5. Bixibula Zibula, a figure of a man, at Mpili 6. Zilinga, 7. Langalanga, a man with knife. 8. Zambian Iona, 9. Njemb, 44 am, figure of a man. 10. Mvunduzioxilo, 45 am, figure of a dog. 11. Pansumunda, a figure of a man. 12. Bokaminvu, a figure of a man. 13. Lucimu, a figure of a dog. 14. Mvungumambumbo, a figure of a man. 9. Kissism. Nkicism as opposed to Ndongoism is connected with sacred groves and the kingly office. The sacred grove is called Zibila, the plural of which is Bibila, the sacred land where Maluongo has to build his official residences, as we have already noted, also called his Zibila. It is here that his Nkicici he may be said to join mankind to Zambi, through the Bakisibachi. Here he greets his people. Here he asks the plaintiff Zibilambixi, of what crime do you accuse this person? Short for Zibilambixi Nakan Lilila, what greeting, why do you keep on crying? And here it is where all the people come together to talk out their great palavers. When matters go wrong with the Bavili, say for instance when there are no rains, they cry out to their king, and he summons his court to advise him on the affair. It then may be decided that the question is one that man cannot settle, and Ngangampuk Unyambi is called in and asked to consult his magic mirror, and so divine, the cause of the evil weighing so heavily upon the people. This Nganga may answer that the cause of the want of rains is the immorality of some people unknown, or he may say that it is the pleasure of God to visit them with this misfortune, and they had better send offerings to Bunzi to beseech him to send them the necessary rain. Now Ngangampuk Unyambi is the Nganga or priest connected with the sacred grove, Mpuk Unyambi, so that we can see the relationship between the Zibila of the king and that of one of the Bakisibasi. There are apparently two great classes of sacred groves, 5, those connected with the sea, salt water, fish, and spiritual ideas, and 2, those connected with the rains, plantations, births or ideas of nature, contents of a sacred grove. Each Zibila, as we have said, has a name, i.e., that of the power it is called after, and each rainwater Zibila has its sea water mate, and each Zibila contains a spring or a lagoon or swamp, or well of some kind containing or connected with perhaps the home of its snake, or xama. I regret to say that my studies in this subject of wells are so incomplete, that the reader will have to be satisfied with any chance remarks that in the course of these papers, I may have to make about them. Each Sibylla contains, generally in the center, a small native shimback, where the Nga keeps his basket of seeds and shells, such as Mbiala mayako, a fruit from the interior, Masivi crusader shell, Zelis, a shell, Ntumpu, a fruit, and Mankanakana, a fruit which grows underground in the Mayombe district. Heaps of oyster and cockle shells are found in the grove, while in and about the hut the skin of a snake, the Mboma, the skin of a snake XAMA, the vertebra of the whale, the feathers of the fowl and parrot, the heads and horns of animals such as the lungu, antelope, mpakasa, the ox, and ngulungu, smaller antelope, etc., the heads of beasts, sea under animals, and of course the Nga, the diviner, or priest and man. Such is the general description of the contents of the Sibylla, or place of coming together and greeting of the Babel. I will now describe how I first discovered one of these groves, from which you will gather some idea of its appearance. One day, walking about the woods on the hills behind Landana, in 1883, after winding our way through many overbranched pathways, we suddenly came in upon a circular clearing, in the center of which grew an old tree, around which the jaws of 2 or 3 whales had been placed and become overgrown by the roots of the tree on which they once rested, so long must they have been there. The space around the tree was carefully swept, and on one side we noticed a beautiful new shimback, or hut. My companions said they did not know who swept the clearing or who built the shimback. Some feticero or wizard, or perhaps a thief. A native story they told us runs, once upon a time there was a wizard who was anxiously looking about in the woods for a place to build a shimback, wherein he might rest in peace and hide the bodies of his many victims. After many days' search he at last found a likely spot, marked it, and returned to town to buy some luangus or rushes, with which to build himself a hut. Now, there happened to be a thief who was puzzled to know where he could place goats and sheep he had robbed in safety. He traveled many days through the woods, and at last hit upon the same spot as that selected by the wizard. "Just the place," he cried, and off he set to town to arrange for some bamboos. The wizard returned with his rushes, rested a while, and then went back to town for some more. The thief returned, and declared the fetishes had been wondrously favorable to him in sending him a luangus, rushes. The wizard reappeared, and thanked the Nkici that had been so kind in sending him the bamboos. Between them the wizard and the thief soon raised the shimback, and wondered at the progress made in its construction during each other's absence. The wizard finally rigged up a broad shelf against one of the walls, and went away to seek someone whom he might poison. The thief in the meanwhile brought his goat, and, having killed it, cooked some and ate it, climbed upon the shelf, and fell asleep. The wizard returned, dragging the body of his victim after him. He partook of the goat so kindly provided for him, and then flung the body of his victim upon the shelf. The thief, without waking, pushed the body down again. "What, not dead yet?" muttered the wizard. "Then I'll soon settle you." And then he smashed in the skull of the dead man with a club, and heaved him on the shelf again. The thief rolled over, and down came the body again. The wizard once more punished the body, and carefully placed it on the shelf again. The thief threw the body down again, and this so frightened the wizard that he ran off to town, and shut himself up in his hut. The thief awoke, rubbed his eyes, saw the dead body, and concluded at once he was in a wizard's shimback. He followed the wizard to town, and knocked at his door. "O corpse," cried the wizard, "is it you?" "Yes," said the thief, and he knocked again. "O corpse, is it you?" cried the wizard. "Yes," said the thief, who now summoned all the townsfolk, who dragged the wizard out of his hut and gave him Nkasa, cast him into the fire, and burned him. Moral: better be a thief than a wizard, as I afterwards found out. The grove I had discovered was not the home of a wizard or a thief, but one of the Kakongo sacred groves. But this my companions had evidently concealed from me. Ex Bavili philosophy. The king of the Bavili, as I have said, has 7 titles, one of which, that of Ntadala, he does not receive until after his death. The other 6, as I have explained elsewhere, are assigned to him as head of the 6 great departments of state. These 6 titles are, as I shall point out later, closely connected with the system of philosophy which I wish to expound to you. I believe that above and beyond fetishism or ndongoism, which I have already dealt with, there is a higher form of religion among the Bavali which is connected with certain symbols in the form of 1. Sacred groves, 2. Sacred lands and rivers, 3. Sacred trees, 4. Sacred animals, 5. Omens, and 6. The seasons. The 6 titles of the king connect him directly with these 6 divisions of sacred symbols as well as with the 6 departments in the state. As Nkisi he is, according to the native view, one of the products, or perhaps we should rather say the end and final result, of the working of the powers, or Bakasibachi, represented by the sacred groves. As Fumu he is the king, or chief from whom all proceed of the symbolic lands and rivers. As Ntinulukin he is head of the custom of the leopard, and thus associated with the sacred animals. As Ngangan Vumba, the doctor of the source of seasons or time, he is intimately connected with the seasons. As Zivangi, procreator, he is at the head of the omens. And as Muno, the overseer of the morals of his people, he presides over the sacred trees. That is, he is the chief teacher in all these branches of native belief. It is possible that at one time, each of the sacred symbols mentioned above had its sacred grove. In this grove, it may be, the king, as the great high priest, taught his people the lesson connected with the symbol. In support of this conjecture, I may mention that I have so far in no case discovered more than 24 sacred symbols, in any of the 6 divisions enumerated above. There are, it is true, certain apparent exceptions, but the supernumerary symbols can be shown to stand apart from the others for clearly defined reasons. After years of study I have discovered 24 trees and herbs which are, as the natives say, Bakasibachi or sacred, 24 sacred animals, and so on. Now if each division of sacred symbols is composed of 24 parts, the sum total of Bakasibachi should be 144. I have as a matter of fact discovered upwards of 90 sacred groves. It is therefore quite legitimate to suppose that there may formerly have been 144 or more. Not only so, but the meanings of the names of the sacred groves go to prove this supposition, as I shall show more in detail later. The most remarkable fact, however, about these groves is that the Bavili have preserved the orderly grouping of 24 of these, and I believe that it is in this order that we find the key to their philosophy. In the sequel I treat of all the 6 sets of 24 symbols in detail. I should now like to draw your attention to the 8 words, the only 8 of this kind, so far as I know, found in Zavili, which are compounded of 2 words, as they seem to me to imply that the idea of the Bavili with regard to the symbols fall into 1 plus 6 plus 1 divisions. These words are, Mamu-Nzambi, Mbuntguntwali, Malangsingnkalango, Nkonda, or Nanga Nzau Mania Matali, Bulu Ntukc Nuni. 1. Mamu Nzambi, the acts are word of God. 46 is a name given to certain towns, where some great palaver, consequent on the death of a great prince, has been talked out. 2. Mbunguntwali, 2 mugs. This is the name given to the mouth of rivers where the waters of the sea and the river meet and form whirlpools. Bungu is the water bottle or mug, and there is a native saying Kunua Malavu, Kubula Mbungu, Mbii Bella Menu Malavu Viomu Mbungu, to drink palm wine, to break the mug is the evil in the wine or the mug. This implies that the liquid in the mug may be replaced, but the wise man takes care of the mug. A slave wishes to transfer himself to a new master, breaks his water cooler, and this act is called Sibula Mbungu. When the princes hearing a palaver retire to take counsel one with another, they say they go away to drink water. When the king dies it is his ambassador, or mouth, Maxi who carries the royal mug in the funeral procession. Just as he has often before carried his words of wisdom, the mug is still left, you see, although it is not used until the princes elect their next king. In ordinary funerals, which take place there, 4 or 5 years after death, the wife, parting from her dead husband for the last time, as they take his body away to bury it, lifts up her basket, containing the water bottle and, perhaps as a purification ceremony, goes to the stream to draw water. Ideas of liquids, wisdom, and morality are connected with the MBUNGUNTWALL. 3. NKALANGO, the crab and the leopard. This stands for Rowango in Palavers, and the crab is the symbol of the sea, while the leopard is that of the earth. Their ideas of solids and justice are connected with these words. 4. Mania Matali, generally the name of a district up a river where rocky land rises from the low-lying swamps. Mania means the cold stones found in rivers and valleys. The word written in full is Mandia, the princely womb. Ideas of the moon are connected with this word. Everything looks cold by moonlight, and is actually cold. Matali, or Matadi, means the metallic rocks, heated by the sun. Ntanguna, mother chaser, and is opposed to Ngonde, or Ngondia, the moon. Regarded here as the mother of the sun, the words Mania Matali stand also for sun and moon. The sun and moon are also spoken of as two brothers running one after the other, but as the word Nkomba and Bavili may stand for either brother or sister, we may if we like call them brother and sister. The sun and moon are further spoken of as judges to whom certain palavers must be referred. The other day I noticed a very neatly devised badge, PLIIB, upon a native shirt, and I asked him what it meant. The background of the badge was red, a favorite color with the materialistic Bavili. The sun and new moon were figured in white cloth, while the mouth was formed of white and black cloth. The native told me that he had a palaver with a certain cook, and that they had come to the conclusion that the decision of so great a question could come only from the sun and moon. Upon a visit to the grave of my old native friend Francisco, I found the following device upon the gate of the fence surrounding it: the sun with lines across its face and the moon in its last quarter. Here no mouth was figured, showing, I suppose, that all breath was at an end. I can find no trees sacred either to the sun or moon. 5. The morning star, the Bavili likened to a child running before its parent calling him to rule the day. This star they call Mayula. 47. The evening star is the offspring expressing its joy at going to rest with its mother the moon, and it is called Ngsinji. The full moon rises from her couch accompanied by this same star, her offspring, now their husband, and this star is then called Ndongo, the spirit of witchcraft. 6. Nkonda or Nanga-Nzau, to hunt the elephant, has the meaning of amassing everything for one's own family and giving nothing to others. It is the name of certain towns. The words symbolize weight, energy, and plenty. 7. Bulu-Ntu, a breaking of the head, a place generally situated about the falls of a river, where the waters burst a channel through or past the rocks. Umbulu equals beast. Ntu equals manate. Kasi Nuni equals wife and husband. Really primeval dawn and I have absorbed these words are not only used for man and wife but also for negative and positive powers, inferior and superior, as when one man comes up to another to ask him for a favor, and calls himself the other's Nkaci. Nkaci is also used for the word Ulinkasi, meaning one's uncle on the mother's side. Thus the mythologist may easily become confused. The natives say that the sun calls the moon his mother, but mama, mother, may mean his aunt by marriage. He is also said to be the husband of the moon. This may mean that he is superior to her just as Maluongo, though the king of the offspring province, considers himself superior to Kakongo, the mother province, from whence his wife comes. These double words, which with one exception are compounded of elements of contrary meaning, may be regarded as one particular case of a formula which runs through their philosophy. To sum up, we have 1. Mamu-Nzambi concerning God. Palaver. 2. Mbunguntwali, the heads of maternity connected with ideas of water. 3. Nkalango, the crab, and the leopard connected with ideas of earth. 4. Mania Matali, cold and hot stones connected with ideas of fire. 5. Malang Sinji, the two stars connected with ideas of motion and procreation. 6. Nanga Nzau, hunting the elephant, connected with ideas of plenty. 7. Bulu-Ntu, beast and man connected with ideas of birth. 8. Kasi Nuni, wife and husband, ideas of opposites. Put into a generalized form, we may say that the philosophy of the Bavili can be expressed by the formula 1 plus 6 plus 1, 6 categories, which, as will be shown in the subsequent chapters, reappear in the arrangement of the groves and other symbols of Nzambi, and outside these categories at the one end the idea of Nzambi, regarded as cause, at the other the idea of man regarded as effect. In the case of the compound words, the order adopted is not based on any information drawn from the natives. All that has been gathered from them is the distinctive character of these 8 words, and the ideas which they connect with them. We now pass on to consider the seasons, and here not only has it been possible to elucidate the native ideas connected with the seasons and their names, but to get from the natives further details as to the genetic relation held to exist between the various months and seasons. Cosmological ideas. In the last resort, the Bavili are monists. They reduce everything ultimately to a manifestation of Nzambi. From the abstract Nzambi proceed Nzambi Mpungu, Nzambi Si and Kisi. These 3 elements of the Trinity appear in Bavili philosophy as Shi, Si, and Fu. It is desirable to note Shi and Si are respectively female and male, whereas Nzambi Mpungu and Nzambi Si are male and female. She means passive matter or things pertaining to the maternal principle. Si is the paternal or active principle. Let us take an example. The sea is regarded as a male principle, from it proceeds rain which falls on the earth, and the earth is regarded as a female or passive principle. The rain fertilizes the earth and causes it to bring forth fruits. Fu is, properly speaking, habit, custom, or sequence. We may, perhaps, express it in one word by evolution, understanding thereby rather the process by which the individual is produced in the life history of a species. In another sense, it may almost be said to be the individual himself. Thus, when the rain has fallen upon the earth, it forms on the one hand springs and rivers, and on the other causes vegetation to spring up. Both the rivers and the vegetation result from the interaction of earth and sea. The process of production and the product are both Fu. In order to prevent misconception, I expressly state that these ideas are not derived directly from the natives, but from philological considerations. These 3 ideas are naturally strictly abstract and out of all relation with the material universe. Shi and Si having produced Fu cease to operate. Fu, on the other hand, continues. Under the name Fu it becomes active in space and time, and may be called the cause of the material universe. Fu equals time, season. Temporal ideas. The divisions of the year. Properly speaking, the year falls into 3 divisions, Ma'alala, Zisifu and Mvula. Of these, Ma'alala is a period of rest, Zisifu a period of preparation, and Mvula an evolutionary period or period of production. Just as in the cosmological ideas we have a progression of 3 factors, Shi, Si and Fu, so in the same way in temporal ideas, Ma'alala and Zisifu produce Mvula just as Fu in its turn became a cause, so Mvula produces Ma'alala of the succeeding year. B. The seasons and months. Of the 3 divisions of the year, Ma'alala is itself both a season and a month. Zisifu falls into 2 seasons of 2 months each, and Mvula into 4 seasons of 2 months each. Properly speaking, the seasons only exist as factors in 6 groups of 4, the other 3 being in each case the 2 months, and the product specially associated with the seasons. These groups of 4 are related just as our cosmological series, Shi, Si, Fu, and Vu. They consist of a principle, male and female causes and a product. We have already dealt with the months under measures, page 65, and it is unnecessary to repeat the information given there. I now give you these groups in the form of a table. Ma'alala, season, Mwisi, smoke, month, Bulu Masi Mavala, source of sweet waters. Bulu Masi Mbu, source of sea waters. Product, Nkasset, P, season, Bunji, mist, month. Bikali Muanda Zisifu, to leave the valley of mist. Muanda Zisifu, the valley of mist. Product, Bundu Bundu, new green grass. Season, Mvumvumvu, drizzle. Month, Kufulu Nkasi, negative desire. Kufulu Nuni, positive desire. Product, Buku, mushrooms. Season, Vavavov, rains. Month, Kasi Bangala, negative witness. Nuni Bangala, positive witness. Product, Kusafu, a fruit. Season, Nvaling Sentu, female rains. Month, Bikali Muanda Sunji, to leave the valley of the cycle. Muanda Sunji, the valley of the cycle. Product, Makundi, fruit. Season, Nvalambakala, male rains. Month, Dalo Nkasi, female suffering. Ndalo Nuni, female suffering. Product, Magat, palm kernel. Ma'alala. We may now consider the genetic relations of these 6 groups, denominating the groups by the names of the seasons which preside over them. Mwisi is female and Bunji is male. Their product Mvumvumvu is regarded as female. Just as in the cosmological ideas Fu, the effect, becomes Vu, the cause, the female effect Mvumvumvu is replaced by the male cause Vav. This is, however, not directly operative, but manifests itself through the secondary causes Mvalimsentu and Mvalimbakala, and their effect is Ma'alala. Ma'alala, as the table shows, stands outside the progression, and is in a way the end or final effect of the whole process. In its turn Ma'alala becomes a cause, it stands to Mwisi and Bunji in the same relation as Vav to the 2 groups which follow it. Being regarded by the natives as a season of rest, no product is associated with Ma'alala. The orderly grouping of the symbols may be termed the formula. The categories, the Bavali ideas relating to the various divisions, enumerated above may be said to fall into 6 divisions, which we shall term the categories. It must be understood that the European ideas which I have been led to select, only represent imperfectly the native ideas. On the one hand, the European conceptions go beyond those of the natives in many directions. On the other, the natives associate many to the European heterogeneous notions under one heading, as shown below. The 6 categories are water, earth, fire, procreation and motion, fruitfulness, life. I will now proceed to show the connection of the seasons with these ideas. Mwisi. Not only do the names of the months composing this season mean salt water and fresh water, but the word Mwisi itself contains the root mu, for Mbu equals the sea. The connection of this group with liquids is clear. Bunji. The names of the component months mean the valley of Zisifu, and the name of the group the source of seed or maize. This connects it with the category of earth. Mvumvumvu. This is the period of marriage, and the names of the months mean male and female desire. The flame of love is perhaps sufficient to justify me in associating this group with fire and marriage. Wawa. The notion of running away, to which we have already alluded, may serve to connect this season with the category of motion and procreation. Mvlimksentu. The months are the months of maturity of crops and the harvest, and their names are connected with the mortar in which seed is pounded. The connection with fruitfulness seems clear. Mvalimbakala. We have already mentioned that the opening of Ma'alala is a period of high birth rate. This may serve to associate this season with the category of life. The names of the months mean male and female suffering or travail. In dealing with the compound words, it has been mentioned that the natives associate various ideas with them. These ideas in their relation to the categories are here set out in tabular form. Water, morality, wisdom, as opposed to reason, virtue, breath, speech, equals out breathing, inspiration, equals in breathing, hearing, mouth, fatherhood, earth, solids, justice, reason, intelligence, essence, seed, herbs and grass, hands, stomach, heart, motherhood, fire, love, desire, marriage, union, spirit, light, kernel, tying up, heat and cold, the womb, smell, motion, touch, the penis, conception, germination, thunder, lightning, fruitfulness, weight, energy, plenty, pregnancy, harvest, sight, memory, leg, life, birth, parturition, pain, taste, lips. Zai. Bibila, the philosophy of the groves. We have seen that the Bavali philosophy teaches that a sort of genetic connection exists between the seasons. This idea is fairly intelligible in its application to periods of time, which involve a process, and therefore a sequence of cause and effect. Though it may appear to us metaphorical to speak of months as male and female, we need only recall the names of some of the chemical elements to see that our own forefathers were prone to deal in ideas of this order. and we can hardly feel surprised that the African intellect follows in their wake. The idea is less comprehensible when we try to apply it to the groves, less comprehensible, that is, to the European just as in the seasons. We have one group as a primary cause, then two intermediate causes, and then the effect. So with the groves, it must not, however, be forgotten that when we speak of the groves, we are really dealing with the powers which the native puts behind them. We have enough examples of cosmogonies embodied in a mythology to make the Bavali idea, if not comprehensible, at any rate no more remarkable than many another primitive fancy. Just as the seasons, months, and products fall into groups of four, which are genetically related to one another, so the first grove is the primary cause, the second and third the operative male and female causes, and the fourth is the product. In this connection it is worthy of note that the order of the groves within the groups, and of the groups themselves, is not one which I have evolved out of my inner consciousness. It was given me by the natives themselves. If, therefore, we find it possible to trace, even imperfectly, the same formula in its application to the groves which we have just applied to the seasons, I shall, I conceive, have gone far to establish the genuine native character of the ideas which I am putting before you. The groves fall into 6 groups of 4 each, and just as Malala stands outside the formula of the seasons, so the Lungululubu group stands apart from the rest of the groves. In the chapter on the Zinkasi have been mentioned the Bakisibachi, and we must now proceed to explain in detail the ideas connected with these powers. The Zinkasi are what are commonly termed fetishes, the Bakisibachi are unconnected with images of any sort, and are not subject to human control. At the same time they are addressed by the natives, not perhaps as independent powers, but as intermediates. The Bakisibachi are conceived as spiritual. They are the offspring of Nzambi, some being male, others female. Each Kisisi has its own grove of the same name as itself, and each has 2 priests consecrated to its service. We have already seen that Maluongo is called Nkisisi, as the representative of Nzambi on earth. In the same way the chiefs, who in this capacity are termed the eyes of the people, are also known as Bakisibachi. They are the representatives of Maluongo in the same way that Maluongo is the representative of Nzambi. The name Bakisibachi is applied by the natives to the powers connected with the groves, and with the groves are connected sacred lands and rivers and sacred trees, the seasons, the omens, and the sacred animals. The Nkisisi of a grove is conceived as resident no less in the seasons, and in the omens, than in the rivers or lands, connected with the respective groves. It will be shown in the sequel, that the sacred groves are grouped together in sets of 4, which we denominate families. The members of these families are conceived by the natives to be genetically related to each other. Beyond this, the families themselves are regarded as standing to each other in a similar relation. The formula of these genetic relations must be clearly borne in mind by the reader, who wishes to follow the ideas of the Bavali on the subject. It may be expressed in the following way. That is to say, we have outside the formula a cause, C, which produces, within the formula, a female cause. This, allied to a male cause, produces an intermediate female effect, which again being replaced by an intermediate male cause gives rise to the last 2 terms of the formula as a product, male and female. These 2 produce an effect, E, outside the formula again. I now proceed to deal with the groves in detail. I may, perhaps, assume that the reader is now to some extent familiar with the idea of the categories. At any rate, I hope that the occasional digression on the subject of the beliefs and practices connected with the groves will not obscure the important point of their position in the general scheme of the Bavali philosophy. 1. The Mpungu group is especially associated with the category of liquids. Mpungu is used with the word Zambi when it is translated by the missionaries as Almighty. They associate Zamjbi Mpungu with the sky, and therefore by a natural transition with rain. Sensa is the west wind. The sea is to the west of Luongo, and with the sea, Mbu, the Bavali connect ideas of fatherhood, spirit, and motion. This is readily understood when we remember that the general direction of the great rolling waves is from the west. SC equals father. Gonzala equals the SW wind. It is also, in connection with XAMA, looked upon as the evil rainbow. Sea under omens, when it is said to enter rivers and cause floods, and carry everything it meets with it to the sea. The word carries with it a meaning of love and maternity. No is the leopard, Zola is to love, Mvula means rain too. The group of Zibwinji is associated with the earth. Zibwinji is known as the mother of Zikamasi, the north wind. Zikamasi equals the earth divided from the sea. When a person seeks her help to overcome one of his enemies, he goes to her sacred grove, and with the help of the Nga buries a nail or bead or other article in the earth at the same moment as he demands the favor. And when for some reason or other he, or one of his descendants, wishes to withdraw the curse Zikamasi has blighted his enemy's happiness with, he must seek out the Nga again and present him with an offering. The Nganga then prepares some medicine, which he wraps up and leaves in places, in a dish of palm wine. With this lotion the Nganga proceeds to sprinkle the ground. The petitioner informs the Nganga what particular thing he buried. Then it is said the earth bubbles up and throws out the article mentioned. This act of bubbling up and throwing out that is common to this earth in Zikamasi's grove, and the whirlpool and rivers is called Suzuka. Samona or Samuna. Here the petitioner whips the earth with a stick, or throws a stone or other article onto it, with great force as he asks his favor. As Zikamasi's opposite, this is supposed to represent the gathering in action of the whirlpool, or Zisiku as the movement is called. As powers, then, Zikamasi and Samona may be said to represent dispersion and concentration. Kanzi means the northwest wind. Konkwati is the home of the above powers or groves, and they are not far from Zilunga, the home of the Mamboma of the province of Zabanga. Here the connection of the family with the category earth is indisputable. Lunga means to blow, also the triumph of might over right. And it is said that there is always a pretender to the throne of Luongo, to be found in Zabanga. Now Zikamasi, the north wind, is the great enemy of Lungilulubu, the protecting power of the Bavili. The story goes that she was a very hard-working woman who had large plantations of manioc. The children of the king of the land used to come and rob the produce of her labor, and so she complained to her mother, Zibwinji, and said she meant to punish them if they did not desist from robbing. The mother advised her not to do so but to complain of the children to their father, who would, she was sure, chastise his offspring himself. Contrary to her mother's advice, Zikamasi caught these children and taking the law into her own hands punished them. Then the king, their father, became very wrath and caused rains to flood her plantations, water coming up also out of the earth through the anthills. In this flood Zikamasi was washed, poor dear, say the Bavili, into the sea, where she is generally said to remain, save when she comes ashore to get redwood and other articles for her toilet. She is said also to demand one of all twins born in the country, and when boys or fishermen are about to take a drink, they first pour a little out of the bottle into the sea. Zikamasi is said to be the mother of the double grove X1 Kangang Saluka, situated between the Kwilu River and Luongo at a place called Tasanga, and Anaxiluka is said to have brought forth an animal and a wooden figure, Nkawci, and a stone. Thus Zikamasi, the north wind, coming from near Zalunga in the province of Zabanga, may be said to be the grandmother of Ndongoism, or, as some would call it, fetishism. 3. The group of Bukulu is associated with fire. Bukulu means a ray of light, which the natives connect with the idea of chasing as bubbles seem to chase one another in boiling water. Kanga is another word for funzi, both meaning the guinea fowl. The word kanga means to tie, to fry. Kanji equals he who ties. A man who is tied up, or made a prisoner becomes, according to native law, one of the family of the man who ties. So that kanga as a power may mean conjunction or assimilation. Bunzi is the south wind, and has its home in the province of Muanda, between Kabinda and Banana. Its full designation is Bunzi Bubamba, and I notice on Mr. Ravenstein's map, Mba is marked as being close to Banana. Mba is also the most southwesterly province of the composite kingdom 48 of Sonio. It is to this power that Maluongo, after consultation with Ngampuk Unyambi, sends offerings of chalk, cloth and skins. As it is from Bunzi that rains and life, and apparently all good things come as a power, it may stand for propagation or semination. MBA is the tiny kernel where all the virtues of the future palm tree exist. It is also the coronilla snake. MBAZU equals fire. As a power, then it may mean fusion, or the offspring of marriage. All these come under the category of fire in one sense or the other. 4. The Mbombo group is associated with the category of motion. Mbombo, they say, has its grove to the east of Mluongo's composite kingdom in a town called Nkandango, the leopard's relation, in the Sunday country. The word bombo means to move slowly. Mbombo therefore may mean motion. It must be remembered that thunder and lightning are connected with omens which the Bavili associate with the nervous system and ideas of procreation. Luabi equals the persistent, evil, light, and so perhaps may as a power, connected with motion, signify lightning as the female of Salakato, which means the power of growling in the father, or, as emotion perhaps, thunder. Mabili, i.e., the prince who greets as the east wind. This wind brings with it great tornadoes, and this is thus connected with movement. Bila means reason, calls, purpose, as well as to greet, and we have already noted that it is connected with the word Zabila, the sacred grove or meeting place. In this way, we catch a glimpse of the foundation of the saying of the Bavili, that our religion comes from the East. Here, however, Mabili is the offspring of motion. 5. The group of Kongu is associated with fruitfulness. Kongu is a grove within the sacred province of Luongo called Buli, where the dead who die with their eyes open are said to be placed under its lomba tree. The word Kongu is derived from kunga, to amass, so that it means an amassing or heaping together. MBA equals mystery. The idea may also be associated with ripe fruit falling from the trees. Bua equals to fall. Ntombo equals seedling, sprout, shoot. It is the name of a river that keeps on rising out of the ground. This may be translated into European language as another kind of energy. Zivla means attraction. 6. The group of Nyambi is associated with ideas of life. Nyambi equals ruler, literally the spirit or personality of the four. Nyambi is said to be the nephew of Bunzi. Some people call God Nyambi instead of Nzambi, but the word rather means life in the sense of vis vida. Ia equals to be. Luayi equals the umbilical cord. As Xamaluayi, it is the protecting beneficent rainbow, so that as a power it may mean protection, maternal love, sustenance. Nyamina, Yama is to bear fruit, while Yamina is to know how to bear fruit with. Nyamina then is the one who knows how to bear fruit with, or as a power paternal love. Mpuku Nyambi is the bursting or birth-giving power in Nyambi, or perhaps what we may term birth. To this grove a man takes his pregnant wife and asks with her for a safe delivery. As there is no life without food, we can understand how it is that the people first appeal for the reason of a famine caused by want of rains to the Ngangan Nyambi, the great diviner attached to this grove. It is evident that these powers are connected with ideas of life. The Nkongu and Nyambi groups are looked upon as the descendants of the 449 previous great families, which, as we have seen, include the winds. Of these 24 sacred groves, of which the order was given me by the Bavili, no less than 16 can, as it seems to me, without undue forcing, be brought into connection with the categories which we have already applied with success to the seasons. This parallelism seems to me to be too striking for it to be possible to explain it as the result of coincidence. When I add that this formula may be applied with more or less success to the groups of sacred lands and rivers, to the sacred trees, to the omens and animals, I think you will agree that a good prima facie case is made out for attributing to the Bavili something better than the fetishism, Ndongoism, which is commonly regarded as the expression of their highest thought. There are many other groves, but although the writer has discovered the names of many, he has not yet found a native capable of placing them in groups as the above have been. It is possible that there are 144, i.e. 6 groups of 24, or more, 2 of these groves in the kingdom, or rather connected with the kingdom of Luongo. But to undertake the discovery of them all would mean the appointing of a properly constituted mission, and some years of labor. The names of the other groves discovered by the writer, and the meaning of their names, are as follows. Muba equals a grove connected in some way with the Mpungu group, the name of a district in Kakongo. Mu is a prefix, and Ba is to be. Mpukilu equals side of a house. Zifusa equals connected with Zivuma Fusa is to bore. Comma equals to add to. Lungulalubu equals the very deep of motherhood. Zivuma equals of the stomach. Mbanda lunga equals to guard the ascent. Mpumba equals dumi equals the northeast wind. Nkondo equals the upper part of the legs of an animal. Zimbungu equals of the quality of a drinking mug. Zibuda equals a bringing forth. Ziklani equals that holds himself apart. Zikangan equals a tying up offspring of Zikamasi. Saluka equals a vomiting offspring of Zikamasi. Zingomb equals of the nature of cattle. Manian equals stones that absorb. Zimbuzakako equals the fly and mosquito hand in hand. Mpeso equals chalk. Balan equals to think connected with Zibwinji. Zinjili equals conglomerate rock connected with Zibwinji. Matali equals stones throwing out heat. Mpunzi using equals the blood of life. Ku sunzi equals the spreading nerve. Zibida equals of the penis. Njili beci equals fish rock. Zimbu bifundi equals the waters of the offspring. Swangana equals the house of another. Luzalan equals feather. Luiba equals to forget. Tacimpungu equals the almighty primeval speaker. Zikifa equals of the leader, in the end of a fishing rope. Zungu equals pottery. Mpanza equals mandioca, the river of giving. Banana equals abundant reciprocal giving. Mwakuni equals division. Lueci equals concerning the primeval being. Xil using Kukuba equals of the weaving of heaven connected with Mpukunyambi, as the mind's eye of the rider wanders over this beautiful land of the Bavili, and rests on these sacred groves dotted about the country, and lingers on woods and rivers, the names of which represent some spirit, teaching the people some lesson, and hovers over every town, the name of which for some good reason has been given to it by its founder. He wonders how such a people can have fallen to so low a moral level, and yet the answer is not far to seek, for the wars waged by ambitious princes causing disruption and anarchy in the Congo, the wars waged by Mbuku and Abasalongo against Makongo whom they dethroned, causing anarchy in Kakonga, and the slave trade have affected Luongo where children refuse to submit to their parents, the young to the wisdom of the old, the people to the inspired voice of their Nkisani. Tradition and religion are lost in the rotten sea of Ndongoism and vice, and all the higher teaching of NKICIISM swamped and nearly lost, and yet in trouble the Bavili still look to their NKICIC, and after having placed their petition before him, on leaving his presence clap their hands 3 times and exhort him to hold the 750 well in hand. See Zilunga, on page 113. Payer Visig in his interesting dictionary Fiat Français, 1890, gives the word Nkadium Pemba, and so does Mr. Bentley, for the devil. And Payer Deraud in his very complete dictionary Français, Faya tells us that Bulungi stands for hell among the Bavili, which Mr. Bentley spells Bulungi. As to Nkadim Pemba, the word strikes me as unsatisfactory, not that I mean to say the word is not used to translate the Christian's devil in the Congo, but because it seems to me to have been coined exactly for that purpose by the fjord of some 400 years ago. I can imagine the missionaries of old impressing upon fjord their ideas of that prong-tailed fire-loving monster they called the devil, and I can picture the fjord, as their wont is, discussing the proper position of this personage in their mythology. Fire and evil the fjord connected at once with the burning of witches and then with lightning, but the fire burnt the witch entirely, and his ashes were cast to the wind. His Mkulu nobody desired, so that the devil could hardly be said to be a witch. The white man's devil, then, not being a witch who perishes, could only be a personage attached to the white man's lightning. He was not Nzembimpungu, the owner of the fire of heaven. What then was he? Nkadi is an attendant on Nkisi Nzaci. It is the word which the guardian of Nzesi uses when addressing the people about her. Nguli Nkadi Tambula Malavu means, as we should say companion, have a drink, but Nkadi is a black personage. And the white man's devil was not black, for he was a personage the white man feared, whereas white men do not fear black men. So they called him Nkadiampemp, the white companion of the guardian of the lightning. As to the word Bulungi, it is in Zivili the plural of Zilungi or intelligence, spirit, while Bulungi, the deep of the spirit, is the word the natives use for grave. Both words are derived from lunga to blow. It is true that when one man is vexed with another, he may remind him they will both meet in the grave, this being a nasty reminder of the general fate of mankind. But when a native wishes to send his best friend to a very nasty place, he says Yendike you Bumba, go to Bumba. And this certainly is a very hot place indeed, for it is the spot upon which an Ndoxi is burned. Note that the family of Maluongo may not intermarry with that of Zabanga. See page 38. Personally, I should say Ndongo is nearest in meaning to our word devil. 12. Sacred lands and rivers. I could not, if I would, give you an exact account of the meanings of the names of all the rivers and places in Luongo, so that I will restrict my study to the river Kilu and its tributaries, and the names of the provinces into which the composite kingdom of Luongo is divided. Starting south of the Congo, we find the name Solo, or Sonio, as that of a province in Congo's composite kingdom. When the natives talk of the banks of a river, they stand with their backs to the sea, and call the right bank the man's side and the left bank the woman's side. The word Solo might be translated as the power of life and fatherhood. Now just opposite to the province of Sonio on the woman's side of the great river Congo, we have the province of Ngio, the power of life and motherhood. Nimlaw told me that he had the right to take the cap of Ngio, but that as this chief was always killed on the night after his coronation, he did not care to do so. It is said that when Congo sent his sons to govern his provinces, he sent Ngio with them as a kind of high priest. And undoubtedly the Nkicici Bunzi has its home at Mba in this province or district, and its Nga also. But both Sonio and Ngoyo are names used at times for the whole kingdoms of Congo and Kakongo, which makes me think that these names are really their sacred names. Certain it is that just as Makongo had to marry a princess of Sonio, so Maluongo had to marry a princess of Ngio. And just as Sonio and Ngoyo for the natives represented fatherhood and motherhood, so Bukio, the sacred name for Luongo, represents, as an effect, offspring, or as a cause, birth-giving power. There is a legend which throws some light on the thoughts of the Bavili regarding their origin. It runs thus: Bukio Buntangua, the birth-giving power of the sun, Luongo. Lukatu Baka Ngila Madonga Unanukanchasiala. Translated to me, though the fish basket be empty, there still remains the smell of the fish, which I think means to say that although Luongo may not be the really great kingdom, yet, as the descendant of Congo, it at least has some of the renown attached to that great father kingdom. In other words, if Maluongo, great Mfumu in his own kingdom, is not the Mfumu, still, in relation to Congo, he is Manafumu. This connecting of the seed of the great Congo with the sun, taken in connection with the name Ngio, Ngo the moon, is very suggestive, for it leaves us to suppose that the father Congo must be on a line with some higher power, the moon being an intermediate effect, while the sun, the offspring and the propagator, becomes the intermediate cause, just as the offspring Luongo is, that is, the father, through the mother, has a son who in his turn shall propagate his image. I know of no Nga Bukio in Luongo, and very few people seem to know that Bukio Buntangua is the sacred name of the country. But Mambuku is the very powerful chief of the province of Buku. The people are now seldom, if ever, called to meet the king in his Zibla, and so valuable traditions are being lost, and it has become very difficult to piece together even the headings of these lessons, and of course, quite impossible to give them in his words. I will now give you the names of the provinces and rivers, and here let me clearly state that the order in the following formula of 24 Bakasibachi was obtained by the help of 2 or 3 intelligent non-Christian natives, in an attempt to complete the philosophy of the Bavili. I therefore, first give a list of the titles and lands, and secondly in table form the order as established by myself and the natives. The contents of the sacred groves are the same as those given in chapter 9. In discussions it always appeared to me that these natives instinctively connected the animals, trees, and omens with the foregoing groves discussed in the last chapter, but they could give me no intelligent reason for so doing, save that they were all Bagasibachi. Samanu is the most southerly province of Luongo on the sea coast, just on the northern bank of the Luongo Luici or Chi Luongo River, which divides it from the mother province Kakongo. The natives say that Samanu means the waters of purity. Zibanga is the most northerly province, divided into two parts by the waters of the Kwilu River, the part to the north being the home of Zakamasi, where they say a pretender to the throne of Maluongo is never wanting. The meaning of Zibanga is of the quality of seed. Luangeli is the province joining the two above provinces together with the exception of the sea frontage of Buli, a strip of land containing the road from Buli to the beach. It is in this province that the kings of Luongo are buried. Luangeli means of fused rocks. Zakamba is the center inland province facing the Mayambani east, and its meaning is of the quality of informing or calling. It joins Nkondi to Mbuku. Nkondi is the province on the southeast of Buli, where the sisters of Maluongo reside and have children, from among whom the king's successor is chosen. The word means a hunter, and this connects the province with fruitfulness. CP 103. Mbuku is the province to the east of Buli and northeast of Zakamba, where Mambuku resides and guards the eastern gate of the kingdom, the province where the sun rises. Mbuku means explosion. These 6 provinces surround Buli, the center province in the middle of which Maluongo has his Zibala or sacred grove. The meaning of Buli is the deep of breathing life. The sea is called Mbu, the deep, an enclosed space. It is at the mouth of the river, where whirlpools are created by the meeting of the fresh and the sea waters, that the deeps of maternity exist, which they call Mbuntwali. The Kilu is the principal river of the kingdom of Luongo. The word means to end from the sky. Into this river the tributaries Luici, Lukilu, and the Luali run. Nyanga is the name of the lake and means the repetition of the 4, and it is here that the Nairi, the name by which the Kilu is known in its upper reaches, has its source. 51. The sacred rivers and provinces and contents of Sacred Grove. River, Kilu Bukoio. Contents of the grove: Macy, rainwater; Mbu, salt water; land, Samanu River; Luicibukoio. Contents of the grove: Zivunga, seed; Mti, tree; land, Zibanga. River, Lukilu Bukoio. Contents of the grove: Enzio, house; Zinquancalo, oyster shell; land, Luangili River; Luli Bukoio. Contents of the grove: Ziniga, snake; Xama, snake; land, Zakamba River; Nyonga Bukoio. Contents of the grove: Ambizi or Nfu, fish; Susu, fowl; land, Nkondi River; Nairi Bukoio. Contents of the grove: Vumina, animal; Zibilu, beast; land, Mbuku. In the above order, it will be seen by the meaning of the words that the order of the 6 categories is maintained. The following lesson, if not exactly what Maluongo used to say to his people, at any rate is a close reproduction of it. I have talked over these questions with him many times, although I never heard him address his people in a sacred grove. In the reading of these symbols, it will be noted that my friends have as it were doubled the formula in the middle and taken the 1st and 6th families together, and work down and up towards the line dividing the 3rd and 4th. Maluongo is supposed to be speaking, Nairi Kilu, the way of being, to and from sky. The source and the mouth of the river must not be separated in your minds. God is the source of all things. The Nairi, great ruler, Nairi, in heaven as I am the ruler on earth. Kilu, from heaven to heaven do we come and go. Vimuna, we suckle our young like cattle. Zibulu, and know our wives like the beasts of the field. Zibala, but as we come together let us remember that we Zibala are also one with God, so that our Mbuku living offspring, born through the birth-producing powers given to us by the Son, may also inherit and absorb the bright and Samanu pure waters of morality. Nyonga Luisi life. Nyonga, The waters of life that have risen from their source are accumulated in the lake, and as they flow onward are mingled with those of the river of primeval matter, MFU. It is true that in our lower nature, we are as the fish of the sea, and the susu birds in the air who bring forth abundantly. Kandi, but let us remember our higher nature and seek to live, Sivanga Mti rather as the tree and herbs that have seed in themselves, and also bear fruit Shibanga and seed. For on the wrong side of the river, Kilu lives the usurper, who would lead us to wrong thoughts and actions, and the consequent punishment. Lukilu and Luli, Lukilu. Two other great rivers flow into our river of being, that of spirit and nature, and thus by spiritual law through the spirit of our ancestors, we are connected with and of God. By natural Luli law we are connected with and of the sun. In us are two great lights, the light uncreated and the created light, Nayaka. In our lower nature the snakes that crawl Zama and feel and give birth to Zakamba offspring are at one with us, but rather should we be called to look to what Nkongalo the colors of the rainbow symbolize to us than to their snake-like nature, and to Enzio the house of love that contains all the mysteries of generation, so that our offspring may be in death in Luanjali union with Nzambi, even as parts of rocks are fused in one by heat. Such are the lessons I would have you learn from my title Fumu, under which I am the way or will and power that has been sent by my father to rule all living things in the sea and rivers, and on the land in this kingdom of Luongo, Lambadend. To cook kernels, walk cautiously if you wish to attain the great end in life, and do no wrong so that your conscience will not force you to come to me crying Dayanu, kill me, put me out of the country. 13. Sacred trees and herbs. I have gathered sufficient evidence to convince myself that each grove has a tree sacred to it, but all these trees are not NKICICI. For instance, I am told that the silk cotton NFUMA tree is NKICI to the groves of Uma. But the NFUMA tree is not NKICICI. Then some trees appear to be sacred to more than one grove, as for instance the NKUMBI tree, apparently sacred to MPUNGU and also to Nyamina, and the Numbu tree sacred to Nyambi, Bukilu and others. My informants however differ so on this subject, that in the following study, I shall leave out all mention of the groves, and simply give the list of the 24 trees and herbs that are Bakasibachi, without bringing them in each instance into connection with a philosophy. You must not conclude that in giving you this list of the sacred trees and herbs of the Bavili, I have exhausted their stock of medicine trees and shrubs. There are many other well-known plants and trees that have to do with medicine and Dongoism, fetish, but they are not Bakasibachi, or as we should say, sacred powers, Mizingo, Makakata, Xumu, Mvutu, Lusingo, all enter generally into fetishes medicines. Then there is the great tree Nkasa, the powdered bark of which is given to people accused of witchcraft, and the MbuNducitu. We are naturally left in wonder that two such members of the vegetable kingdom are not sacred. The Bavali however say they are not, and we must be guided by them in this matter whatever the result may be. There are no Gasa trees near to Luongo, that is to say, we must go for a walk of some 12 miles to find one. On one occasion we left Luongo early in the morning, determined to photograph a few Gasa and other sacred trees, as we thought them at the time. We arrived at Zimako, or Bukuli Buli, the town of Mambuku Pradi, the nephew of Manalumba the Maluongo elect. Maluongo had now left the town in which we first met him and come to Buli, his capital, and meanwhile on the road we heard that we should not find Mambuku at home. He had gone to see Maluongo, was the only answer to our question. But has he gone there for? No answer. Thus when we arrived, the front door of the little palace Mambuku had been good enough to build as a chamber for his guests was locked. We walked in therefore through the opening at the back. Then we plied Mambuku's mother with various questions. His wives were within the enclosure called Lumbu, already described. It then appeared that the mother was suffering from an evil spirit that had already troubled her in one of her legs, and had now commenced to swell her fingers up. She showed us the hand to prove that there was no humbug about the palaver. Moreover, that same morning very early Makaso had got up and gone outside his shimbek in one direction, while his wife went into the grass in the other direction. Mikasa was then, he said, suddenly attracted by the terrible cries of his wife. He rushed to her assistance, and the leopard that had already seized her by the throat ran away. The poor woman was in a fearful state, but they hoped to save her life. Mambuku, as the father of his people, had gone to consult the great priest Nganganvumba, or Maluongo. After breakfast, I said I would start to find the Nkasa tree which a small boy said he thought he knew of as we passed through another town. The boy said we had better ask the women to guide us, for they generally knew where these trees were owing to the clearings made for them by their husbands for their plantations. So I asked them, and they laughed and giggled, the silly things, and said they would follow us. As they were going into the woods to gather the leaves of the fubu, it being nearly the time for mat making, down we dived into a wooded valley, and when we had reached the bottom we stopped to talk to some natives who were busy collecting palm wine. Did they know of the whereabouts of an Nkasa tree? Yes. Would the spokesman guide us to it? He was busy, but the direction in which we were going would not take us to one. I called upon the small boy for an explanation. The boy and a native discussed the question, and the men and the women left. The women then went on their way jabbering. The tree the boy wished to show me was not an Nkasa tree. I then asked the speaker to neglect his business for a consideration, and lead us to the tree he knew of. He growled, but at last was persuaded to accompany us, and we went back by the road we had come. Our guide was in a hurry and ran. We ran after him. Then he dived into the wood and we followed him. Then he said he would have to find the tree, and he left us, and, alas, we saw him no more. Then we followed a path which led us out of the wood, and when we once more got into the open we saw one of our party, who they said was a fool, reclining upon the grass resting. He said he knew where an Nkasa tree existed. Why, then, had he not taken us to it straight away? Was it far? No, then let us be off. Finally, about an hour's walk brought us to a clearing in the wood, where women were about to plant Indian corn and mandioca. By straining our necks and standing on the half-dry trunk of one of the felled trees which lay around us we caught sight of a few of the top branches of the Nkasa tree, which we photographed. Then entering the dark wood we examined the trunk. The tree measured some 12 feet in circumference, and there appeared upon its trunk a great oblong patch devoid of bark. I wanted to take a sample of the bark, but I broke the blade of my knife in trying to cut some of it off. It was far harder than I had imagined. Tired and weary, but satisfied that I had added one more sacred tree to my collection, I arrived at Mambuku's town too late to even think of returning to Luongo that night. Mambuku, having returned and informed himself of the object of our visit, turned to the fool, and, patting him on the head, said, "So you knew where the Nkasa tree was?" And the fool said, yes, he knew where all the medicine trees were. In conversation with some of my followers I had already discovered that the Nkasa tree was not a sacred tree. It was not Nkisisi, but like all other trees that grow unplanted in the sacred ground, if it happened to find its home there, in that sense it might be said to be Nkisi. I did not trust my friends, so I now asked Mambuku, who replied, no, it is not Nkisisi, but merely a tree which supplied them with the poisonous bark in Nkasa palaver. Muma is the mangrove tree. As you know, the heavy trunk of this tree rests on a trellis-like mass of roots that appear to do all they can to keep its body from being in any way brought into contact with the filthy swampy matter at its base. The seeds of this tree also germinate in the air, and it is only when the plant is of a certain age that it drops from its parent stem into the soft mud below. The word might be translated as the essence or kernel in being. The verb ema or oma meaning to become dry, while ina or ona means he, who, connected with the protecting Nkicici Lungilalubu and ideas of wind, we can understand that this tree gives the Bavali a very spiritual symbol, the 24 Bakasibachi within the formula, Zilica. This is a large tree, having a small fruit, which when it falls to the ground and dries separates into two parts. This seed enters into the medicine, Mbumba. Gandika is also a great tree that bears a large fruit, containing 24 seeds, which enter into many medicines. The word has the meaning to enclose. A man closes his house and places a few leaves of manioc, banana, or palm tree about the latch, and that means that no woman may enter therein. This custom is called Lu Candubi Candicula, Bi Sula Binkandi, the husks and shells of the palm fruit used in the smoking of dead bodies, Biumu, a string plant giving a bitter taste in fruit, from which an ointment is made for drying up wounds. Nkala is a bushy tree something like a willow that is planted over graves, and from the wood of which the posts of the entrance gate to the towns called Mabili are made. Misakasaka is a string plant which they wind round the Nkala posts, of Mabilsaka is to chase, while Sakasaka a little chasing, gives us the idea of the quick little waves of the sea following one after the other. Mikwasi is a cane-like plant, planted close to the Nkala poles. Masasa is also a cane-like plant growing at the foot of the Nkala poles. Zalolo is the wild curda known as the lalo ntandu or the wayside pawpaw. Its fruit is of a yellow color and it is eaten by weary travelers on the march. It is one of those shrubs whose growth does not appear to be affected by the yearly prairie fires. It is burnt and scorched each year, but its blackened branches sprout and bear their yearly crop as if the fire had merely purged them of their dead matter and given them new life. Zifilo is a bushy tree whose fruit is of a ruddy color, and the leaves of which, together with those of the zalalo, enter into the medicines connected with MBA. Mavuka is a string plant used in binding the tooth of the hippo, VUBU or NGUVU. This plant and the tooth is called MBA Zadongo, and it is brought out by the prince on Sundays, the fourth day Sona. Having chewed some kola nut, he spits the mass upon the part of the tooth that is bound by the mavuka to give him the power to overcome the wiles of the witches, who would prevent his propagating his image. Matandi is the truffle found in the ground in the woods and eaten by the natives. Muamba is a large tree producing a soft yellow wood of which the natives make figures, zinkasi. It is the word used for the juice or broth, made from the fruit of the palm tree. Nkana is a lofty tree from the bark of which bracelets and anklets are made. Its small fruit enters into the MBA medicines, and MBA is the smell of the earth. The wood of this tree must not be burnt in any town where the MBA medicine exists. MBU is the tree representing respectful fear, VUMI. Buba, the spider, also means an assembly of many things wrapped up as in a parcel. The spider is said to have made a ladder up to heaven to fetch down fire. Ntete is a very high tree and serves as a mark or sign that the land on which it stands is near the headquarters of the king. This tree is now a very rare one. In Luongo I only know of one, and that is situated just on the Buli side of the river, Lubendo, which divides that province from Luangil. The wood is used to make the handles of axes, hoes, etc. The meaning of the word is first, principal, and Kakintete, chief and first wife. Nlomba is a fine tree sacred to Kungu, but found in other woods under which the dead who die with their eyes open are placed. It is said that such dead want some question deciding or at least debating before they will submit to burial. Mbota is the Longicarpus, Bentley, producing a very hard yellow wood. The ideas connected with the tree are those of endurance, production, excellence. Nkumbi is the large tree already mentioned as being at the eastern entrance to Aluongo Zabila, or sacred ground. It is here that the king-elect, encouraged by Ngambu, must fight all pretenders who present themselves to dispute his right to the throne. Sexy, PLZI, is the old market tree situated on the Nzilanzambi or high road leading from Maluongo Zabila to the sea. Here the body of the defunct Maluongo is placed just previous to being carried away for burial. Nambu is a very great, soft wood tree, and the one situated in the Kongazavo of Zinji marks the place where the people of Mamboma meet those of Maluongo bearing the dead body, and, chasing them away with oyster and cockle shells, take charge of the body and carry it off to burial. It is sacred to Bukilu and Yambi and other groves. 52 MBA, the palm tree. Maluongo, the head of his race in the full vigor of manhood, when judging his people always wears a sash of palm leaves across his shoulders. This is called Ndembe. This word will carry your thoughts to the word Ndembo, or the secret society, the rites of which are graphically described to us in Mr. Bentley's dictionary, page 506. but the only secret society I know of among the Bavili is that of the Badungo, who are the king's policemen, and were chiefly used by him as detectives to deter his people from committing acts of immorality likely to cause the wrath of Zambi, or the Power Bunzi. The Mayamba I am told use the word Ndungo and Nkimba for one and the same person. I am inclined to believe with Consul Roger Casement that the Nkimba, as a secret society, and is known south of the Congo, is a degenerate conglomeration of native and Jesuitical formation. The Badungu wear a wooden mask and are dressed in feathers or dried banana leaves, carrying the snout of the sawfish in their hands as a sign of office. See illustration in 7 Years Among the Fjord, pages 13 and 49. Naturally, as the people degenerated, these policemen abused their powers and became a nuisance to the people who, in time, as the power of the king waned, suppressed them. Some of you may have noticed Congo pipes ornamented with the picture of a palm tree, among the branches of which quite near to the fruit the snake Nlimba is coiled. At the foot of this palm tree a few straight lines figure a well. This picture is called Nyakanyilu, Mpiawila Macy, Boma, Cumula Macy understood, that is, the man seeing a snake on high being thirsty, fears to drink the waters of the well. 0.53 lemb is the copper bracelet worn by princes who are married according to the rites of lemb. Now those women wearing the lemb bracelet may eat all kinds of palm fruit, NDE equals a palm nut, but those wearing the NGOFO bracelet may not eat the all-yellow nuts of the BA51 and tundabin, a certain kind of palm tree. The fence or lumbu, wherein the wives after the rites of NGOFO and lemblive, should be made of the fronds of the palm tree, but if made of papyrus must have a branch of the palm tree showing here and there. No ordinary woman while still capable of bearing children may eat of the yellow nuts called matundaba, or the nut having a small kernel of the palm tree called sambo, but boys and men may eat all these nuts. Nsanda is the ficus religiosa or wild fig tree, which spreads its branches over the market. It is a sacred tree in Luongo but more common as a market tree in Kakongo. Nkondo, PLVIIB, is the baobab tree. Its leaves mixed with palm oil are still eaten in the Congo, much as the leaves of the manioc are. Water poured onto the contents of its enormous pods makes a refreshing drink for a fever patient. Some of their dead are, everlastingly so they say, preserved within their hollow trunks. Cut it down, and its fallen trunk throws roots down into the earth and shoots branches into the air with a persistent determination not to die. The Nfuma tree is not sacred, but it is a sign which says, from this place you come, sacred trees. Mugma, Nkumbi, Zilica, Nkataka, Muamba, Sexy, Biumu. Bizila Binkandi, Nkana, Numbu, Nkala, Misakasaka, Mbubu, Mba, Mkwici, Masisa, Ntete, Nsanda, Zalalo, Zifilo, Nilomba, Nkondo, Mavuka, Matondi, Mbota, Nfuma. In this case it will be hard for the Europeans to connect the 6 groups with the 6 categories because it is a case of comparing spirit to matter, which, of course, can only be done by analogy. It can most easily be done by first taking, as before, Maluongo's lesson, and then tracing in it the ideas connected with the categories. We have already seen what Maluongo said with regard to the lands and rivers. I now give his lessons drawn from the sacred trees. Nkondo. The sisters of Maluongo are allowed to choose a man each from any part of the country as their husbands. The man thus chosen becomes virtually the slave of his royal wife, and must have no other wife or concubine. When Maluongo is finally crowned king, he also must marry a princess of Ngoyo, and put away his wives or concubines, that he may have lived with while he reigned as Nganganvumba. The princesses must live in Kondi, and here on the death of a Maluongo, Mamboma and the other princes must prepare to choose a successor. Matondi. Not only must the ruler-elect be beloved by the people, but he must be a perfect man capable Mavuka of procreating, or, as we should say, Mbota excellent, enduring and good man, that is in every way a noble man. Nkumbi. He is led to the Nkumbi tree to meet the people and is encouraged by Mamboma to fight anyone who has any pretension to the crown. Strong in the knowledge of the purity zilika of his birth, and that which has fallen Kandika on him, and is within him from above, he looks upon himself as Muamba, the essence of all virtue. In this physical nature he is surrounded Nsanda by his courtiers as the market tree is by the people beneath its shade. Zalalo. The fires and trials of life have but given him new life and a consciousness of self, and he feels that Sifilo his intuition will guide him so that NLOMBA all his discussions will be remembered by the people. Sexy unconscious of wrongdoing, he fears not death, and the knowledge that it is his duty to bury his uncle Biumu, whose body is now being dried by the Bisulabing candy fire and smoke from husks and shells of the palm kernels, makes Nkana him all the more resolved to fight through his present troubles. MBA. And now that he has succeeded his uncle Thantadala, and is married to the welfare of his people Mikwasi, the time has come when he must Malisa fulfill his promises and become Ntrete in reality the head of his state Misakasuka, and that he may follow in the footsteps of Nambu, Ntadala, and become absorbed in the deep of the spirit, he must Nkala remember his enduring and priestly powers, and live to the end. Mbubu in the respectful fear of God as overseer and chief from whom all come. Such is the pure and kingly life, born of a royal mother, the only wife of one chosen husband, himself the husband of one royal wife. In order to trace the connection of the trees and the categories, the reader must refer to the table of associated ideas, given on page 109. 14. The omens, etc. It is said that Bunzi the south wind brought Nsaci and Zimbuka with him. While both these are the names of Bakasi Bankandi, or household gods, they are also the words used for thunder and lightning. Nsaci, or Nzaci, Antonio Lavadero told me some years ago, on one occasion sent his 24 dogs and they killed one of his companions and burned a palm tree. Folklore of the Fjord. Page 72. At the time I wondered why there should have been 24 dogs, but now I feel assured that these dogs simply represented the 24 parts or pairs of intermediate nerves, which the natives attribute to the trunk of his body. There is no longer any doubt in my mind that this constantly recurring 6x4 is part of the system of native philosophy. Thus they believe there are 3 pairs of nerves and a fourth as the cause, 6 sets of 4 pairs as that which goes between, and 1 and 3 pairs as the effect, which counting the joining fourth of the causative set and the joining one of the effective set, as one pair would make up the 31 pairs of nerves in the human body, according to the native. Putting all this on one side for the moment, let me tell you what I know of their omens, which are so nearly connected with their nervous system. Thunder and lightning out of season portend the death of a prince, and as such are a bad sign. In season they are very welcome. Mbwa or Mbulu is the dog. The Mbulu must not cross one's path at the commencement of a journey. If it does, it must be taken as a sign of misfortune, and the traveler must put off his departure for a day or two. The meaning of the word Bulu is a valley, an animal, a being gifted with sensibility, a person without spirit or reason. Bwa is now used rather as an appellation for the tame dog which their stories tell us was first sent to town to procure food for some of his friends, but enjoying the warmth of the fire there, determined to remain as the companion of man. A man met a beautiful dog on one occasion, and was so pleased with its appearance that he determined to take it home with him. As it was raining heavily, he took it with him inside his shimbak, and lighting a fire proceeded to dry and warm his pet. Suddenly there was an explosion and neither man, dog, nor shimbak were ever seen again. This dog was Nsaci, so Antonio told me. Bakasibachi, Zula, the croaking frog, has 2 voices. When you hear it croaking in a stuttering guttural way you may expect evil. When on the contrary it utters a soft purring kind of croak, all is well. The word ula is connected with the smashing and crushing that goes on earth and in rivers during a storm when trees are falling and waters rushing madly towards the sea. Mbixi is the little bird that sings elu elo elo elo. And if you are going out fishing in the sea, and you hear this pleasant sound, you are sure to have good luck. Susu, the fowl, It is a bad sign to hear a cock crow after 6 p.m. and before 3 a.m. 6xe, a very small bird. When this bird sings 6xe and you hear it on your way to fish, it is a good sign ensuring luck. But if it rings TD, turn back, as you will catch nothing. Kulu equals the horned owl. When at night this bird comes near to you, and you hear it hooting, it is a sign of death, that is about to overtake you or one near to you. NXCCI is a fairly large black bird, whose wings are tipped with white. Its song KDE portends witch palaver. KNA, a slender black bird with a long tail, that is continually crying out KNA. When the Bavali hear this bird, they conclude that there is something wrong with Mabili, not the power but them kissing Kandi or entrance gate to their village. Or there is some sickness hanging about someone dear to them. This bird came from the east with Mabili. MVIA is a brown bird that cries out via, reminding the native of witch burning palaver. It is a bad sign. Via equals to burn. NUMVU is a large dark brown bird, the fish eagle, that lives near to rivers. When it is all one color, it is a bad sign, but when you meet one with its wings tipped with white, it is a good sign. ZIFU2NKUBU equals the screech owl. Like the Kulu, to hear it hoot is a sign of death. MBENDA equals the field rat. If this rat runs across your path from left to right, it is a good sign. Not so good when it crosses from right to left. Should it run towards you, it is a bad sign, but if it runs along in front of you in the way you are going, oh, that is very good. MPAWLO Polo equals the common owl. When you hear the hooting of this owl, you may feel happy, for it means be at rest, all is well. The snakes and colors of the rainbow, or the nerves in connection with the senses and perceptions. MPILI, the spitting adder, strikes terror into the noisy and is evidently connected with the sense of hearing. NDUMA is a black-colored snake, python, from about 6 to 8 feet in length, that is said to lift itself on its tail and strike a person dead with its head if he attempts to pass it. Men wearing the iron bracelet of NGOFO must ask themselves the following questions on meeting with it. Have we eaten the flesh of any animal that we have killed on the same day? Have we pointed our knives at anyone? Did we know our wives on the day of rest, NSONA? Have we looked upon women during their periods? Have we eaten those long chili peppers instead of confining ourselves to the smaller kinds? This snake causes man to reflect and reason. MBA is a great snake found in wells. It loves moisture, and is allied to the boma. Women are more especially afraid of MBA, and after drawing the fish and water out of a well, they will run away and leave their fish if they discover that MBA has been hidden in it after all. The word means moisture, secret, to draw up the earth round the roots of a plant, when the smell of the earth is said to impart some secret to women. Nearly connected with MBA is the plain copper bracelet of the NGA and the NLUNGA Songo. This connects MBA with marriage and smell. Macy Mazilemb equals green. The water in which the king has washed his hands is called Macy Maxilembo or Dembo. An ordinary man is said to wash his hands, Sukila Mayako, but a prince, Sukila Ndembo, his fingers. Macy Mazilemb is the water expressed from the 5-fingered leaves of the manioc. 54 Lemba means to touch mentally. NLAWLO equals yellow. Laloka is to overlook, hence to pardon. It is the word used after a person has undergone a hot knife test and escaped unharmed, signifying that he is innocent. So that the yellow color is connected with this kind of examination. Muamba equals orange. It is the juice or essence of the palm nut. As an exclamation, it is used to mean that what has been said, done, or seen, is very good. It therefore expresses appreciation. MPILU equals purple. This word could be written vilu or bidu, and that means the soot smeared upon the faces of people who mourn their dead. Hence viluka or mpeluka is to change the face of a thing. This change of face expresses grief. Bundi equals indigo blue. The natives now tie a piece of blue baft, in which a bit of skin is fastened, around their heads as a sign of mourning. This band, tanta, used to be made of folded grass cloth dyed nearly black. MBA is the green snake measuring from 4 to 8 feet in length. The 3 snakes MBA, NDUMA, and MPILI are classified by the natives under the name Bobo. The bearing ones, the three that we are now discussing, IEMBAMBA, NSANDA, and NLIMBA is Sasa, the procreating ones. MBAMBA is harmful but not a deadly snake. Zimbamba are the strips of the mbamba palm used to string. The sense of touch is figured by this snake. Simba is to handle. NSANDA is a light yellow snake about 8 feet long, which will only bite those whose day has come. It lives in the grass. It is one of the snakes said to guard Lungilalobu, the sense of sight. The word Santa means to search and see which you prefer. NLIMBA, about 8 feet in length, is the orange-colored snake that guards the palm nuts of certain trees, so that those who are forbidden to eat them may not obtain them. In this way it is connected with the sense of taste. It is the diminutive of the NDAMBA or XAMA. XAMA equals snake, written also NDAMA, Nshima. It is said to be red in color but it is seldom seen, save as a part of a rainbow. It is, they say, of enormous proportions and lives in the woods. If anyone kills it, the rains will not fall. Pieces of it are occasionally found, probably talc, and highly prized. There are two great XAMA, XAMA and XAMALUAYI. It is said that the snake NLIMBA grows into the snake NDUNDO, which in its turn becomes XAMALUAYI, the beneficent rainbow that drives away the evil XAMA. On the other hand, NSANDA grows into the snake NKULANTIETI, which becomes XAMA. That is, choice or the desire to choose that which is not as in the marketplace leads one to the chasing of the wrong voice, which carries one to destruction. Another example of this double meaning given to words or sentences by the native is found in the following saying given to me by my old headman, now dead Francisco. He said that when the floods caused by XAMA were wrecking their villages and plantations, the princes of the Bavali raised their hands to their breasts, and then lifting them up on high let them drop again to their sides. The sign of the rainbow, saying ETU, R, SE, Father Eli, that is, I, and 51, who is a, of, Ambuku, the exploder Fambi, God UI, KO understood, may not hear. Francisco put in quite a lot of aspirates in this sentence, which would go to show that the saying came from the people to the east of Luongo, who still make use of them, the Bavali using 5 in their place. I have omitted these to make the sentence more easily comprehended. Now the saying used by the people generally in Luongo is ETUCI, clouds for Matuti Eli, that are, I, and, Liambuko. Never mind. Zambi, God Uiko, may he not hear. The valley or deep, out of which XAMA Gonzalo is said to rise, is called Bulu Limboma, the valley of fear. MBENGA equals red, manga equals blood. It is not very hard for a native to connect the senses with the 6 categories. Hearing is the opposite to exclaiming, which they connect with air and the heavens and so with water. Reason they connect with ideas of foundation, ground, solidity just as we do. Smell they connect with marriage, and hence with desire and heat. Touch implies motion for them. Sight they connect through covetousness, with abundance and wealth or plenty. Taste they connect with eating, and through eating with life. The order is the natural one taken from the colors of the rainbow. Colors of rainbow, MPILU omens, Zulula, MBIXI rainbow snake, MPILI colors of rainbow, Bundy omens, Susu, Zigzaxi rainbow snake, NDUMA colors of rainbow, Saduda omens, Kulu, NXCCI rainbow snake, MBUMBA colors of rainbow, Macy Maxilem omens, KNA, MVIA rainbow snake, MBA colors of rainbow, NLAWLO omens, NUMVU, ZIF22 NKUBU rainbow snake, NSANDA colors of rainbow, Muamba omens, NBENDA, MPA circumflexulo Paulo rainbow snake, NLIMBA. 15. Sacred animals, Sheena. The king is Ntinu Lukeen, or the one who advises his people to fly from the custom of the leopard. NGO. The leopard is the Shina of the people of Congo, including the provinces south of the Congo, as well as Kakongo and Luongo, and as such it is NKICICI. It is the only animal having the title of Fumu. All palavers are commenced with the words Ngongongo Ngetenzambi. NGO is the name by which a woman who is capable of bearing royal children is known, the wife of the first Congo. The leopard skin is used as a charm against smallpox, and the Mangiganes, Captain Executioner head of office, is also made of it. In January 1902, the writer was standing near to his house, when a crowd of natives passed him carrying the body of a dead leopard 55 to Luongo for sale. The head of the beast was covered with a cloth so that its eyes should not be seen. And a lady called NGO who was standing near to him began to cry. "Why do you cry?" the writer asked. "Ah," she answered, "the brutes would not have treated my namesake in this rough way in the olden days with impunity." The Bavali call the leopard Zikumbura, which might be translated as the calumniator, but the Badiks still call it Kane, which might be translated the one opposed to nobility. As this animal is looked upon as the mother of all animals, we cannot be wrong in saying that she is descended from Zamhi through Zakamasi, and her offspring Zakanga and Ixiluka, who are said to be the parents of an animal and a wooden figure. That the leopard is connected with witchcraft is certain, even if the words NDONGO and NDOXI did not so clearly point to the fact, for we were warned by Mambuku 56, at Zimako, that someone with NDONGO in his stomach had willed the leopard to come to their town, or someone in that very town, perhaps, was ready to use the leopard as a means of destroying his neighbor's life, and someone also with evil thoughts was causing the mother to keep on suffering. The Bavali fully believe that certain Bantu NDONGO have this power over leopards and crocodiles, and that others who have not the power themselves, knowing their brother NDONGO, ask them a favor of the loan of the were-beast. The Muntu NDONGO, or wizard as you perhaps would call him, does not in this case change himself into the leopard or the crocodile, for he may be talking to you in one place while the beast is doing his will in another. Neither need he die first, so that what some people like to call his soul may enter and possess the animal. The man who has NDONGO in his stomach will search out an NGANGA, or doctor, who has the medicine Zikumbuzim and Pandu, and ask him to sell him some. The NGANGA will ask him if he is really desirous to obtain it, and the Muntu NDONGO answers yes. The NGANGA sells him the medicine. The Muntu NDONGO says he cannot see the leopard or crocodile. Then the NGANGA takes the medicine and gives the Muntu NDONGO some, and rubs some into his eyes, and asks him if he can now see the leopard. The Muntu NDONGO answers yes, and goes his way conscious that he owns a leopard or crocodile to do his will. All leopards do not lend themselves to these horrible practices, and such as do not are said to belong to the Bakisibachi, or the people who are owners of sacred ground. Since my visit to Zimako, I have noticed the following sad cases of the ravages said to have been worked by the wicked class of leopards. 1. Zikamo is a man who has lived with white men all his life, can read and write, and wears European clothes. He was with his master in Samboa, quite near to Luongo, and it was here that the following sad event occurred. 3 boys, one of them the son of Zikamo, were sleeping in an outhouse serving as a kitchen. One night a leopard entered this place, and passing over one of the boys, deliberately attacked and killed the son of Zikamo, only wounding the boy nearest the door in his flight. Zikamo went to Maluongo, and after relating the whole affair to him said, "How is this? I want to know who it is leopard." Then they set the Genghis to work, and it was divined that it was a man of the village of Ntanda Bilila who owned this particular leopard. Then Zikamo said, "Very well, now I want to know who ate the flesh of this man of Bilila, for if one of his boys' family had not eaten the flesh 57 of the Bilila man." Zikamo reasoned that it was impossible that the Bilila man should have sent the leopard to chop his son. And here this palaver rests for the time being too. The wife of Zakaya was in her house sleeping with another woman when a leopard burst open the door, passed over the other woman, and carrying Zakaya's wife away, ate her up. leaving only her head. Zakaria called in the Zinganga, and they divined that Maxienzi was the owner of that leopard. So Zakaria went to Maxienzi's town and destroyed his house and plantations, and then went to Maluongo to complain about Maxienzi. Maluongo arrested Maxienzi, and advised him to take Gasa at once. Maxienzi said, "Let us first hold a palaver." In the palaver it was proved that Maxienzi had asked the acknowledged owner of the leopard to lend it to him. Maxienzi protested, and declared that in this case he was innocent. Maluongo then said that no one would believe him under the circumstances, and that the decision was in the hands of God, not his. Let him take Nkasa. Maxienzi went to Mambuku's town, and demanded to be given the Nkasa. It was given to him and he vomited, thus proving that he was innocent. Zakaria and his people, however, said that Maxienzi used his knowledge as a Muntuandongo to avoid the proper and just effects of Nkasa. Zakaria and his other wife and family then left their town and went to live in the Mayamb, or bush country. 3. A poor old man and his little grandchildren went into the woods to cut the fronds of the bamboo palm, Ntarmb, from the leaves of which he meant to make thatch to cover his house. Having finished their work, they picked out their bundles and were about to start homewards, when a leopard sprang out of the bush upon the old man. The children cried out, not being able to run away. The leopard left the old man, and the party then took up their burdens and ran away in the direction of their village. At last the old man threw his bundle of leaves into the grass, and said he could go no further, he would rest and then come home. Shortly after he had stopped, the leopard set upon him again. The little ones saw it, shouted to it to go away, and then ran home as fast as they could. The people of the village set out to look for the old man, but only found his head. How this palaver was settled I do not know. These 4 cases in this district, then, have come to my knowledge within 6 months, and I give you the facts as related to me, and therefore with their native coloring, and as they are looked upon by disinterested native third parties. NGO as the old woman in a hammock. The story of how Zadila exposed the witches. Zadila means in Zivili a man who humbugs people. Zadila was not well treated at home, and was finally told by his people that he was not worth anything, and had better go away and earn his living as best he could. They were tired of supporting him. This rather sobered Zadila, and as he was already a bearded man, he knew he would have some difficulty in getting his living in a decent way, and he dreaded the thought of having to turn his hands to any hard work. He approached a rich man and offered him his services as boy or cook. "You are too old," said the rich man. "Never mind that, try me. I will do my best for you." And so he was engaged to clean plates, cook food, and cut wood. He continued to clean plates, and cook food, and cut wood for a long, long time. During all this time sundry Zinganga kept on telling him that he was serving a Muntuandongo, and Zadila at last felt that there must be some truth in what he was told. Every Nganga that comes here says the same thing. What am I to do? How can I get the better of him? He once more cooks his master's chop, and then goes to him and says, "Senor, what? I am a witch." "No," says his master. "Yes, I am." "Why, how do you know?" asks the master. "Yes, I am a witch, but am ashamed, and take off my clothes only behind the shimbek." "Never mind," says the master. "I am one too. And perhaps after all you are one, for it is today that we are going to kill the prince of the country, and it is today that you tell me you are a witch. We will go together, but go to sleep and wait until the evening." Zadila sleeps, wakes early in the evening, and goes to his master and wakes him. "You are no witch," says Zadila, "or you would not sleep like this." "Nay," says his master, "it is not time yet, you may sleep a little longer." Zadila goes to sleep again. Then they wake up and start for the meeting place of the witches. Zadila goes ahead to show that he is not afraid. They come to a place where a great number of cloths and bracelets and leg rings lie strewn about. The master tells Zadila to take off his clothes. "No," says Zadila, "when I do that people in town will dream that I am a witch, but when they see that I am dressed they will say, 'No, he cannot be a witch, because he dressed very well.'" "Then," says his master, as he takes off his own clothes, "go as you are, but take care of the others." Then they walk and walk and walk, until they arrive at a place where all the Zandoxi were in the grass. Mamboma's in Canto 58 says the old woman with sores, Nfumuno, in her hammock when she sees the boy, Mamboma. Zidila kalaka kamino mapulama kakusangamina, Mamboma, he is not a witch, he comes only to look on, as sure as I'm Nganga I divine it, and Mamboma replies, Zipakaminu aku angianatanga musipaya, shut your mouth, it is because you are in a hammock that you say so, the old man replies, Maxiku nakuabataku anganga, it is not because I have a hammock, but because I am Nganga that I say this. Mamboma then says, how could he enter here if he were not a witch? Give him a matchet, 59 that he may dance. They give him a matchet. Zidila takes the matchet, and dances away and dances back again. And the young women are very pleased, and cry out, Tulanchulu, return here. And Zidila goes to them and returns twice, but the third time he runs away, taking the matchet with him. And the old woman with the sores cried out from her hammock to Mamboma, you now see that I was right. They all waited, and then exclaimed, she is right. They then set upon the master and thrashed him. They did not kill the prince, they then knocked their fetish, crying out to Zidila's master, you brought the boy here, if you come back here you will die. And Zidila gathered up all the clothes and bracelets and leg rings, and took them to his home. He made a fire outside his shimbak and waited for his master, but he did not sleep. The Zindoxi searched for their clothes, and thrashed the master again when they could not be found, and then they departed to their towns, dispersing in different directions. And next day Zidila remarked to all about him, how is it that so many are wearing clean clothes today? And the master called Zidila aside, and whispered to him that they had thrashed him. Who dared to thrash you? Shouted Zidila. Don't shout, cried the master. Why, shouted Zidila. If you are Unduxy, why do you act like this and get me thrashed? I went simply to humbug you, replied Zidila, and each Unduxy brought 50 longs, 125 yards, of cloth, or sheep, or presents, to get their clothes from Zidila and to bribe him to say nothing about the affair. Thus he became very rich, and went back to his town and built a nice shimbak, and looked down upon his poorer relations. Some time afterwards he went back in a hammock to see his master. His master called him Unduxy, and dared him to take a casa. Let us take it together, said Zidila. And they both went far away, where they were not known, and took the bark and the master died, and Zidila escaped. The above, of course, is merely a story. The following, however, occurred not so long ago, which proves how near fiction is to fact in the Bavali's mind. Buite had been out fishing, and on his way home met the drunkard Mavungu, who asked him for some fish. Buite refused to give it, and Mavungu threatened to do for him. Buite fell sick and died. Mavungu took a casa and died, and it then turned out that the drunkard Mavungu had gone to his town in a rage and told his brother, who was also no friend of Buite's, that the latter had refused to give him fish. So they sought out one or two other Zindoxi, and they had determined to kill Buite. Buite, falling sick, called an Nganga, who divines that he was bewitched, and that nothing could save him. When Buite died, Mavungu, who had thus been heard to threaten Buite, was accused of having been the cause of his death, and had to take in casa, and died. The Bavali say that supposing that Mavungu's brother had refused to join him in wishing the death of Buite, but on the contrary had said, no, Buite is not bad fellow, and I do not wish him to die. Buite might have fallen sick, but would have soon got better. Zambisi in some of the stories 60 is spoken of as the mother of all animals, as if she were the immediate mother rather than the creator. This confusion is natural to degenerate people, who are apt to mistake the intermediate causes for the first cause. In the story that describes an old lady arriving at the town of Sunansenzi, and asking for hospitality, we have an example of this. NZENZ1 is the cricket, and the story therefore is an animal one, and the old lady so full of sores who chastised the people of the town for not giving her hospitality should perhaps be NGO, the leopard, and not NZAMBICL. Sheena, Misumazenzi Mavali Maduninini say the Bavali for a crooked palaver in which one is able to see the truth. You can cook the grasshopper or cricket, but its eyes remain, or, in other words, the truth will out. The cricket is Sheena to Sanjo. 61 Zombo BAWCI or BOCI. 62. The eel is the Sheena, or sacred animal of Kakongo. An old lady is said to have been on a journey in Kakongo, behind a place called Feudala. She carried a child on her back, and asked some women who were planting in the fields for water. The women said that they only had enough for themselves, and that water had to be brought from a long distance. The lady eventually got a drink of palm wine from a young man who was tapping a palm tree. She rewarded the young man, and punished the women for their want of motherly instinct by turning the field they had been in into a lake. Bawci, the fish of which is Sheena to the women of Ntumpu to this day. The third one, AWCI or OCI, is Mpakasa AWCI, the wild ox or buffalo, the Sheena of Luongo. When Maluongo 63 first came from Congo, he brought this XINI, which is NKICI''CL, with him. He is said to have asked some men for water, and they refused to give it to him. Hence he made the flesh of the Mpakasa Sheena to their family Bakulu. These 64 great ones then are the Sheena of the whole tribe and the 3 sub-tribes composing it, and the 3 are not only the sacred animals of the sub-tribes, but also the forbidden food of certain families in those sub-tribes. As we are treating only of Luongo, we must restrict ourselves to its sacred animals. Mpakasa AWCI is called the Sheena Zibikamu Anabukilu, or the 4 left by the offspring of the spirit of the ancient second class. Each province under the rule of its Fumu has 2 Sheena, as in the case of the province of Zibanka, the Susu or fowl, and the Saxi, Diker. These are called Bina Fumasi. Third class. Then each district under its Congo Zavo has its Sheena, as in the chief district of the above province, the Nziku, the chimpanzee. This kind is called Sheena Xici, and is the sacred animal of the sacred grove of the district. Thus Mpuku, the rat, is Sheena Xici of a family as well as the animal connected with the grove. Mpuku Nyambi as an omen. Fourth class. Each person living under his Congo Zavo, head of family with any pretensions to birth, should have 4 Bina, the Sheena of each of his ancestors, i.e., 2 Sheena Zixinkaka, Zixidida, the Sheena of his father's family, Zixifumba, the Sheena of his mother's family. In connection with this class, it is astonishing how few can trace their pedigrees back to their grandfathers. Take, for instance, the following examples. Toddy of Bengala says his father's Sheena was Ngulubu, the pig, his mother's Ngwali, the partridge, and that he is of the family of Nziku. Biona of Ntumpu father, Kabi, antelope, mother, Nziku, chimpanzee, ancestors, Ngulubu, pig, Nyundu Zibango otter, Ngo of Feudala, Kakongo. Father, Kabi, antelope, mother, Ngwali, partridge. Grandparents or ancestors, Ngulubu, pig, Makamba of Zelendi. Nkombi father, Nkombo, goat, mother, a slave brought from the interior, Sangu of Zinji father, Nkombo, goat, mother, Mpakasa, buffalo. Louis father, Ngwali, partridge, mother, he does not know. In the case of Biona, Ngulubu and Nyundu Zibanga show the districts of his grandparents, while his father's Sheena is Kabi and his mother's Nziku. Through his ancestors he is related to Toddy, whose father had the pig as his Sheena. Then Toddy is of the family of Nzixu, the Sheena of Biona's mother. Therefore their families may not intermarry. Fifth class. Certain offices or situations carry certain Sheena with them. The office of Fumuzingkandi or Zinkada, the pig, Ngulubu. The office of Badungu, the Nziku. The office of Punzi, food cooked by an unmarried woman. This class is called Sheena Zisilu. Sixth class. Each Zibila has its Sheena. Bunzi hates unmarried women. Zikumbi, the maiden, is therefore its Sheena. Zikanga and Xiluka hate a noise. The goat Nkombo is their Sheena. This class is called Sheena Zinkizikli. Seventh class. When natives are sick and are undergoing treatment, certain foods are Sheena, and as often as not the patient is ordered henceforth not to allow a companion to eat certain flesh together with him. This is called Sheena Zibalongo. Eighth class. Certain household fetishes, bracelets, etc., carry with their ownership certain restrictions as to food. The wearer of the NGOFO bracelet may not eat the fish MPULI with another person. He may not kill and eat an animal on the same day. This is Sheena Bakasi 9th class. Now, parts of some animals are found in the sacred grove. This summed up class is called Sheena's Ibifumba. These Bina of the Bavali are as follows. The skin of the leopard finds its way into the Zibila only as part of the dress of the individual. Neither the eel nor the cricket are found there, but the Mpakasa is the greatest of all the symbols entering the Zibila of the Bavili, and so we will commence with it. The wild ox in the stories of the Bavili is generally found acting as the servant or ambassador of either the leopard or some princely animal. As often as not it is sacrificed while in the discharge of some duty. Thus when Nzambi, Ngo, sent him for the wagtail's drum he was killed by the followers of that bird. The tail of the ox called Maso is the sign of office of all the Kongazavo among the Bavali. Thus the idea of obedience to the voice of one in authority is implied. The wild ox is always on the alert for the slightest noise. It is peculiarly sensitive to sound. The horns and head of this animal are found in the Zibila. Bafu equals the sawfish, the snout of which the Badungu carry as their sign of office. This snout is found in the Zibila. Nkaka equals a kind of crocodile, opposed to the Ngandu or crocodile in the Congo. This reptile is eaten by the Bikuni, or woodmen of the Mayom district, to the east of Malongo's composite kingdom. It digs out its home underground in the banks of rivers. The hole is of the shape of the letter, and great danger is encountered by the Bikuni in hunting and killing it. The hunter, by lighting a fire at the entrance, 1. Drives the reptile into the bend, 2. 3. He then carries stones into the hole and blocks up entrance number 2, and lights another fire at the entrance number 3, and so suffocates his prey. Should the hunter venture beyond number 2, without having blocked it up, the Nkaka is apt to slip through it and block up the main entrance with his body, so that the hunter becomes captive and certain prey. One of the scales, Maku, of this reptile is to be found in the Xibilabeci is what the Portuguese call silverfish. It causes great havoc with the fishing nets as it is a great struggler. The saying Kubala Nkanu, to lose right in a palaver, is connected with it. Its scales are found in the Zibila. Susu equals the fowl. White fowls are used as offerings by those going to the Zibila to ask a favor. A fowl is generally found tied by a string to a peg in the ground in front of a sick man that Nganga is trying to cure. It is a sign of good faith, and is supposed to die if the Nganga in the presence of his fetish does not act fairly. It is killed and its blood used in certain medicines, Zamenga. They call it Mifuka the messenger among the animals, and there is a saying Muana Susu Kulambakushi Etakula Nzala. A chicken goes to sleep hungry if its mother does not scratch for food for it. Its feathers are found in the Zibila. Macuncula are the cockle shells that together with the oyster shells the people of Mamboma cast at the people of Buli, who have carried the coffin of Ntadala, as far as the Numbu tree. The saying Makuku Matatu Xici Kubundu Buku Pe gives us to understand that it takes 3 anthills for a pot properly to be balanced for cooking purposes. Many women and children are drowned each year by forgetting that when the tide begins to rise, it is time to cease digging for cockles. A mound of these shells is found in the Zibila. Ngwali or Ngumbi, or Zilalalo equals the partridge, also a Mafuka. The story goes that a Mr. Partridge fell in love with a Mrs. Fowl, and went home with her, but passed a very wretched night in the coop owing to his fear of Mr. Fowl, and to the fact that the owner of the village gave loud orders at midnight to his people to kill a fowl in the morning before letting the fowls out. As he expected some friends the next day, the partridge got away. It is the bird that is killed by sons for their mothers, when their husbands have neglected them for strange women. The head and feet of this bird are found in the Zibila. Maili equals oysters. The saying Yamasamu I1 Mati gives us to understand that the palaver to be talked out is no small matter, and that it is as hard as an oyster to open. A mound of these shells is found in the Zibila. Mboma the boa constrictor. Its skin is found in the Zibila. Tella the whale. Its vertebra, Kala Mbusa, is in the Zibila and is said to point out that people come there from all parts. Uncombo the goat. When a member of a village has committed some crime worthy of death, a town's meeting is called, and if there be one dissenting voice against his being put to death, his family supply a goat in his place. This is killed and every member of the community must eat a little of it. This custom is called Muntu Fundung Combo Fundu. Thus both the goats and the fowl are zimanga of blood. The goat skin is used in a zibila to sit upon instead of the usual grass mat. The animal itself is looked upon as noisy and lascivious. Sungu is a large antelope and the saying is, Sungum bakala muntu ke kulila mu binenga, that the sunga always feeds on the tops of hills, and is therefore always ready to catch sight of his enemy. To look out becomes a habit of mind. Sunga, with it, its head and horns are in the zibila. Nzau, the elephant, the chief of all the world, the great giver of food, Kulombo ndu matika. For when it is killed people come with mattets, baskets and seem to be forever coming and carrying its flesh away. It stands for the ideas of animal love and knowledge, and the story goes that it was led from Kakongo by a single string of Biasava, Nkawxiba Kakila Nzau Muluvusu. Nzau is pet name given to little babies. The hairs of its tail are found in the zibil around the necks of people. Mpili, the spitting viper. This snake is said to object very much to noise or to being disturbed in any way. The people of the town of Mpili hold this viper in great respect, and will not allow the grass around the town to be burnt for fear of disturbing it. 51 very often takes the place of ci primeval, and pi means hush, silence, so that the word can be translated primeval silence. Its skin is found in the zibila. Nkala, vuma zavanji mania in full, the crab. After having held their breath with fright, the danger over, the bavali give vent to a sigh or groan of relief. This action they call kuvumana, and the word has thus come to mean to fear or respect. They liken this sigh to a rest, hence the word vuvuma or vuvuma, to be safe, or at rest. But the impression of fear remains, hence the saying, Kufwankala zifundumizi, the claws of the crab nip even after it is dead. The crab, the sea, and sun, are opposed to Angio, the earth, and moon, that is to say spirit, opposed to matter. Kala equals to be eternally. The claws of the crab are found in the basket of Belongo, in the zibila. Now mbkekuvuka, the shark that devours. Thus we learn that the word vuke has the sense of devouring as well as that of copulating. The word kwimbuka is to fear, relating to that cringing fear caused by a guilty conscience. The kubu or fin of the shark is found in the basket of Belongo in the zibila. Kubu also means the curtain or partition that screens the bedstead, or the nkakandilu. Nkufu, the turtle. Nuni nkufu uinatina muanta, the husband turtle who carries the roof of the shimbek on his back. This animal has a very bad character. He is noted for his treachery and deceit, taking a mean advantage over those he has promised to reward. For instance, he is said to have made a trading compact with a man. They formed 2 traps to catch game. He chose the best one. The man agreed as they were partners, and he said it did not matter where the game was trapped as it would be shared between them. An antelope is caught by the turtle's trap. Instead of calling his partner to share the spoil, he engages the ox to carry it to his town, promising him a share for his trouble. When the antelope has been cut up, he sent the ox away to clean the plates, etc. Then he hid away the food in his strong shimbek. When the ox came back, the meat could not be found, and he was much annoyed. He resolved to destroy the turtle's trap. Unfortunately, he was caught in it. The turtle then called the leopard to help him, and played the same dirty trick upon him. The leopard swore vengeance, and went to the trap, and so arranged it that it appeared that he also was caught in it. The turtle came along and gloated over his friend's apparent misery, but when he put his head out of his shell to have a look and smell at his victim, the leopard snapped it off. The leopard then went to the turtle's town and ate up all the food there, and then told the partner what he had done. The man recognized that the turtle deserved his fate. Nkufi means short in stature. The shell of the turtle is found in the zibila. Nvubu, or Nguvu, the hippopotamus Unella angolo, the hippopotamus that eats very much. There are many amphibious animals, but only 4 of which these words are used. Nxeloku bikakon saktsoku via mbazu. As a protection for the mouth of his bellows, the blacksmith places an earthenware nozzle over it. So must men protect themselves against the fires which burn. Zindoxy. These 4 are Kimbalo, Nile crocodile, Ngandu, Indian crocodile. Another way of calling a man a wizard. Bambi, monitor lizard, and the Nguvu or Nvubu. The word vuba is to take altogether too much for oneself. The head of the hippopotamus is found in the Zibilla. Nkabi, the saddleback antelope Kukabikan situ muntu 51 monioke ukabikabulabuant ikutanga. As the antelope leaves the woods to die, so, when the man leaves his town stockade he also dies. The word kaba is to divide. The horns of this antelope form the symbol of the parting of the ways. We are all from one stock, and agree together along one road until we come to the parting of the way, says the sign. Mabambi and Gombi, monitor lizard. They say that this lizard came along a road carrying a long basket or matted of salt. He noticed the little cricket Nkawla resting in the leaf of the lysissa string plant. Get off that tree, sick, says the Mabambi, and allow me to rest this load of mine against its trunk. Why? Answered the Nkawla. Use such a false picture to deceive me? You know that this is not a tree, and you know that you simply wish to kill and eat me. I am here, kill me, and the Mabambi snapped at the Nkawla and devoured it. The skin of this lizard is found in the basket of Belongo in the Zibilla. Nsexi, Seci or Saci, a kind of antelope that is also known by the name Kincuba, an axe, and Kimpity, half a matchet. What a beautiful yet deceitful and undutiful animal this is well shown in the stories numbers 4 and 19 and notes on the folklore of the fjord. Nsexiku Seika, say the Bavili, meaning the dust of corruption. Its head and horns are found in the Zibilla. Nvuli, the waterbuck. Nvuli abo, listen to what another says. Like the Nkuti antelope, the Nvuli listens to the false cry of the hunter, and so often falls an easy prey to his destroyer. Its head and horns are found in the Zibilla. Giulubu Ngulum Baglake Umanamayaka. It is the pig that steals the manioc in the market. After certain palavers, certain household fetishes like MPUMBU are washed in the blood of the pig. Its dry blood also enters into many Belongo. It is the head of the pig that enters the Zibilla. Zingalos and Iandu, the otter, Zibingo Ngola Macy. The strength, resistance, of the anvil, Nyundu, demolishes the firmness of the waters, or the otter eats the fish called Ngola. The saying above is a figurative way of implying that the wife should satisfy the desire of her husband. The skin of the otter is used in the place of the proverbial fig leaf as a dress. All princes in their visit to the Zibilla wear this skin. There are 5 kinds of fish forming the class Mbizi Zibilla, the spikes of which enter into Belongo. They are Ziendo, Mpudi, Nkoko, Ngola, and Zibula. Mpudi and Ngola are catfish, the others are rays. Nziku equals the chimpanzee. XzikuNkondo, as the saying goes, be careful how you choose your friends. Nziknakekuzikamina an apparently friendly man may get one into a big palaver. Nziku is the Sheena of mankind generally. It is not only that there is a certain resemblance between man and the chimpanzee in their outward form, but they have many habits in common. It carries its young on its back, and walks about the woods upon its hind legs with the help of a stick. It fights with a stick. But above all, it is very gallant, and treats its pregnant wife with the greatest respect, running away from her when she is annoyed instead of beating her. Unlike other animals, he is never caught in the act of copulation. But in spite of all this, the Bavili say that man must not be led to believe that the chimpanzee is an animal that he can make a real friend of. Its skin is found in the Zibilla. When a person wishes to refuse a request, he has simply to mention his Sheena. Thus, supposing his Sheena to be Ngwali, the person says Ngwali. The words Minua Isayabakako, I have it not, being understood. The word Kazila, no road, is often used for the word Sheena. There is a class of people called Mvumbu 65, VUMBA Talik, living in different districts of Kakongo and just on the southern borders of Luongo, who are not allowed to eat out of the same dish as the Bafili or people of Kakongo. Should one ask for food, he must tell the people that he is Mvumbu, but as it is a great disgrace to admit this, such a one seldom does ask another for it. I know one or two very rich and important men in the country, whose names I will not mention, who are Mvumbu 66. But where these people come from I cannot find out, neither can I make out why they should be so cursed. Mavu equals dirt, and so Mvumbu may mean the essence of dirt. We may now, I think, conclude that this remarkable word Sheena means law, a thing forbidden, an abomination, and a totem. It is said that the king Maluongo has no Sheena, but I think that this merely means that his Nkicicit is in the place of God, and therefore above the law. For as Fumu his Sheena is pig, and he must have his family Bina also. Sacred animals, Mtakasa, Mbambingombi, Bafu, Nkaka, Mpili, Nsexi, Beci, Susu, Nkala, Nvuli, Makunkula, Nguali, Ngwimbi, Ngulubu, Maili, Mboma, Nkufu, Zingaloxin Iundu, Tela, Nkombo, Nvubu, Nzakan Kondo, Sungu, Nzau, Nkabi, Nduma. This formula differs from those which have preceded it. In connecting the animals with the categories we must take account of the five-fold division of the laws. Two families in the formula, the third and fourth, are classed together by them for this purpose, and the six families of the formula are harmonized with the five divisions of the law, which may in fact be regarded as prohibitions of the opposite of the categories. Thus theft is associated with the idea of running away, and this is the opposite of love and union, two of the ideas associated with fire, the prohibitions. My friends have found no difficulty in placing these families in their order under the five great divisions, into which their laws are divided. I give them exactly as they were given to me. 1. Sheena Zivang Nzambi against God and rulers. 2. Sheena Vazifumba against parents. 3. Sheena Nkaka against neighbors. 4. Sheena Nsoki or Nsexi against covetousness. 5. Sheena Mvila against illegal marriages. Sheena Zivangan Zambi. As the Kongazavo armed with the tail of the ox, Maso, punish offenders, so does God the Badungu armed with the snout of the sawfish, Bafu, are ready to avenge the abused authority of their king, by punishing those who like the Mbambingombi would lead the people astray by false pictures, Kusalafumu. The magic mirror by which Nganganyambi is alone allowed to see the true picture of the prince, to be elected in the place of Ntadala. The Nkaka or executioner is ever ready to punish those who by their foolish talk disturb that silence. Mpili, ordered by the king concerning his name and that of God Zibakabagalu. The above three commandments refer to God, but also to Zifumba, or the class that cannot be separated from God, in that God is man's father, Sheena Vazifumba. The Susu reminds the prince that on the fourth day, so now he must rest, Kukalavasi, and the people of the country, BC, know that if they do not uphold the authority of parents, and refuse to act as Nsexi, they will become corrupt. Sheena and Kaka, the cockle shells, Makunkula, remind the people of the death of their king, and how through loss of balance of mind, they are led through vice to become murderers, and the prey of that fear associated with the shark Nkwimbi. Desire is like the messenger, Nguli, partridge, that leads them to ask married women questions which lead to adultery and death. If like the water buck, Nguli, the woman listens to them, hard as it may be to open your mind, Maili, and tell the truth, it is better to say nothing than to bear false witness in a palaver like the turtle, Nkufu. Don't let the snake Mboma usurp the place of your conscience, and tempt you to act like the thieving pig, Ngulubu, that steals the mandioca. Sheen and Soki, remember the size of the whale, Tella, and the small size of the fish he swallows, and don't be a glutton like the Mvubu, and don't become a slave. Combo, through playing the goat, but let your wife be all in all to you. Sangalos in Iandu. Shinam keep a sharp lookout, as the Sanghu, lest you fall into sin, and keep within the stockade of the law, Inkabi, of your own free will. Be loving and knowing as the elephant, Nzon, and as full of abundance, but take care how you choose your wife or companion and don't marry your Shina, Mzikum Kondo. Be noble and serve and respect your God and those who are put in authority over you, and do not allow yourself to come under the domination of fear, Duma Firmboma. This is the sum total of your duty towards God and man. This Shina Zivangazambi is connected with the category of water, through immorality and abusive speech. Shina Va Zifumba is connected with the category of earth through corruption, sexy dust, which is looked upon as the opposite of solidity. Shina Nkaka is connected with marriage and desire, through fear caused by their opposites, adultery and abusive desire, and with motion and procreation, through the fear of punishment which causes the evildoer to run away. Shina Soxy is connected with the category of plenty through the abuse of appetite and lust. Shina Mvila is connected with life and birth, through the product of legal marriage. 16. Mzambi, God, the word Nkisi, and the Bakasi Bachi, have the Bavili a conception of a divinity or God? You ask me, and I, immediately, am overcome by an almost irresistible wish to evade your question, not because I shall be obliged to answer you in a roundabout and hesitating way, but because on the contrary the conception of God formed by the Bavili is so purely spiritual, or shall I say abstract, that you are sure to think that I am mad to suppose that so evidently degenerate a race can have formed so logical an idea of the God we all recognize and try in various ways to comprehend. The name for God is Nzambi 67, and its little meaning is the personal essence, Mb, of the force, Zia or Za equals force. What then are the fours? They are the groups each of four powers called Bakasi Bachi, which we have just discussed. The prefix ba the plural of n proving that these powers are personalities or attributes of a person, that is they are not zingasi like the mere wooden figures. Each group may be said to be composed of 1. A cause, 2 and 3, male and female parts, and 4. An effect. The group Nzambi itself may be said to have 4 parts. 4. Nzambi the abstract idea, the cause. 2 and 3. Nzambi God Almighty, the Father God who dwells in the heavens and is the guardian of the fire. Nzambisi God the essence, the God on earth, the great princess, the mother of all the animals, the one who promises her daughter to the animal who shall bring her the fire from heaven. 4. Kici, the mysterious inherent quality in things that causes the Bavili to fear and respect. This word was translated as holy by the first missionaries that came to the Congo, but many people now speak of it as fetish, and in 7 years among the Fjord, I write of Nkici as evil. I had then only heard the word used in connection with fetish as Nkici, and had hardly heard of the Bakasi Bachi. It is not unnatural that one of the personalities of Zambi being Kim his powers, or perhaps attributes, are called Bakasi Bachi, the speaking powers on earth, and that their product or the final effect is Nkicici, Kici on earth, one of the titles of the King Maluongo. The word adopted by the old Romish missionaries for holy was Nkisi. The late Mr. Bentley in his interesting book entitled Pioneering on the Congo considers this a most unfortunate selection. Page 236. And certainly it would have been were the current translation of the word to be taken as correct, i.e. fetish. Mr. Bentley considers that the old missionaries made a still more egregious blunder in the word which they adopted for church, Nzonkasi, which he says is the common word used for grave, Bulu Xibayiluongo, and is a euphemism meaning fetish house. Now I wonder whether these old missionaries were the asses Mr. Bentley seems to look upon them as, or whether they found the true religion of the natives less overgrown by fetishism than it is today. We must remember that some 400 years have passed between the arrival of the first missionaries and that of Mr. Bentley. What the words meant then and what they appear to mean today may well be two widely different things. Missionaries as a rule do not look for any high virtues in any religion but their own, and refusing to study the religion of the natives set about to destroy it. The greater the play of civilization and Christianity, So called the greater the havoc we may expect in the religion of the indigenes. In this case the work of the missionaries under the Portuguese government took the greatest hold of the districts south of the Congo, i.e., that about which Mr. Bentley writes. It is not then surprising to me that in his description of what he calls the religion of the natives, all trace of the higher part of it is found wanting. Neither is it to be wondered at that north of the Congo where the work of the missionaries took little or no hold, traces of Nkisseism are still to be found. I say so, called religion because I do not call fetishism a religion any more than I would call witchcraft, or any other form of priesthood and degeneracy anything more than a superstition. Mr. Bentley's description of fetishism is a very correct one and must be most interesting to those who take an interest in the present degenerate form of the superstition of the native of the Congo. But as Mr. Bentley asks, what are we to infer from the present state of things? Is the idea of God being slowly evolved out of fetishism? Is it not rather that the people have well nigh lost the knowledge of God, which once their forefathers possessed? Exactly. I should infer from the long study of the people that I have made that such is certainly the case, and that this superstition called fetishism is an overgrowth imposed upon the purer knowledge they once certainly possessed. Can we be surprised, therefore, if the word Nkissi was as near to the meaning of the word holy as the priests of old could get? It was stated in the preliminary remarks on Bavili philosophy, chapter 10, that fetishism is not the sum total of Bavili religion, that Bakasibachi, or sacred symbols, exist, which are connected with Nzambi on the one side, and with the king on the other through his 6 titles. These sacred symbols are 1. Groves, 2. Lands and rivers, 3. Trees, 4. Animals, 5. Omens, and 6. The seasons. In chapter 10 it was shown that the seasons, the order of which is obviously indisputable, are regarded as genetically related to each other, and that the various groups are connected in the native mind with certain ideas, which we have termed the categories, viz., water, earth, fire, procreation, motion, fruitfulness, life. In the next chapter it was shown that the groves are grouped in sets of 4, that the order of each set of 4 is fixed for the natives, and that the order of the group's interset is likewise determined. That being so, it was possible to trace a connection between certain groups of groves, which we term families, and the categories, and to show that the natives regard the families as genetically related both internally and inter-se in the same way as the seasons. It is however impossible, owing to lack of information, to work out this idea in detail, for though I have been successful in obtaining the names of nearly 100 groves, I have failed to get from the natives any statement as to the order in which they should be placed. In the case of the rivers, the order in which they were given me by the natives is that in which they appear on the map. The order of the provinces on the other hand is established by testimony only. In each case the order of the categories is preserved. In the case of the trees the association with the categories seems to be less direct. The connection between the virtues of Malongo and the trees on the one hand, and between the categories and the virtues on the other, seems undeniable, but it is clear that the area of choice is wide. When we endeavor to associate the trees with the categories, it must, however, be remarked that the theory of Bavili philosophy here put forward may be perfectly correct in its main outlines, even though many details remain for future investigators. If the proof of the connection of the trees with the categories is slight, the fault is rather in my lack of knowledge than in any real absence of continuity in native ideas. At the end of the chapter on omens, I have shown how the native connects with the categories the senses, which are themselves connected by the natives with colors and the rainbow snakes. It is important to notice that the order of the families is given in this case by the order of the spectral colors. It is consequently as indisputable as the order of the seasons. In the case of the animals, the connection with the categories is traced through the prohibitions or categories of the law, which are the opposites of the categories of the formula. The relation of the king to the categories has already been traced on pages 100, 135. One have now set forth the information gathered from the Bavili. During the past few years I have been in a different part of Africa, and I was naturally curious to see if I could discover traces of the same ideas among the inhabitants of Benin City and its neighborhood. In the following chapters I develop what I have learned of Bini philosophy. My first impression of the religious system of the Bini was that it was something different from that of the Bavali, an altar to Oyata at Okpwebo, made of placer mounted with native pottery. I missed the class of fetishes into which nails are driven. I found temples near to the sacred groves, and altars not only in private houses, but also along many of their roads. But when I found the great dual division of ideas illustrated by the names ESHU and ESHU on the one hand, and EBAW, Ebimi, and OIISA on the other, equivalent to what I have described as Ndongoism and NKICIISM among the Bavali, and when I found traces of the jujus or fetishes, into which nails are driven in some of their temples, swear jujus and family jujus on the one hand, and groves sacred to river spirits, trees, and animals on the other, I was driven to the conclusion that the apparent difference was rather an interesting development, which after all was a natural one, and corresponded to the material progress from the rush huts or shimbeks of the Bavali to the solid mud houses of the Bini. 17. The Bini. All have heard of the massacre of Consul Phillips and his unlucky companions while on their way to Benin City, and also of the cleverly managed expedition under Admiral Rawson, sent by H.M. government to punish the King of Benin for his treachery, so that these notes scarcely need any introductory remarks so far as the place is concerned. Those who take a deeper interest in all that has been written and said about Benin must read Great Benin by Lingroth, or the Antiquities of Benin City by the late General Pitt Rivers, etc. The few notes that I have been enabled to gather directly from the natives of these parts may perhaps serve to further illustrate some of the subjects touched upon by my predecessors in this field, and to show that what Mr. Lingroth calls Jujuism in reality corresponds to Nkisiism, and the higher religion of the Congo, rather than Tindongoism. As to the natives themselves, it is quite inconceivable how they could have acted in the barbarous way they are said to have done a few years ago, for they seem to the writer to be a peculiarly happy and pleasant people to dwell among. The present Unwagwa's grandfather was killed by the Oba for refusing to join in the expedition against Consul Phillips, and it was only under great compunction that old Ezomora Jumo was forced to join at the last moment, so that perhaps it was more as a duty than anything else that the people joined in this disastrous march against an unarmed and would-be friend. Politically, HBM government has preserved as much as possible of the native form of government, and the country is virtually governed on native lines by the so-called Benin City chiefs, who for the most part were the Oba's tax-gatherers. But all Europeans must suffer from the want of knowledge of what native lines really are, and if the natives are not governed more nearly on their own lines than at present, it is generally because a few self-seeking natives, always to be found in the beginning of changes, are apt to willfully misguide the white man where those lines oppose their own personal interests. The public spirit of the chiefs in this district, however, is very remarkable, and little by little as the Europeans' knowledge and accumulation of facts increase, great things are to be expected, especially if Benin City is to be as lucky in the future as it has been in the past in its residents and district commissioners. HBM government has a great opportunity of studying the constitution of a really African native state in the Kingdom of Benin. And if its officers continue to be of the right sort and the susceptibilities of the chiefs are not ruffled by the thoughtless action of one of the rough overbearing, I'm your conqueror class of men, there is every chance of our having, in Benin City, a very perfect model of how an African state can be governed by a European government. On the other hand, if the susceptibilities of these now public-spirited chiefs are injured by our riding roughshod over what they consider most sacred, i.e. their religion, their form of government, the integrity of their kingdom, bounded as it is by their sacred rivers, they will draw in their horns, as it were, and we shall never be able to help them again to govern their country on intelligent and non-barbaric lines. And if it is possible to obtain such a working model, it will become an excellent school for those officers who may be destined to reduce chaos into something like order in countries like those of Ijaz and Sabas, where at present no form of government, save the village form, appears to exist. The words of that great lady, Mary Kingsley, so interested in the welfare of the Africans, keep on reminding us of our duty in this matter. where she says I cannot avoid thinking that before you cast yourself in a whole-hearted way into developing anything you should have a knowledge of the nature of the thing as it is on scientific lines. As in the formation of most African governments, there is a link with the past in the Benin Constitution. The Queen Mother, IOBA, has her residence just outside the walls of Benin City, at a place called Shelu, on the YIRA, or North Road. As the Dowager Queen she maintains a court of her own composed of 1. Amona, her so-called wife 2. Amata, her naked boys 3. The chiefs fulfilling the offices of Iwebo, Equity, Iwase, Medicine Men, IWEGWE, Commons, and Ibai Lords. We will explain these 4 offices when we consider them under the king. IOBA had the right to sacrifice human beings. It is said that, accompanied by 4 per 68 of chiefs, one of the 6 sons of Awaya, called Bini by the Yoruba historians, came to Benin City by the YIRA road, through Shelu, and asked Sijifa 69 for a place where he might reside. Sijifa is said to have given this son of Awaya that part of the city, that he and his people had vacated owing to sickness. After a time this prince declared that the smell of the place disgusted him, that he could not speak the language of the EFA, and that he purposed leaving them. This he did by the Udo road, returning thereby to Uhe or Ife, the sacred capital of the Yoruba. But before leaving he informed Sijifa that a certain daughter of Ojigal was in child to him, if they wished to put anyone in his place. This son was called Uika, because he clasped or joined the 2 people together. He was the first Oba of the Bini, and the present deposed Oba Overami traces his ascent to him. The Oba's throne or chair was placed on a platform of mud 3 steps above the ordinary level of the ground. This throne was called a keet. The Oba's official dress was of beads and composed of 1. Aravi bead crown 2. Odigba broad collar 3. Uivi bead coat 4. Iruhan skirt 5. Iguan ball bracelet 6. Iguan wanklet 7. Ebe a flat kind of knife in his right hand 8. Irigo a 2-forked instrument in his left hand. But you have seen representations of him in brasswork, see Plate 8, Figure 3, Antiquities of Benin City, so that further description of him is unnecessary. Neither need I dwell on his atrocious despotism, which finally brought him to ruin, and disposed government to place the people of this kingdom under its protection. The Oba's immediate attendants may be recognized by the custom of wearing their back hair divided by 3 partings, a custom they enjoyed with the Oba and IOBA. Their names were as follows and their title Ogbon. The sons of the Oba were, and are still called Abiba, and of these the eldest is entitled Edakin, and had his residence between the Shelu and Ikpoba roads. The other sons were sent out as viceroys to govern different districts or collection of towns, and became known as Ajasi. Thus we have these Ajasi, or viceroys who were succeeded by their sons, still ruling over the districts which were once given to the Sabilba, in the same way as in the Congo. In the case of the present deposed Oba Sivarami, Egwabasimi should be the Edikan and Oswalol is an Abilba. The daughters of Overami are Ebahabukan, Amano, and Granayami. These women may choose their own husbands, and when widows may cohabit with whom they like. The children of these daughters are called Eka-Iwi. The chief Sizzla is the Eka-Iwi of Idalo, Overami's predecessor. There are 6 great chiefs who may represent the Oba in one or other of his 6 great estates. They are Zalmo, called also Ajumo, Eru, called Aro and Aro, Aliha, Edakan, Ajifa, Iwase. Izamo in the popular parlance of travelers in Africa is the great war chief, but as a matter of fact he combined with his office, as head of the War Department, an office nearly equivalent in a primitive kind of fashion to that of the Lord Chancellor as head of the Court of Equity. Among his followers was the famous General Oleg Bashiri, who led the troops against and massacred Consul Philip's expedition on its way to Benin City. This office of general is hereditary, and Oleg Bashiri's son under the Oba's regime would have succeeded to his father's position. Izamo was the only great chief who gloried in a court similar to that of Ioba, that is to say he was followed by his chiefs and followers under the offices of Iwebo, Iwegwe, Ibai, and Iwase. Eru 70 was a great judge, a kind of Lord Chief Justice, with all the policemen at his call. Allah must have been a kind of Archbishop of Canterbury, as he crowned the king. The above three great chiefs had the right to sacrifice human beings. Ed Aiken, as the eldest son, represents the state and medicine men outside the compound of the Oba. Ajifa 71 is said to represent all the people. He is the direct descendant of the Asifa, who was in the city when the son of Awil first came. He may be said to hold an office somewhat like that of the Speaker of the House of Commons. He used to call the people together for great palavers, etc. All the above great chiefs are succeeded by their sons in their offices. Iyase, 1, or Iyasari is head of the nobles or Ega Ibu such as Ihisa, Eson, Isogban, and many others. He had three immediate followers, Sasuma, Isogban, and Eson. He could pick men out of the different classes of chiefs and make them Igebu. Ihesa, for instance, was serving under Unwagwa, the chief of the Iwebo, and was thus ennobled or made an Igebu by Iyase. Iyase is not succeeded by his son, but is chosen by the Oba from one of the great chiefs of the kingdom. He was also regent on the Oba's death or during his absence. All these foregoing 6 viceroys were paramount without the compound of the Oba, but within that enclosure the heads of the following 6 offices were paramount. The 6 great offices in the Oba's compound were the Iwebo, Abigb, Ihogbwi, Iwase, Iwegwe, and Ibihe, representing in a primitive fashion equity, justice, church, state, commons and lords. Each of these offices was filled by a pair of great chiefs and their followers, who were of 4 grades more or less according to their wealth. 1. Those who could sacrifice 1 cow to their father and 1 to their mother. 2. Those who could sacrifice 1 cow to their father and a goat to their mother. 3. Those who could sacrifice goats. 4. The rest who could sacrifice fowls. The office of Iwebo was in the hands of Unwagwa and Ilabo. 1. When Oba made father, it was Unwagwa who brought in the cowries, Igo to be sprinkled with chalk, and the beads that were washed in the blood of the human being sacrificed. These 2 chiefs also acted as arbitrators within the compound of the Oba. Some of their followers were as under Abugb. This office is in the hands of 72 Akeboga 1 and Akeweka 2, and their follower Akadajira 3. All land questions were in their hands, and it was Akeboga who conducted the sons of the Oba to the different countries, where they were destined to act as viceroys. Until HBM, government took over this protectorate. This chief used to receive yearly presents from the viceroys thus inducted. The above pair were in charge of the policemen called OKOW. Ihogbwi. This was the office of sacrificers and was in the hands of Ihima 1 whose son succeeded him in office, and Sire 2, with their assistant, Legama 3. This was the office of the learned doctors and medicine men, and it was held by the pair, Igwasibo 3 and Ojamis 3. Their followers were the 2 chiefs at the head of the office of Iwegwe were Isiri and Basilu. These chiefs and their followers had to look after the household or the commonwealth of all. Under them were the Oga or headmen. They used to go with the Oba to his farm at harvest time by the Humidumu headquarters road and help in the play that was there enacted. Some of the great Iwegwe were as under. The office of Ibihe was confided to the Karavayani, Yamo, and Abaswai. They had to keep the Oba supplied with wives and slaves, and were, generally speaking, overlords. Their followers were. All these chiefs had the right to wear the broad bead collar, called Odigba. They were not succeeded in office by their sons, but if the sons were wealthy they had the first refusal of the office. Their offspring belonged to the class in which their fathers served. Thus all children of the chiefs under the office Ibai were Ibai, and so on. The Oba, however, took people out of one class and put them into the other. No one could approach the Oba save through one of these chiefs, and all tribute, Idigwe, was paid to the king through them. They received for their trouble 25% of the whole amount brought in. These tribute-receiving chiefs were called Natwibo. Each of them had boys of their own in the towns thus paying tribute, and they were called Akashubo. The Oba's ambassador was called Akaba. The Bini kingdom then was governed by the Oba through 6 offices by 2 kinds of chiefs, i.e., pro-kings without the walls of his compound, and 6 pairs of chiefs acting as assessors within the compound, so that, bereft of attendants and followers, the constitution, Iviyamba, of the Bini government resolves itself into the following formula. The Oba is head of 6 departments, represented at times by the 6 pro-kings. 6 pairs of assessors representing 6 offices. The titles under which we hear of the Oba of the Bini spoken about are, Abadu Dudu, perhaps the Oba of Heaven, the name of the supreme goddess among the Yoruba Adudua, and Inayagban, the Lord of the Earth, Agbagi Ilogi Alukan, the offspring of Alukan that we all want to see, Agi no Gboma Adanuwoma, slayer of men who do not want to die, Ekpalpalo, the biggest one, Ilimitu, the Oroweb. Oba, Emperor, Adimila Osikiji, second to God. Thus among the Bini, as among the Bavili, we have 2 great courts. First, the Oba ruling in person under 6 great titles, helped by his 12 assessors, and second, the 12 under the regent Iyasi or Iyasari and the pro-kings. If, then, the writer is correct in believing that this form of government among the Bavili is the product of Nkicism, which includes the seasons, we may expect to find traces of this philosophy among the Bini. 18. Benin districts. The Oba's central province was bound by the rivers Oyisa, Okwo, Ovia, Alukan, Arahamo, and Ikpoba. From the city through this province to 6 outlying districts or provinces, 6 great roads led, and these roads and districts were under the following chiefs. Gili under Azamo, Udo under Alaha, Shelu under Aro, Jeduma under Ajafa, Sapoba under Sigiamal Sapeli under Alima. The neutral, or ambassador's province under Ilawi was bounded by the rivers of Fusu, Oha, and Upper Ovia Oros, with its capital at Akanu or Akalus. When they reached this place, Ilawi told Bini to go on to Ajafa's place, and that he would follow in 5 days, but he stayed there and formed the province as a kind of buffer province between the Yoruba and Bini kingdoms. In each of these districts there are a certain number of Ajasi. In Ilawi, Agot, the 2 Bail, Uhin and Ikoha, under Ojima of Akanu, Ad Kalabo Sapeli Road under Alima, seems to have extended to Umugumo, and the country between the rivers Ekimi, Igbagan, and Alukan. The Ojis are, Ajimugumu Izogbo, Ajimugumu Nugu, Oji Bazogbi, Oji Ajej, Oji Uasi, Oji Ababo. Odayakariamo, Sapoba under Ojinami, is the district between the rivers Ekimi and Orahamo, and here we find the following Ojis, Ogyugu, Ojiwenhekalojiwirjia, Ajigan, Ajayogba, Ajayahizi, Ajayamidi, Agulagan, Agukari, Odiliekpoba and Aduhumode, Jaduma under Ajafa, the country bound by the Ifan Road, the Arahamo and the Ikpoba rivers with the Ojis, Ojigma, Ojihobi, Ojiko, Ojibwe, Ojiwugioniekpoba, Ogyube, Ojiwan, Ojibonwan, Ihalonisi, Aduhumode, Ojiani, Ojuamudu, Ahanokudi, Juju, Ogyuga, Ihalo and Ujaduma, Ajiha, Ojirwa, Otolajahu. Ikashalu under Arrow with the Ojis, Awaza, Kepramawaya, Ajayanwan, Ojiawa, Ajinwan, Adudo or Adidumihagbi, Udo Road under Alaha, within the center province, Ojis, Ojiganwa, Agus, Ojinami, Ojiajej, Ojikal, Ojikabin, Ojibalek, Ajayatoka, Ogyuie, Ajayolamo, Ajayakwaji, Ajayhagwa, Ojikizi, Ajida. On the far side of the Ovia, Riveros, Ajatidi, Ajayagalo, OGC, Ajayatisi, Aji Egbida, Ogyudo having died in testate Iyasi Nudo governs in his place, in Udo, Adugwatan or Aduzabu, Gili Road under Azamo. Noagi, Plan of Benin City PL 14. Under these Ojis are many villages ruled over by headmen equivalent to the Kongazavo in the Congo. These headmen have a number of families under them, each of which have land given to them for planting. There may be wasteland in a province or a kingdom, but that is not to say that it is no man's land, for it belongs either to the Agi or the Oba. There were 3 other roads, PL 14, leading from the Oba's compound to places within the outer wall. Abuhumadumu to the east, where the Oba played, and Atakora to the residence of the Oba's eldest son, and Otakagba to the country at the back of the palace. The Oba's compound became the center of a very large city surrounded by 2 great ditches, and the thrown-up earth-forming walls on either side of them. It takes one more than half an hour's hard walking to march from the inner wall or ditch on one side of the city to the same on the other side. And from the inner to the outer wall the distance varies from 1,000 to 3,600 paces. The main roads are those leading from the Oba's compound to Saluka, Yura and Ifan, Jiduma, Sapoba, Sapali, and Gili Gili. In the olden days when the Sapoba and Gili Gili roads were unbroken approaches to and only bordered on one side by the palace wall, and on the other by Imran's house, they must have had a very grand and beautiful appearance. 100 paces broad, these green glades were lined by trees, growing on the raised sweeping of years on either side. It was the duty of certain towns to come into Benin City yearly and clean, and sweep these glorious entrances to the palace. 1. The Oba's compound was roughly divided into 3 quarters, the Oba's quarter Egwai, the wives' quarter Adiri, and the eunuchs' quarter called after the first great eunuch Urukpoda. Then there were 11 other divisions into which the city was divided, and the names of these parts are those of the great chiefs who first founded them too. The bedman's quarter, Abad Adbanayi, known as Idumi Webo. These people under NWAGWE appear to have partly lived close to the king in his compound, and partly to the NW of it 3. Then to the south, behind the wall of the Adiri was the quarter called Ogbazadi 4. From here to where Abasiki has his house was called OGBE 5. Round about where Arasi has his house was called Ogbirka, Oba's son's quarter 6. And where Abayagbin has his house was named the Idumu Ibiwi 7. And where Ihalga lives was called Idamibo. 8. Then from the Udo or Saluku Road to the Ikpoba or Jaduma Road is named after Alenaqa 9. And from the Ikpoba Road to the Sapoba Road, the name is Idamgwosa as far as the house of Push 10. From the latter's house along the Sapoba Road is still called Idumidi 11. From there to the ditch, near the Sapali Road is called Idumshiamalu 12. From the Sapali Road to Ogbazadi is called Ogbilika. In the Oba's compound there was also a quarter called Idamwuki, where certain people observed the changes of the moon. Each of these 12 quarters contained houses or small quarters belonging to certain chiefs. Ebwimosi, a spot close to the second wall on the Gili Gili Road, was where Azamo, or Ajumo, used to sacrifice people. On the Ikpoba Road, about 1,500 yards from the residency at Idumagan in Ianayuji the blacksmiths had their shops, and some 150 yards from the river, Ikpoba is the Grove of War. On the Udo or Saluku Road, 100 yards on the other side of the first wall, is Idumibisisa, a place where the test for witchcraft used to be administered, and some 260 yards further on near Halado is Azuma, where the Oba elect went previous to being crowned. On the Shalu Road, 700 yards or so from the first ditch is Iyakpa or the gate dividing the Queen Mother from her people, and 500 yards further on is Eya, where the Queen Mother has erected her new quarters. About 3,000 yards from the residency on this road is God's Grove called De Rosa, and it was here that the Oba sent his son with a goat to sacrifice immediately after he had been crowned. The late Oba's palace was nearly in the center of what is known as the Oba's compound, his predecessors' palaces and their ruins being to the northwest of it. Near to each of these palaces, and I think there were 31 of them, was a deep well, Ovvio, being the name of the late Oba's well, where they threw the bodies of the human beings sacrificed. Round about the palace were the headquarters of the Iwasi, Iwebo, Ibiwi, and Iwegwe, while to the south and east the houses of the Oba's many wives were scattered. The wall running round the Adiri or wives' quarter, or the back semicircular wall of the compound, was considered sacred and no outsider was allowed even to touch it under the penalty of death. The front wall ran in a straight line along the Sapoba to Gili Gili Road, almost northwest and southeast for about 500 yards, and it was called Abaloba. The quarter behind it was called Idumuwibo, part of which is situated near to the Oba. The second wall was called Azamako, while the quarter behind it was that of the eunuchs, called Urikpoda. The third wall was called Ugo and the quarter behind it Ugwazala. Here the late Oba had a tin house built upon iron pillars, and it was in this quarter where people wishing to see him had to wait. There is a deep pit here, and another just behind the present cemetery. These pits are called Aradiawayon. I never saw the palace, and cannot therefore describe it, but while wandering about its ruins I have come across holes in the ground some 15 feet deep, which were in some of the divisions of the palace, and were used by the late Oba as the burial place of those visitors whom he did not wish to see again. The people still dig amongst the ruins of the palace, for the bronzes the Oba and his followers valued so much. Mr. Erdmann, a well-known German trader, on his last visit to Benin City informed me that he had seen the palace just after its roof had been burned off, and had taken many photographs of it. He said that the bronzes were ranged along the walls and served as historical symbols, reminding the historian of the chief events of the past history of the Bini people. Unfortunately, this much respected trader died on his way home in the year 1904. Inside the first or second wall was the tree under which people were sacrificed to the rain power. This ceremony was called Daiamanami. People were sacrificed to the sun 73 power under the Ubogwe tree, which once stood just in front of the first wall outside the compound, where murderers are now hung under the Okha and Ulo trees near to Imran's quarter. The ceremonies connected with the new Yamjuju were commenced, and in the Odiri where there is now a fowl house, and under the Ikemitri cows were sacrificed. What we know now as the Sapoli Road was called Uboka, while just outside the residency on the Sapoba Road there was a place and a tree to which people used to be tied called the Ogywuo. Along one side of the Ikpoba Road, there are the ruins of a line of blacksmiths' shops, and blacksmiths are still found in different parts of the city working in iron and brass. The present productions in brass are rough and crude, but there are some artists who sculpture very well in clay, and so ornament the pillars in some of the houses of the Benin City chiefs. Carvers in wood also exist, but the ivory carvers cannot be compared to those of Luongo south of the equator. Upon showing the photos of bronzes and ivory in the antiquities of Benin to certain chiefs, their surprise and satisfaction was very great, and they were glad to think that most of their ancient works of art still exist. It is to be hoped that private collectors of these bronzes may someday bequeath their collections to the British Museum, and that photographs at any rate of those collections in the Hamburg and Berlin museums may be obtained and made accessible to the public. The future educated Bini as a British subject has a right to expect to find as full a collection as possible of these bronzes, etc., in this Imperial Museum. By a house, I mean the abode of a family 74 living under its head, and not merely the dwelling place of an individual. This house, PL 16, is built on the same lines, though on a smaller scale than the chief's palace. Passing along a road, one comes to a fence on one side of it, and this outer fence they call Ogboli. Passing through an entrance there is, at a given distance, a second fence called Igodali, and then a third called Ekunugali before coming to the house. The front wall of this house is called Aboi, the side walls Ijika, and the back wall Iyakaya. The space between the enclosing wall and the house in front is called Aguduli, while those on the sides and back are made into a garden called Agun. The house is divided into 3 sections, the center part being the husband's quarters, looking towards the road to the left the wife's quarters Odiri, PLXVB, and to the right the young men's quarters Yakog. The doorway is called EKU, while the passages are called Abiavio. The rooms are arranged in both these latter quarters on the inner sides of the outer walls of the house, and the outer sides of the walls of the husband's quarter, and are merely into sheds. The center part or husband's quarters of an ideal Bini house is divided into 4 rooms. 1. Ikunu Oguli or Alara, father's room, where there is an altar to the memory of the occupant's father. 2. IQ Nu Katasi or ALWIYE, Mother's Room 3. IQ Nu Arahumu, the Reigning Sun's Room, or the Head's Grove or Temple. The entrance passage to this room is called Onru, and facing you as you enter is the side of the altar Araibo, Beat Grove or altar. There is an entrance to the wife's quarter from this. The roofs of these rooms incline towards the center, which is an open square, and is upheld by a pillar, ihali, in each corner of the square. The floor of this square is about 12 inches or more below the level of the floor running round it, and this basin is called a gudu. On the side opposite the altar is a raised platform of mud serving as a sofa or bed, which is called ukbo. On the left-hand side, just after entering the third room, are two closed-in rooms which you enter through small openings in the wall. One being the wife's room Uguga, and the other the husband's room, Ogwa. The fourth room is a spare quarter called Ottawa, and in a garden on the outside of the back wall of the Ottawa is a general or medicine altar called Agashan. They call the roof Arahumawa, and it is made of the leaves, of reed-like plant with a large leaf called Emwame. The ridge pole goes by the name Okpo, the rafter Aradomi, while the opening or funnel down which the rain flows into the Agudu is called the Abato. A Beanie House, PL 16. 19. Beanie Customs. Some beanie fetishes or jujus, to emit the phallic pillar, God and the devil, marriage customs, secret societies. The beanie call a wizard ace, but the Jakri word is a locho, which is not very different from the word used by the Bavali, i.e., ndachi. A person accused of witchcraft is given the bark of the inyi pounded up together with water. If the accused vomits, he is considered innocent. If he does not, the poison generally kills him, and his guilt is thus proved. The drum language does not appear to exist much north of Old Calabar, and the beanie will tell me nothing about it. When the obla makes father, Azumi, the big thick-looking drum beaten in the father's house is called Ekun Awara. Then the musicians carry two long drums called Idon, tum-tum, one small drum called Uke, short drum like ours in shape, one medium drum called Ijigan, short drum like ours in shape, one large drum called Imigan, short drum like ours in shape. Road jujos are called Muiheo. Calories represent the ebony aka big stone, represent the Akwe, pebbles represent the Olvia, a spoiled gun represent the Ogun, war. And when the people hear or notice that a road has a Muiheo put on it, they talk of the road as Ulama. Asan are jujus to which certain doctors or abbas are attached. Sometimes as you are marching you will notice a bunch of leaves tied together fastened to a branch of a tree. This they call Eshuju, which might be translated little devil, and may be the origin of the word juju used here, much as the word fetish is south of the equator. A fence made of kola saplings, planted 4 or 5 feet apart, tied together with native string, screens a tree with a piece of cloth wrapped round it, and bottles, wood, and cones of chocolate fruit is called a kiji. A mihu is a tree found near most villages, with a collection of anthills heaped about its roots. They say this is to make women bear children. At Agusala there is a double ikami tree growing behind a nicely kept fence, with a strip of cloth round it. Between its buttresses are a pot of water, a drinking cup, shells, the bark of a tree, a wa'a, spoonbill, and goat's heads, and nearly round its base are seats for people to sit upon. While under a little shed, upon a wooden grill, rest great lumps of ekwha, a kind of pudding made of the bean-like seeds of a tree, being smoked by a fire underneath them. Omey, entrance to Erovia, a grove sacred to Ovia, similar to Mabili in the Congo, with chalk marks as above in half circle on the ground in front of entrance. In the forest between it and Ioba and Ite is a sacred stone called Akuta. On the Sapoba road, there is a tree with the usual mound of earth and cowries in front of it, planted they say to mark the place where the top of Izamo's ladder fell. The story goes that this great war chief heard it thunder and wanted to know what enemy of the Obas it was who evidently wished to fight him, so he built a ladder to reach up to the heavens. When he and all his people were on the ladder, and just getting at the home of thunder, it gave way, and the top end of it fell where the tree is growing, about 3 miles from Izamo's house. A mihu, ant hills placed at foot of tree near any village. Near to these sacred spots you will often find pots of water and cups, or yams or bananas, with the price and calories against the cup or the food to be sold. I have never known these silent markets abused. The people swear by licking and touching stones, iron, cowries, bits of twisted rope, and the crushed dried leaves of a plant, asking these things to kill them if they are not telling the truth. These swear jujos are called EKHWAI, and there is generally an EKHWAI in connection with unspoken. The only fetishes into which nails, etc., are driven which the writer has noticed are two very old ones preserved in the temple to Ulukan. The emeton, the thing you keep on digging, is a very important sisin among the Bini. Quite a number were found stuck into the ground near to the king's palace. The emeton, PL17, is an iron staff ornamented with two figures of the chameleon, the signs of wisdom, one just above and one below, four leaf-like figures pointing downwards representing Aya, or that knowledge of medicines and lore supposed to be taught to man by the fairies, who take certain people into the bush for this purpose. Then opposed to the Aya at the top of the staff, is a bunch of figures surmounted by the representation of a horse and a bird. This bird they call the Akiyamalo, which translated means there existed previously the continued state of the living thou in him. The figure of the horse bearing the bird stretches across the circle of figures to points between the two prongs of two figures. They call this ezen, the act of exposing to sight. The figure marked 3 on the sketch represents the two tail feathers of the bird called Ariakpa, the first one who sees. This bird is also called Ife or love, and Ife is, as you know, a town in Yoruba land, from which all people are said to have come. Can this mean that the Bini believe themselves to be the children of the spirit of the light and love? The above, like Ma'alala, stand outside the formula. Category 1. Figure 8 is meant to represent that semicircular knife, which is used to separate the skin from the body of the yam, and is called a lulima. The act of having to keep on boring. The Bavali look upon the sky as solid, and so do the Bini, in the sense that a roof is solid. This semicircular knife, then, conveys the idea of the heavens. Category 2. Figure 7 represents the flat round hoe with which they hoe the earth, and they call this figure EGWE, the act of being. Category 3. Figure 10 represents the axo GWANA, the relative-in-law of Ogun, the Yoruba power presiding over implements of war and hunting. The story says that an old lady who would cut wood on their first day, equals Sunday, was banished to the moon. Ogun equals blacksmith who by the help of fire makes his implements. Category 4. Figure 9 represents the magic called IKHU, the act of cutting up the dead wood, which is emotion. Category 5. Figure 5 represents the flat, fish knife-like, knife that the Oba of Benin used to carry in one hand. It was held upwards towards the heavens when the king made a prayer of supplication, and is called Eben. Connected with the word EBAW, sacrifice or offering, and the dove. I am not at present able to associate this knife with harvest. Category 6. Figure 6 represents the knife used by the Oba to slay men or animals for sacrifice, and it is called ADA one who propagates. This certainly entails suffering. And finally we come to the two-pronged figure joined as it were to effect, which is called Elili, the witness who speaks. Thus was the Oba as God's representative on earth reminded of his descent from God through effect. And so did the emeton convey to all who chose to look at it that man is of spirit, body, and mind, and that there are 3 distinct kinds of knowledge, i.e. that which he receives directly from God, that which he obtains from his animal nature, and that which he is taught by the Elphia, the pillars Iko, meeting, and Oisa, Bob, at a town called Ebiamalo, which I visited in company with Dr. A.G. Christian. We noticed a pillar, PI 18, in front of the native courthouse, and the chief told us that it was called Iko, a meeting pillar, or Iko, in front of meeting house at Ebiamalo. Not far from here we noticed a hollow pillar under a small shed, and the chief of the place called that Iko also, a hollow clay pillar, Iko, at OKPWEBO, with 3 Atatina shells inserted in it. This pillar was of red sun-dried mud, and 3 shells were fixed in the mud on the side of the pillar exposed to our view. Then added an Ioba near the Ovio River, there is an altar to Oisa placed under a shed. by the side of which is an ornamented whitewashed pillar or ico, pillar, called oyisa, and altar with ikure sticks and pot of water on it added in ioba. In the bush near to the village called Ova, there is a stunted squat kind of pillar which they call a dambi, and described as a woman juju. Squat pillared Ova, called a dambi, said to be female. Then at Awo, in the Oba's palace yard, I noticed a pillar, and the king called it Ora Baal, which might be translated the husband's sword. Then, proceeding farther away from the sea into the Kukurugu country at Isule, the conservator himself noticed a triune pillar under a little shed, the figures being back-to-back and those of two males and a female. This the chief called Babachijiti, or earthenware image of the father. But shortly after this we entered the village of Iarssisiu, and on the stone plateau near to the chief's house our attention was drawn to three grass-capped figures, PLXVIIIB, two being of solid clay, while the third was simply formed of two upright sticks with a grass cap on it. These figures the chief called Eshi, which was interpreted as being equivalent to the Bini word Esu or Eshu, devil. On the other hand, three fig trees growing out of platforms of loose stones collected together close to these figures they called Oyisa or God. At Atei there is a figure standing on a platform outside a house, by the side of which are two pieces of iron stone, and they call this figure Eshu, a small wooden figure and two pieces of iron stone outside wall of house on a clay platform with a board with pieces of iron driven into it in front of it. The figure is called Eshu and represents the devil. Then all Juju houses have an altar to Esu outside, while those whose houses own the Juju Alamila, a small basin containing the nut ivy Awanamila in a piece of cloth may also have an altar to Esu outside their houses. They say that Oyisa is a trinity composed of Oyisa or O''sa Lujimai, the king of us all on earth, O''sa Lupwa who made us to be, O''sa Logidwa the queenly mortar of being. And that he had a son called Esu, or Eshu who is also a trinity composed of Eshu the devil connected with Mr. E. Alukin the teacher, Ogyuwu the king or queen of death. When Asalupwa was making man he left him in an unfinished state. Esu came along and finished him according to his ideas. Asalupwa returned, and was much annoyed, and banished Esu to the east, where the sun comes from, Anamanihiamavi. From this it will be noted that while trees symbolize the triune God the Creator, the pillars represent the so-called devil or procreator in three parts also. Marriage. There appear to be two kinds of marriages among the Bini. Among the upper classes the children are betrothed by their parents from infancy. The present may be a nominal one, such as 4 kolas, 3 cowries, and some palm wine, or it may be more. The man is supposed to keep on giving the child betrothed to him presents until she is grown up. He also makes her parents gifts. The seduction of such a betrothed girl is heavily punished. On the other hand, among the poor the girl is not necessarily betrothed, and a man may seduce her without legal punishment. The man may refuse to marry his betrothed, and then he has the right to give her in marriage to anyone, unless she is of noble family, when she can only be given to a free man. The girl may not refuse to marry the man to whom she is betrothed, or his chosen representative, but the father may at any time refuse to give his daughter to her betrothed, when he has to refund to him all the presents the would-be husband has given to her and her parents. When his wife conceives the husband gives her a cock to sacrifice. The son marries his deceased father's wives, who have not borne children to him. After the birth of a child, the father gives the mother another name. The child also will give her mother a name. A friend will also name her. And so one often hears a person spoken of by 2 or 3 names. Very few women in this country are true to their husbands, many of them having at least one lover. When a child is born the woman does not declare who its father is until their husband is dead. Many women live openly with their lovers. The great majority of cases in court are for return of wife. And many women prefer to go to prison than to return to their legal husbands. Often on the roads one passes a small tree planted by the side of the road, near where are chalk marks and a mound of earth, cowries, yams, and plantains. This tree has been planted in memory of the fact that some woman or other has brought forth a child on that spot. Secret societies. The object that most of the secret societies round about Benin seem to have had at heart was to check the despotism of the rulers of the people, but often the ruler himself became a member of the society, and thus as its leader secured its services in furthering his own despotic ideas. The Beni called their society Igwamori, and it is said that while still a prince, the late Oba Overami became a member of it. The first crime this society committed was on the death of Oba Adalo and crowning of Overami, and, at the latter's suggestion, to execute all the late Adalo's councillors. Overami then placed many of the Igwamori, sons of the lately executed councillors, in their father's place. The secret society of the Ishan people played a great part in defending the Benin City Chief Abahan and other refugees after the British had taken Benin City in 1897, 1898. There are secret societies at OWOO and AKWE. The Sobo Society is called Otrada, Dadadifan, OTU, while we have only just had a sad experience of the influence of the Ekamiku, or the Silent Ones, in the hinterland of Isaba. In an interesting article, dated May 13, in the West African Mail, Mr. Hughes, an earnest student of African customs, writes, "The Ekamiku Society has for long been in existence. The aim and idea of its establishment was first, to settle any tribal differences amicably, second, to uphold the law and institution of their countries according to rights of usage, third, to prevent any oppression by their kings and chiefs. Of late the Ekamiku Society has become composed for the most part of the younger and more lawless elements, who hold their meetings at night, who work by secret methods, and who are a continual source of terror to the more peaceful natives, whom they compel by threats of death to contribute to their society." On page 65 of Great Benin, Mr. C. Punch is made to say, "I should imagine the Bini would have the Oro fetish, etc. The Bini called this Wipalimadu, and it was given to the Okiasan, Okarasan, by the Oba. From the season IHAW to Igwe, men desirous of obtaining a title roamed about armed with an iron instrument, by means of which they endeavored to kill 7 or 14 people. As witness of their prowess they presented the Oba, with the dried breasts of the women, and the dried penis of the men they had killed. With these parts of the slain men and women, the Oba is said to have made certain medicine for fetish purposes. To give these braves a fair chance to accomplish their task, the Oba made the chiefs bring all their people to dance in his compound every night. The braves ran a great chance of being killed themselves, for it was known that they were about, and naturally the people kept their eyes open. Should one of these aspirers to the rank of nobility be killed by the man attacked, the latter took possession of his dried trophies, and continued the process of killing on his own account. If a person attacked by one of these people had the presence of mind to cry out the words Ogedegbomai in Akpok of Afgabok, something to the effect that Plantons do not kill a man in the daytime, it was a matter of honor not to kill him. The noise of chain and brass anklets as a woman ran away was also a life-saving sign. When these men had presented the Oba with these parts of 7 or 14 persons, the Oba gave them a coral necklace, bracelets, and anklets as a sign that they had become Okiasan. Edwino Hogbi was their chief, and they lived in Abe Akban's quarter. XX. More customs. Beanie dances in the afternoon of February 2, 1903. After rather a long march, we entered Urazan, a town not far from Udo, in the district of Benin. As we neared the blacksmith's shed we noticed 12 figures, quaintly clad, singing a song in falsetto, and a boy. These 12 people were dressed in a dress, omigwi, made of strips of leaves of the palm called ome. Their heads and shoulders were covered in a mask and mantle of very rough cloth, that looked like the material sacks are made of. Their heads were crowned by a headdress of the feathers of the awara. Their arms and hands were encased in long sleeves of the same rough material as their mantles, and in their hands they held sticks which they call ikwata, a mound of clay under a rough seat, studded with pots and an iron ornament, here and there. This is called osun. The boy simply wore a skirt made of strips of palm leaves, but in his hand he held a staff called Aaron. This was made of the rib of the palm leaf notched at intervals, and surmounted by a bushy tuft of strips of the petiole. Aaron, the upper part of the branch, or petiole, of the palm tree. notched with a fringe of the strips of the petiole at the top. I watched them as they sang and glided about rather than danced, until at last they rustled away, making a cooing noise like that of the OKKU bird, and vanished in the direction of the grove sacred to Ovia. From time to time, until long after midnight, these dancers kept rushing past the shed or native rest house under which I was encamped, cooing and singing in falsetto. At times I heard cries coming from the direction of the grove, and wondered what they were, and felt like getting up to see, but cries in a native town are so common that they may mean almost anything, from the howl of a punished child to the cry of a man in grief. Early next morning I got ahead of my carriers and slipped into the sacred grove. On the road in front of the entrance to the grove were the 12 dresses arranged on posts in a line, and the boy's little one in the same line, but apart. Ikemi trees were planted at the entrance, while on both sides of the road were lines of kola trees. Passing the Ikemi trees, I entered a kind of a lane some 15 or 20 feet long, and then came to a fence 75 and second entrance before I found myself in the grove itself. At the far side of the circle of cleared bush I noticed the alucan tree, against which was resting the aeron that had been carried by the little boy the night before. In the center of this circular grove was a calabash or gourd, a pot, and the ashes of what had been a small fire and the feathers of a fowl. About the 15th of March, just after crossing the Sisay or Sivya River, the conservator of forests, Mr. H. N. Thompson, and myself arrived at a marketplace in the Itv Creek. The market was in full swing but nearly ending when we got there, and while many of the Jackree women were seated before their wares under the shade of trees, some were just pushing off their canoes from the beach with their cargoes of palm oil and kernels. They were inclined to scamper away on seeing us, but we managed to persuade them to take no notice of us, and purchased food for ourselves and our boys. After we had breakfasted, someone began to throw the apple-like fruit of a tree growing there into the river, in the attempt to throw them across. The infection spread, and soon all our carriers were busy competing. It spread further, and the conservator and I joined in. The conservator succeeded, and I clapped my hands. This act seems to have been taken by the boys as a signal for a dance at any rate. They all set about gathering sticks to serve as IKWATA, and soon formed themselves into a circle and commenced singing, keeping time with their feet and by beating their sticks together. Soon one boy danced into the middle of the circle and commenced spinning himself around. Then, still spinning and inclined towards the center of the circle at an angle of 45 degrees, he seemed to whirl round and round the circle until, losing his balance, he came bumping up against one or the other of the boys forming the circle. Some of the boys were very clever at this dance, and they seemed quite keen on outdancing one another, and on our part we were much interested in it, hardly expecting so scientific a display. Finally the ranger Mokpe, a powerfully built man, was so moved that he must have a try, so he doffed his red coat and started spinning, and when he whirled around he shook the earth as he touched it, now with one foot and then with the other. The excitement was immense, the singing boisterous, until this ponderous dancer broke loose and cannoned right and left among the boys, who fell down before him like ninepins. Then the dancing came to an end. We purposed crossing the river Asiamo or Ariamo on the morrow, the 22nd of April, 1903, so we sent a boy on ahead to Okogbo to say that we were coming and would cross the river in the morning. We arrived at the crossing a little before 7 a.m. and met our boy there, who informed us that the ferryman had left early in the morning to bring up canoes large enough to carry our party across. As we waited, a woman came down the hill from the village above, bringing some food for our boys. She had innocently taken off her cloth and made a pad of it to carry the load on her head the more easily, so that there appeared to be something wanting about her toilet that amused our boys from the city. More women followed her, some of whom appeared very angry. We made inquiries and found that some scamps among our boys, fearing that there would not be enough food to go round, had determined to forestall matters, and had run along the road and waylaid the ladies, and taken what they considered their share of the food. The ranger Mokpe and the rest of the boys were annoyed at this, and so the scamps were turned over and given a dozen with a cane. This and the payment for the food taken pacified the good women, and so time went on until nearly 9 o'clock, We now became impatient and started shouting for the canoes, and getting no reply, we fired off a gun, still no reply. At last we prepared a raft and placed the interpreter and a forest guard upon it and told them to cross the river, and hurry up the ferrymen with the canoes. As they had never crossed the river at this place, and knew nothing of its dangers, they set off quite gaily. It now being nearly 11, we decided to breakfast. When halfway through our meal the canoes turned up, and we relieved our pent-up feelings by expressing them as strongly as we knew how, and would probably have proceeded to further and more strenuous arguments had not our attention been arrested by the woebegone appearance of our interpreter and forest guard. They were shivering, and looked half drowned. It appeared that while trying to negotiate a turning, the raft had upset and left them clinging to the bushes which were growing out of deep swamp, and water where a foothold was an impossibility. The ferrymen's canoes had luckily picked them up. No large canoes had been obtainable, so that we had to make our way across in the wretchedly small ones that the ferrymen had brought, and as we rushed down with the fierce current, and were cleverly steered into different branches of a perfect maze of streams, and kept on ducking our heads to avoid overhanging trees, we began to realize what a foolhardy thing we had done in sending the two boys off on the clumsy raft, and by the time we reached our destination, we fully believed the people when they told us that they had not heard us shout, or even fire off our guns. The old jackery in charge of the market town of Ugo told us that he and his people had been invited by a gugu to his town. As he was making father, we started together, but came to a place where a dispute arose between one of our boys, who professed to know the road, and the old jackery. We thought that it was just possible that the old man wished to put us off the scent, so that we should not be at Ugo in time for the festivities, so we trusted to our own boy, and after 3 hours and 20 minutes walk arrived at the outskirts of the town, only to be met by the old jackery, who from all appearances had been there some time. Soon after our arrival, a gugu, accompanied by 1 or 2 Benin city chiefs and their followers, came to welcome us. He told us that he had intended making father that evening, but that as we had come, and the festivities might annoy us, he would put the feast off until we had gone. We thanked him for his welcome, and assured him that we should very much like to be present while he was making father, and prayed him to proceed with his festival just as if we were not present. He seemed pleased to be honored by our presence, and ordered his people to bring us wood, fire, and water, and food for ourselves and our boys. Shortly after dark, crowds of people bearing lamps and torches came together in front of a gugu's residence. The cloistered wall through which one had to pass to obtain an entrance into his house contained several altars, and as we lay on our camp beds in the rest house opposite, we gazed through the door and window at what was going on before us. There stood a gugu before one of the altars, dressed in what appeared to be a red hat and gown, a glowing figure, the lurid light of many torches falling on him. Then a goat was held up so that he might sever its head from its body, and sprinkle its blood upon the altar. 6 goats were killed, and all the altars within and without the house sprinkled with their blood, and all this was done in comparative quiet. Then a gugu, and the boy holding up one of his arms, and followed by his courtiers, danced before his people. Then followed the 3 great dances called Ugal, Ugilu or Sakwati, and Ahago, which I will describe later on. We saw but little of these dances that night, but from the noise that took place the natives appeared to have appreciated them, and then for a time all was quiet. Soon, however, bands of people singing and bearing lamps and torches wended their way in Indian file round about and into a gugu's residence. No sooner had one emerged than another seemed to take its place, and their songs as they approached and wandered about the place, and finally departed, were weird and beautiful. Some sang softly in falsetto, and some sang songs that reminded us of old Gregorian chants. This went on all night. In the early morning a gugu, preceded by a band of drummers and players on beaded gourds, came out of his house, followed by many hundreds of people. Immediately in front of him was a man bearing a dish of cowries, and just behind him was his umbrella bearer and his courtiers. Under the shade of this umbrella a gugu crushed the cones of chalk, or hu, and sprinkled the dust upon the cowries. Thus the procession passed us on its way down the grassy glade, which led to the Benin City road. The band waited for the procession just where the glade is divided by cola trees from the village. while it proceeded to the Juju place to salute the Great Father, who in the spirit is still in Benin City, but who, as Overami, the late Oba of Benin, is in reality a prisoner in Old Calabar. On the return of the procession the band joined it, and Igugu scattered the cowries right and left to the boys and girls who scrambled for them. Thus did Igugu celebrate the anniversary of the death of his father. Then he came to greet us as we sat in front of the rest house, and asked us if we would like to see the dances more distinctly, as he was afraid that we had seen very little of them the night before. We thanked him and said yes. The first dance, called Ukilu or Sakwati, was danced by one man only. He turned circles, keeping perfect time to the band of beaded calabashes and drums. The second, Akal, was rather more interesting, as it was danced by two men. One had a fan in his hand, and the other had his hands clasped in front of him. The man with the fan went through certain steps, which the man with the hands clasped had to copy exactly. When he failed, another took his place. The third dance was called Ehago, and was most remarkable. 15 men, 3 with native bells and the rest with beaded calabashes, took part in it. They were scantily dressed, and had bells and rattling seeds round their arms and ankles. A man with a bell, evidently their conductor, with one with a beaded calabash, were surrounded by the other 13 in a perfect circle. At a signal from their conductor the 13, singing in parts, ran round in a circle, while all beat their calabashes and bells. Suddenly they stopped, turned towards each other in couples, and saluted each other. At a signal they then started off again, changing their step as it pleased their conductor, who seemed to have perfect control over their movements. Then at a signal all danced inwards towards the center of the circle, and crowded themselves over their now crouching conductor and his companion. At a beat of his bell all withdrew and continued dancing in a circle. The many and complicated steps, all perfectly accomplished, placed this dance a long way above the general average native dance, and we were more than astonished to find how perfectly trained these dancers were. We were told that in the olden days, the slightest error in public in such a dance was punished by death. On the 2nd of August, 1903, the chief Abasiki gave a dance, to which he invited the officers then present in Benin City. This dance was given in one of the rooms in the chief's house. The room was square in shape, the roof sloping inwards towards the center, which was open, forming something between a Roman pluvium and a Spanish patio, some 15 or 20 feet square. On 2 sides were recesses, in one of which the chief's wives were crowded, and it was on the mud platform in front of this recess where the dancing took place. Some of the wives played the drums, while others beat the beaded calabashes and sang the choruses to the songs of the different ladies, who from time to time got up and danced and sang. Each lady was evidently famous for some particular song and step, but we preferred one that reminded us rather of one of our own round dances. Danced to a song full of her husband's praise. We had been traveling uphill for some time, and began to wonder when we should arrive at the town of Ottawa, which we were told was just at the top of the hill. At last we reached the outskirts, passing a wall of loose stones, and found that the town, like many of those in this Guguruku country, was built in little plateaus at different levels. Ottawa lies nestled in a hollow, just at the top of a very high hill, the gray-colored thatch and red mud walls of the houses looking well against the dark green woods dotted about with palm trees as a background. Coming up through a regularly built street, we ascended a kind of platform where the rest house has been built. A stone wall rising up from the street below keeps the earth in this plateau from being washed away by the rains. An old fig tree and an ikemi tree grow nearly opposite to the rest house, and a pole between 2 other small trees bears a net-like juju which the people call asumegbi. It was on this plateau that the conservator and I witnessed a very curious dance, called Igugu, PL 19, which the Beanie Boys with us said was the same as their Ovia dance. The old chief informed us that they were about to commence their Igugu dance. This was on the 19th of January, 1904, that it would continue for 3 days, and recommence for 3 days in about 3 months from date. Just before dark we were amused and astonished by the appearance of a man on the plateau. He was dressed in a huge orange-colored hat beautifully, made of the dyed strips of the palm leaves. In the front running to the center of the crown of the hat, was a hair-like fringe of the same material. while a similar kind of fringe stood out like a brim all around it. He wore a mask and mantle of network, which in front was white, but dyed black over the face and shoulders. From the mask near the nose and mouth, the network protruded like the trunk of an elephant, with a bunch of strips of palm leaves. Hanging from the mantle were numerous strips of palm leaves dyed orange, completely covering the body. His legs and arms were enveloped in black network similar to that of the mask. Round his ankles orange and white fringes of strips of palm leaves covered some negro bells. In his hand he held a whip of plaited palm leaves, some 15 feet long, curled like a hoop. This curiously draped figure rushed on the plateau in front of us and cracked his whip. The people who were crowding the streets surrounding the plateau howled. Then they followed the masked man down the town, and horns were blown. Shortly 4 men dressed as above, and 5 in black masks of much less size, with red and white plaited fringe hanging at the back, rushed up the street, followed by the crowd, and came onto the plateau. They ran away, then they came back, all singing a jerky march, and passed to the upper part of the town. Then they returned, the people crowing like cocks, and some blowing horns. The Igugu cracked their whips and retired one by one. The crack of the whip was greeted softly or loudly, according to its loudness. The Igugu came back in pairs, and cracked their whips and retired. The people in the crowd crowed like cocks. At last a differently clad Igugu came on. This man's mask looked like a huge crown made of laths joined together by strips of palm leaves. Each lath carried a tuft of cotton at its extremity, and a long streamer of white fiber. The mask was of black network like those of the others, but the whole mantle was covered with the quills of the porcupine. The fringe-like dress was white and not orange. This figure made 3 entrances onto the plateau, and then all the dancers, followed by the crowd, crowing and blowing horns, ran off to their sacred grove, to keep on cracking their whips all night. I had crossed over from the valley of the Ogba River to the Gili Gili Road, and having passed through Ipaku and Egba, had arrived at Aguahami, when my attention was arrested by the sounds of singing and drumming, which I was told were caused by some dancers who had come from Ugbeni to give this village health and good luck. So I walked to where they were dancing, and found that the dancers were dressed very much like the Igugu we had noticed at Ottawa, but the whole band were to dance that evening at Ugbeni, and, as we were bound for that place, I left these 5 strolling players to do what good they could for the people of Aguahami, and proceeded to Ugbeni. Ugbeni or Egbeni is a place between Benin City on the road to Aguatan near Quito and Gili Gili, and is not far from the place where Consul Phillips and his party were so mercilessly massacred by the people of Benin City in 1897. One of my boys now told me that I should see the Ovia dance, which the boys had played in dancing at Itimi, danced as it should be. It was late in the afternoon on the 27th of May, 1904, when the boys placed my chair in the shady side of a square in the town of Ugbeni, so that I might witness the Ovia dance. 3 men carried akure sticks and placed them near to me against a wall. A boy carried one decorated with a tuft of strips of palm leaves. A crowd of women were to my left, a crowd of men just opposite to me, while children were 6, seated on the far side of the women. Certain masters of the ceremonies pushed back the crowd, until there was room enough for the dancers in the middle. There were 10 dancers, 5 dressed in one fashion and 5 in another, and they formed themselves into a circle. Though these dancers were not dressed as extravagantly as those at Ottawa, yet they were picturesque and curious enough to be worth describing. 5 were dressed as follows: a huge headdress, attached to a kind of crown, a triangular wooden framework, covered with red cotton cloth, in the center of which was a small mirror, while feathers of the hornbill ran up 2 sides of the triangle, and around the top of the crown. A couple of the tail feathers of the parrot were attached to each of the feathers around the crown. The crown itself was of wood, surrounded by bands of gold or silver braid. 2 square pieces of glass inserted into the crown gave it the appearance of having eyes. Below this was a mask of network, and over this was hung a small piece of a consular uniform rich in silver braiding. Then from the crown long streamers of red cotton cloth were suspended. The cape, or mantle, was of strips of palm leaves, and they had a garment of similar make tied round their waists. Instead of the black, neatly knitted work underwear of the igugu, these dancers wore ordinary cotton pants and shirts with long sleeves. Around their legs just below the knee they wore a string of negro bells, while around their ankles they had anklets of dried seeds that rattled. Akir sticks found on nearly all altars throughout the country. Great chiefs have as many but generally found in couples or threes. The 5 others were dressed like the 5 just mentioned, save for their headdress. They had the netted mask and crown and red streamers flowing from it, but the upper part was of light branched woodwork, from the branches of which hung many red parrot feathers in couples. The dance commenced by the masked men beating their sticks while the women sang, and the men behind the circle walked backwards and forwards, with their shoulders pushed upwards, cooing like birds. Suddenly a couple of the masked figures rushed into the center of the circle, and stamped the ground violently in front of each other. Then the others ran round in a circle, all their movements in perfect accord to the time they kept beating with their sticks. Then one of these clumsy-looking figures came into the center of the circle, and commenced that spinning and roundabout motion already described in the dance at Itimi, but instead of cannoning against one of the circle, the dancer in this case righted himself in time, and started stamping before one in the circle, who had to stamp back at him. Many of their songs were sung in parts and were very effective, while the dancing was excellent. No one is supposed to know who these masked people are, and for a whole month they live in the grove sacred to Ovia, and are fed by the public. Any village in the district can send for them to dance there by paying for them, and they say that the dancing brings health to the people. Aten is the name of the burial dance and song. Those who have lost one of their own house carry an empty box, covered with cloth, mirrors, and beads. They sing a merry oyo, and parade the streets. Sometimes it is some years before this is done. It is then a sign that so-and-so's father has at last been buried, and that the son has now amassed sufficient wealth to succeed to his father's honors. 21. Traces of Kisiism among the Bini. The Bini seasons. The Bini have now 8 days in their week, but the part of Jujuism, which I identify with Kisiism, has preserved the more ancient form of 4 days. The names of the 8 days are: 1. Aliawu for Edeowu, first day. 2. Akwe 3. Ilagwe 4. Unani wheel 5. Usil 6. Dihad 7. Idehanal 8. Delumel. Each of these days is a market day in or quite near to Benin City. 76. On the first day, the market is at Inaya equals Ikale Naya. On the second, the market is at Ioba equals Ikitaba, Benin City. On the third, the market is at Igo equals Ikigo, on the Gili Gili Road. On the fourth, the market is at Berk equals Ikebarik, Benin City. On the fifth day, Kinaya is again the marketplace, and the other 3 markets follow in the above order to the end of the 8 days. But the Juju doctor, Abo, renews the chalk marks in front of the Aro, or sacred grove, on the first day, Edikan, and on the 5th, which is again Edikan. The names of these 4 days are: 1. Edikan, 77 spoken of as being Iyase's day, the king's prime minister and regent. 2. Idaho, spoken of as being Asuma's day, messenger connected with the king's wants. 3. Eteri, spoken of as being Isagbin's day, messenger connected with king's gifts. 4. Edikwa, spoken of as being Eson's day, the king's captain or officer. Chalk marks found on the ground in front of Ake. Their year is divided into 4 parts, 2 of 4 lunar months, 1 of 4, and 1 joining month, or 13 lunar months in all. Just as among the Bavili, there are 6 or 7, counting the first month, seasons in this year. The joining month, called Ma'alala in Congo, is also looked upon as a period or season in itself, and it is the time when the natives plant their yams, and thus represents the month or season of love or spring. It is called Ikur, and is the time of drizzling rains, just before the rainy season. This month, however, instead of representing the first month at the beginning of the dry season, is in the place of the 6th month of the Bavili. The next period is Ehaw, and includes the seasons Ihedu, 2 months of which are the tornado months, and Ihina, 2 months of heavy rains. Ehaw is the custom of giving food to a stranger on his arrival in a town. The next period is named Igwe, and it includes the seasons Igwe, 2 months, including the little dry season and heavy rain, and Agwe, 1 tornado month and 1 month of rest and quiet. Igwe, or Igbe or Iwe equals wait, also 10 signifies the care and dress of children, and is the season of harvest. It is worthy of note that the Bini connect the idea of wait with harvest. The period Ihuku is that which contains the seasons Ahishuku and Ihuku, the 4 months forming their dry season. It is said that the Bini have no names for their months, and this in a sense is true. But they number them, and so the numbers are really their names. If we wish to know the meanings of the names of their months, we must get at the signification of their numerals. 1. Let us begin with the first month of their dry season, when, having reaped their harvest of yams, the people say they rest and chop. This is the second month in the season Agwe. The word for one is O circumflex WU, which in the form au means death, or, as we might put it, the beginning and end of all things. This agrees with the time and idea contained in the month of Ma'alala in the Congo too. The next month, the first in the Ahishuku season, the Bini are busy cutting down woods and forests for the purpose of making their farms. This action they call Ife. Ife is literally that which is scraped off, and is also the name of the palm nut god of the Yoruba. The verb fa is to clean or scrape off. The letters F, H, and Y are interchangeable thus. HA is to scrape. UHE the Bini for effect, and the being a palm tree river spirit, taking the place of the Yoruba Ifa is Ovia. O is a royal title short for Agi. Ia is the lengthened form of A, so that Ovia is really a lengthened form of Ifa. E as a prefix gives the verb following it a substantive form, thus Efa or Eva would mean a scraping. This idea of scraping off is connected with the idea of creation both in Zivili and Bini. The Bini use the word Eva as the numeral 2. Eva is therefore connected both with the river spirit Ovia and with ideas of creation 3. The third month the people begin to burn what they can of the felled trees, and this act they call Egbaw. Egbaw is a state of being cleaned as corn is when its husks are scraped off, so that the idea of scraping is associated with the third month also. Thus we have Eha the 3 opposed to Eva, 2 both with much the same symbolic meaning. Eha, however, in the word 10 and 3 or 13 appears as ERA, and ERA means father. We may then conclude that in Eva and Eha, we have given to us the maternal and paternal principles, found under the symbolic names of the second and third months, in Zivili, i.e., the deep of fresh water and the deep of salt water. 4. During the fourth month they clear the ground, thus getting it ready for planting the yams. This action they term Ekwen. The number 4 is Ina, and means that which contains the power of spreading. 5. Isan, or 5, means the act of springing. Thus these 2 months are connected with planting in the earth. 6. During the 6th month the people drive poles, ifema, into the ground near to their yams, so that the yam vines may creep up them. Now the word for 6 is Ihan, and that means the act of being entangled. This is the month of marriage following that of love, the spring. 7. During the next month they keep on putting poles in the ground. The word for 7 being 3 plus 4, Ihana, signifying the act of being entangled and spreading. This is much the same meaning as that of Sambarade, or 7, in the Congo 8, 9, and 10. Then for 3 months or so they keep on weeding their plantations. Ekbona Nagwanamu. 8 equals Inin, the act of much spreading. Conception. 9 equals Ihani, the act of having fruit. Germination. 10 equals Igbe, the act of being heavy pregnancy. 11. 6 months after planting, or the 11th month, the yams known as EMAWWE are ready. And 11 is Aura, i.e., first being or first substance, the second month of pregnancy. Harvest, weight, pregnancy have been also shown to be associated with the 10th and 11th months of the Bavili. 12. During the 12th month the IKME yams are ready, and 12, or IWEYA, might be termed maternal weight or travail. 13. During the 13th month the Bini finally harvest the yams called Igulwa. The number 13 is called Iwara, or paternal weight, the second month of travail. The meaning conveyed by these numbers 12 and 13, agrees with the Bavali 12th and 13th months 14. Then comes the month of rest again, which of course might be called the 14th month, or Iwana, which gives us the idea of spreading and travail or birth, and may be said to be the end of the double-figure months. Thus the meaning of the names of the Bini months correspond to some extent to those of the Bavali months. I cannot however show that then any genetic connection was asserted of the month and seasons of the former, but if up to the present nothing of the sort has been found, it by no means follows that more extensive research will not bring it to light. I append a table of the Bini months, seasons, and divisions of the year. I now give a few notes on other points of Bini belief and custom. The sacred rivers of Benin City which have sacred groves or Aro. Thus, Ovia River, Sacred Grove Irovia. Oyisa is a river rising to the north of Benin City, near Ibekwe. This word is the general term used for God, and is pronounced Orisha by the Yoruba people. In the lower reaches its name changes to Okwo. Okwo is noted for its natural bridge, which crosses it on the road from Igwiko to Emma at a place called Okwo, while Arwana, a son of the king of Benin City, followed by his dog, was crossing this river. His dog fell into the rushing torrent and was lost. He was much grieved, and joined stick to stick until in 2 hours he touched the bottom, but could not find his dog, so they say he ordered the stone bridge to be built. Ovia is said to have been one of the wives of Aloio, the elephant of Awaya. A wife who was jealous of her put a rat and some water into her cloth, and then went and told the elephant that Ovia had made water in her cloth. Alaio was very cross with her, so she cried and ran away. And when Alaio made inquiries, and found out that he had been deceived, he killed the jealous wife, and asked Ovia to come back to him, but she refused. Then he sent Okwo to bring her back, but she refused to go back, and Okwo feared to return without her. So they both became river spirits in the Benin country. The sign of the Ovia is the dress made of strips of palm leaves. Adio. The river Adio runs into the Ovia, and Adio is a medicine to join broken bones together. Then the Ovia runs into the Alukan. There is a grove for the children of Ovia called Irari. Awre 78 or Ikpoba is the King's River, and the meaning of the word or is royal self. At its source, which is near to the source of the Oyisa, this river is called the Irubi, i.e., one who bears, applied to animals, and she is said to have had a son called Ise, challenge, who would persist in living with the king. The king finally sent him away to a village on the Ifan road called Utica. Then Ise declared war on the king, and the king went to Utica to fight. Irubi killed 200 men with poisoned fufu, and Ise killed the rest of the king's followers. The king saved himself by hiding in a kola tree, from whence he howled for help. Then Alumoria and others came to the king's rescue, and they killed Ise. Now, Alumoria boasted of this deed, so that the king became very angry and drew his sword, and tried to kill him. He tried 3 times, but failed on each occasion. Then he made a medicine called Akakago, a small red bead worn at the back of the head, and gave it to those he specially honored. And Alumoria asked for it, but for a long time the king refused to give it to him. Finally, however, he did so. This medicine then gave the king power over Alumoria, so that he drew his musu and killed him. The Or runs into the Ariamo, called also the Asiamo. Ariamo. The sign of this river is an earthenware pot of water. At its source, not far from the town of Okhi, this river is called Ake, the axe. As a juju, this power Ake is represented by lumps of earth, ant hills, bits of pot, stones and chalk, which are covered by a slanting roof of bark called a kuku. There is a large juju house at Idangina, near Benin City. It is a building of sun-dried mud, in the form of a hollow square, with lean-tos from the top of each wall forming cloisters. Over the doorway a long bamboo, with a basket cup-like arrangement at the top, hangs like a barber's pole. This has been called Oyisa, ESU, and up here by different people I have asked to name it. Ake, pieces of bark supported at one end by 2 sticks forming a kind of lean-to shed, under which are found a pot of water, bananas, and yams. generally found at the foot of trees with various chalk marks in front of them. See other note. As you enter you notice the figure of a man without legs, Oak, the doorkeeper. Then, turning to the left, you will see a figure in clay dressed in chain armor as in the days of Elizabeth, riding on a horse, OYISA, a long bamboo pole with a wicker basket at the top. He is called OKAKWU or an officer. Passing along the left wall we find a figure dressed as a prime minister, or IYASE. Then in the open space in the center of the square there are two figures, one on your right and one on your left, as you stand with your back to the door and facing Oak. The one on your left represents OYISA, God, and that on your right ESU, the devil. ESU is dressed as a slave in a hat and cloth, carrying a knife at his waist, and a stick or staff called UKPOPO in his right. OYISA, on the other hand, is dressed like a king. We now stand before the throne of Oak, who, dressed like a king, is seated with a wife, Iribu, with her babe on either side of him. A girl stands in front of them with a fan, OKWIKE. In front of all these figures are the figures of two naked boys, Amata, while to the right and left are seen the figures of the two Nabori or hand-bearers. Then opposite to the figure of IYASE on the right-hand side of the square, there are the figures of a blacksmith, Ogun, in his shop and his assistant blowing the bellows, and between IYASE and Ogun in the open space the sacred tree Ikemi is growing, and they call this Inayatu. A woman wanting a child goes to Oak and presents him with a fowl, and promises him more if she bears one. A man who has lost something goes to Oak and lays his complaint before him, asking him to kill the thief. If Oak does this all the petitioner's trade goes in future to Oak. The dance sacred to Oak is called Ukul, and is at the beginning of the rainy season. OKHI is the name of the middle course of the Oriomo, and means the difficulty in cutting. The Akwehima is a river running into the Ariamo, and means the difficulty of woman in travail. Akwe is another river running into the Ariamo, and the word means the difficulty of bearing a load. The people of this river may not marry those of the river Ikuku. Okuma, another tributary of this river, means continued death or the practice of dying. The Ariamo joins the Alukan at the same place as the Ovia. The Oyisa, Ovia, or Ariamo are the four rivers that enclose the center province of the Benin Kingdom, in which Benin City is situated. Alukan is the Great Benin River forming the southern boundary of the Kingdom of Benin. It is marked in the maps as the Benin and Ethiop rivers. The meaning of the word Alukan is either the chief of death or the teacher. Its sign is a pot of water. Every great house has an altar to Alukan in or near to which will be found a pot of water. A fringe of small leaves tied in knots called ebe. Stones in smaller than where podite pebo. Chalk cones or hu. The stick sakir. Cowries. Igo. Matseva. Fish bones. The tail feather of the parody bakwe. Representations of the snake IKMWI and the leopard OGM and the skulls of cows, dogs and goats. At EWESI not far from the Sobo Plains, as in most towns, there is a temple to Alukan where chalk is given to the people as a protection against evil. The people put it round their eyes like the Zinganga South, and also mark their bodies with it. At the door of this temple, a kind of square courtyard with cloisters round it, two figures are seated on guard. On the door figures of two snakes IKPI, a enemy, a bird, a crocodile, a small boy and a house are carved. There is an altar just inside the porch to Esu the devil as the Yorubas say Esu ko ni acute wa ko ile re siida. As the devil has no kindliness of disposition his house is made for him in the street. On your right, that is on Alukan's left, there are figures of the son of Alukan with a nude wife on either side. A boy seated and holding a cola box and a bottle of water. Strewn about are shells, chalk, a knife and a bell, while in front of all rises the bamboo pole with its end split and pushed out cup shape here called SA or OYISA. Next we come to a figure of Alukan SIYASE who is wearing the ODIGBA and frontlet UDEHS1, collar, armlets and bracelets. Then opposite to the door at the end of the building, we see a great figure of Alukan, the teacher dressed as a king and figures of his two Nabori, arm upholders, and 4 naked boys are amata. An old priest sits at the feet of this figure near to an altar, half hidden by the long strings of cowries hanging in front of him from the roof. While I was there, a man and 2 women came into this temple, and going up to Alukin, knelt down and bowed their heads until they touched the step on which rested the feet of Alukin. The priest crushed some chalk and handed some of it to each petitioner, then they marked themselves and went out. On either side of these great central figures are 2 sons of Abianami, very old wooden figures, like those into which nails are driven in the Congo, covered with cowries, bits of cloth, knives, etc. And near to one of these is the figure of a leopard, and to the other the skull of a cow, and the shell of a tortoise. On the right in the cloister are the figures of the Alukinese great war chief Azamo, or Ajumo, wearing his Odigba and 4 necklaces, and his bugler. And near the door again are the figures of Iki Alukin, the grandson of Alukin, wearing 4 necklaces, and his wife and Amata. In the center of the open space in this temple were 3 cows' heads, surrounded by chalk marks. At Igoa town on the Gili Gili road, there is a mound on which is an altar to Alukin with chalk cones and cowries on it, all covered by a shed. They say that Ihazami, king of Benin, because it was unhappy in Benin city, sent it to Igo. They say they knew it was unhappy because of the sickness it caused in the city. At Agwadin there is also a temple to this great spirit, or power, mentioned by Burton, 79. An altar to Alukin, under a little shed, with native pots on it. Chalk marks, as above, being made on the ground in front of it. Alukin is said to have been one of the sons of God who married Oha. Oha is the river running from the town of Okha past Saluku into the Benin River, and forms the western and northern boundary of the Benin Kingdom, dividing it from the intermediate province of Alawi, which is a kind of neutral province, between the Benin and Yoruba kingdoms. Oha drank a Nio and hiccuped, which vexed Alukin, so she ran away from him. Alukin cried. This was when Alukin was very poor. Then Alukin married Igbagan, the Jameson River. Then Oha wished to return and prayed Alukin to forgive her. He was rich now, so he forgave her and said she might come back, but as the wood-bearer to Igbagan. 80. The meaning of the word Oha is fear, the bruiser. The river Alid runs into the Oha, and means the language of the concubine, while Allah is the white cloth, the abomination of the gods. It is a remarkable fact that while the slave tribe called the Masarongo or Basilongo, just north of the Kwango, were only allowed to wear white, in Benin City only the chiefs may do so. Cows are sacrificed to Ovia, Alukin, dogs to Ovia and or goats to Aryamo, Akwe, Ogba, Ake, Ikbaganalid, Okuma, Akwima, Akkwa, Ogbehe, Okwo. Altars and houses are found to Ovia, Alukin, Okwh, Ake, Ikbagan, Okuma, Akwinama. Women may not eat the flesh of the things sacrificed to Ovia, Okwh, Ogba, Ogbehe, Okwo, a seed made of clay. These sacred rivers are known by the name Ebami, and the word Ebaw means sacrifice. I should say that the meaning of Ebami is a power to which things are sacrificed. Other groves not sacred to the river spirit. Aravado is situated near to Jiduma. In this grove there are always some logs of wood, a beak. Aro Erhinetiru near Jiduma. Aro Ogun, blacksmith ironstones are placed in this grove, and goats are sacrificed. Aro Arunya near Atlajo on the Ikpoba road. There are sticks, a cure, there. It is also a household altar. Its dancers dress like those of Oviet at the beginning of the dry season. Women may not eat the flesh sacrificed. Aro Alo or Abo at Uzala on the Ikpoba road. A cure are there. Dancers wear masks surmounted with the feathers of the fowl. Women may not eat the flesh sacrificed. Certain animals have groves sacred to them. Arogm in Benin City, near to the chief Abasiki's old house, is sacred to the leopard. Ironami to the elephant. Iragwaname to the hippopotamus. I could get no information from the Bini about groves sacred to the winds. The presence of an otaji, or sacred well, is generally made known along the roads to one by a tree, and a mound of earth and cowries. Human sacrifices were made to the following 3 in Oba over Ami's time. Otagina Rudo on the Udo Road. Audiji Noba on the Ifan Road, Audiji near Iwan the Jaduma Road. There is a story that two women, a maiden and a pregnant woman, went down to the Uda well for water. The pregnant woman, against the advice of the maiden, drank some of the water, and in consequence had a miscarriage. As far as my observations have taken me, there are only 6 sacred trees, though parts of many others enter into medicines and form part of dresses, etc. Aloku, or Ako, Chlorophyra excelsa. This tree is found in Ovius Sacred Grove. It is also a sign marking the place where the king had his harem. The Ikemi, one of the Bignoniacea, possibly the Spathodia campanulata, the Unwishita and the Otwa are always growing close to the fences guarding the entrance to the grove. Ome, the palm tree, from the leaves of which the dresses used by the dancers of the Abudu are made. Ebe, the kola. There are rows of kola trees at the entrance to all towns, varying from 2 miles to a few yards in length. War between 2 towns of people in the olden days was frequent, but peace could always be made provided that no kola trees had been cut down. Kola nuts as a welcome would never be given to anyone who had destroyed a kola tree in another village. The Yoruba have a saying, as the grubs eating the iwo and the grubs eating the obi. Kola, lodge within the iwo and the obi nut, so he that betrays you is not far from your person. Omens 1. A falling star foretells the death of a prince. 2. When the alakuku says akirukuru it is well, but when it cries you that is a bad sign. 3. When the bird ahiamanokaiwaya cries oyiowo it is a bad sign, but when it sings omguagwo it is well. 4. When one goes to see something and the eyelid quivers all is well, but should the under part of the eye quiver then it is bad. 5. When the right shoulder throbs all is well, but when the left one throbs it is not well. 6. If on starting on a journey you strike the right foot it is a bad sign, but if you strike your left foot, no matter. Sacred animals. Only 3 animals, as far as my observations go, have sacred groves, i.e., the leopard, the elephant, and the hippopotamus, but I have found the heads and bones of 4 kinds of antelope, the dog, the crocodile, the cow, and the shell of the tortoise, in or near their altars. The leopard is known by the names Atalagba, Ogyuha, Ekme, and Ogium or queen. Ogium reminds me of the Zibili word royal wife or queen. Ogieci is the word the Bini use for the king indigenous to the country, equivalent to Nkicici of the Bavil. When a man killed a leopard he had to take it to the Oba, who gave the hunter a boy and a girl in exchange for it. The Oba used to try very hard to obtain the leopard alive, so that he might sacrifice it. On doing so he would put his finger into its blood, and make a mark with it on his forehead, from his hair to his nose. Fans for his use were made of the leopard skin, or it was made into a coat for the great war chief Azamo or Ajumo. The claws also were strung together and worn by this chief as a band around his head. Women were not allowed to look at the leopard's face. The dance connected with the leopard ceremonies is called Ikwe. The elephant Enai. When a chief's father dies, an elephant's tusks are placed on the altar in the grove called Irunami. The head and gun by which the elephant is shot are placed in the sacred ground called Efaii, and the dance in connection with this ceremony is called Ikwefa. When a hunter killed an elephant he had to give the Oba 1 foot and the tusks. The strip of meat round the kidneys was given to the Oba's mother. One of the 4 legs had to be given to the village owner of the country where it was killed. The rest and the tail belonged to the hunter, and its hairs were sold to the women for necklaces. The hippopotamus Agwaname. I have heard little or nothing about the hippopotamus, save that his sacred ground is Akwai and his grove Iragwaname. There are plenty of hippos in the upper Ovia Oros, but the people seem to fear them, and on asking the people about that part of the country why they did not kill them, they said it was no use doing so, as they did not eat them. The tortoise Igwi, the sacred ground where the shell of the tortoise is found, is called Otoi. The people dance Igwi once a year just as the rains cease. The character of the Igwi is a bad one. It is looked upon as a deceiver. There is a story that says one day Igwi was a person, and all animals spoke one language. There was a famine in the land. A meeting was called, and it was decided that all should bring in their mothers. The elephant brought in his mother. They killed and eat her, and each day an animal brought in its mother. They always gave some of the meat to the parrot, OKWE, most of which it preserved, and when each animal had killed its mother they told the parrot to go and fetch his, but he had hidden his mother away in a hole where she kept a rope. As he refused to bring in his mother, all the animals set about to look for her, but they could not find her. Then the IGWI watched the parrot, and found the mother's hiding place, and he told all the other animals. And when they all knew where the mother parrot was to be found, they held a meeting to decide upon some plan of getting her. Finally, they asked the parrot to go on an errand for them to a distant part, and he went, but he returned quickly to the courthouse and found no one there. Guided by the IGWI, they had gone to find his mother, and when they were near the hole where the mother parrot was hidden, the elephant sang a song, thinking that the mother would take his voice for that of her son, but the mother parrot was not so taken in. Then the IGWI sang, and the mother parrot was deceived and put out of the rope for him. All the animals then seized hold of the rope. But just then the son parrot came along and sang to his mother, telling her to cut the rope. And this is how he sang: Iyemaoiam aloe, Iyemaoiam aloe, oh mother mother, oh mother mother, offifi Jeff wao, cut the rope, Nini dig bagwioiam aloe, let the elephant fall, mother, Negwippiam aloe, and crush the tortoise, mother. Sheena of the Bavali are spoken of as Awa or Agwa by the Bini. It is Agwa for a man to marry any of his Egbe, and by Egbe, they include Abirami, children of one father, Abiami, children of one mother, Abiami, children of one grandmother, Abirarami, children of one grandfather. Igadero says that B may not marry any woman who lifts drink up with her left hand, and who, when she cooks, kneels only on one knee. Akundia says he may not eat, or marry Snake and the antelope Eru on his father's side, and Ajuru on his mother's side. A Jerry may not eat Ihihi, a small fruit on his mother's side, and Urhuru yam, and Ebakwe, a leaf on his father's side. Jajiti may not eat Ajuru on his father's side. A Kuku may not eat monkey on his father's side, nor elephant and antelope Ehan on his mother's side. But the Bini do not respect their Ewa as the Bavili do their Sheena. 22. The philosophy at the back of the black man's mind in table form. On page 169 of Great Benin, you will find a photograph taken by Mr. C. Punch in March 1892, of a Bini house in course of construction. In this picture we find that a certain figure is built into the fluted wall. It is colored white and shows up well against the dark red clay of which the wall is constructed. PL 21. This figure is of the greatest interest and may be said to be the formula at the back of the black man's mind, both north and south of the equator, on the west coast of Africa, 6 of which apparently form the complete religious system of both the Yoruba and the Bavili or Luongo people. It is used as a divining board or a tally of the seasons indiscriminately. Resting on the top of the figure you will find a bird, meant to represent the Ife, a kind of wagtail, to whom the people of Luongo attribute the origin of the drum. Ife is the spiritual capital of the Yoruba, and Ife is their great oracular deity. Now Ife means that which is stripped off, and the verb to strip off means also to create. 81. Ife is a god or part of Godhood and does represent what we should call the Son of God. Immediately beneath this bird is the formula formed first of 16 marks or holes in 4 parallel lines, and secondly of 8 ditto in 2 parallel lines, that is 24 marks or holes in all. You will notice that there is a distinct gap between the first 4 and the second 2 lines. Let us suppose this figure on the wall to represent the divining board. Then the first 16 marks represent the 16 sacred palm kernels, which the Babalas use in consulting Ife on their Sunday. But Ife is always attended by his offspring Abel, the other great oracular god of the Yoruba whom the diviners consult every day. Now the literal translation of the word Abel is the one who endures and replenishes. Thus you will see that the Yoruba may be said to divide the formula into 2 great parts. First, 16 divine principles under 4 great headings, Ibara, Edi, Avakan, and Ogbe, and second, 8 natural parts under 2 great headings, the names of which I have not been able to ascertain. Separated from the above but underneath is a strong line drawn from side to side, representing man the diviner. That is a formula of 24 parts between first cause and final effect, a formula preserved to the Bavili in the making up of their shrouds, in their families of Bakasibachi, and in their 6 seasons, as well as in the titles of their king, his 12 assessors and their 6 offices, and to the Bini at least in their political constitution, as well as their system of divination, that this formula should exist not only among the Bavili, but also among the Bini and Yoruba adds great importance and weight to my conviction that it in reality is the formula, 6 of which go to complete the philosophy, which has so long been lying hid at the back of the black man's mind. Difficult, perhaps impossible, as it may be to convince others of this, to me, great truth, I feel that I have been justified in making the attempt. At any rate, no harm will be done to whatever value may be attached to the foregoing notes, as no one need agree with these conclusions unless they like. On the other hand, I cannot help feeling that one who has lived so long among the Africans, and who has acquired a kind of way of thinking black, should be listened to on the off chance that a secondary instinct developed by long contact with the people he is writing about, may have driven him to a right, or very nearly right, conclusion. It seems to the writer that the complete philosophy was once given and taught to the people by means of symbols, and that 201 sacred groves were set apart as the places where the lessons in connection with this philosophy were taught. This is backed up by the following story. A certain Babylolo 82 told me, Ora, he said, was a son of the 6th king of Benin, and when his father died he wished to succeed to the throne. The people, however, would not have him, and drove him into the bush. After 201 years he returned to Benin City with 201 followers. He and his followers were like men but were not really men, they were ebony, powers in rivers and sacred groves. Uer then taught the Bini people the foundation of their present religion. But the people said that there were too many ebony, and set about thinking how their number could be diminished. They built a fine house or temple and invited them all to a feast there, gave them plenty to eat and drink, and when they were nearly drunk fastened the doors and burned the house down. Many of the ebony escaped and entered the different rivers and became river spirits, etc. Awari also was much troubled about the fact that he had to die, so he sent a messenger to Oyisa, equals God, to ask him to come to Benin City and talk the matter over. God came down and landed at Akbar, a place to the east of Benin City, and asked if that were Benin City. They told him no, and directed him via Oza and Ugo, to the city, so that at length he arrived and had a meeting with Edware. When it was finally decided that every man must die, Eshu, the devil, is said to have accompanied Oyisa bearing a knife. This would bring the introduction of the present Bini religion to the 14th century, or about 400 years after the founding of the Kingdom of Bini, by the son of the Alafin of Awaya, the great Yoruba king. This religion has taken such a vigorous root in the country, that it is now very difficult to find any trace of the older form of religion, that must have been in existence among the Efa, or people of this country, before the coming of Aware, or even the first Yoruba Oba. Interesting as the study of this superimposed religion may be among the Bini, we are not likely, upon their own showing, to find it in so perfect a form as among the Yoruba. It is to Ifat, the spiritual capital of the Yoruba country, that we must go if we are to rebuild up and reform this religion, which is, of course, now degenerated into a kind of mythology. But there is one great lesson that we have learned from this story of the Bini, and that is that the completed religion is ruled by 201 Ebony. It is interesting to know that before the destruction of the Obis Palace, each of these 201 Ebony had a bronze plate, representing it on the walls of the great room as a record. But it is exasperating to think that in its destruction our chance of obtaining all the names by which they were known has gone. It will now take years of patient note-taking to collect them once again. No native that I have so far come across can give me more than a few of their names, just the most prominent ones, and just sufficient to let us know that they referred to sacred rivers, lands, trees, animals, omens, and the seasons. We have noted that both the Bini and Bavili in the first place recognize God under the names Oyisa and Nzambi. They then recognize that there are two great divisions among things and people, those created which they connect with God, OIISA, and those procreated which they connect with the devil. ESHU, as far as the Bini are concerned, and Bantu NZAMBI and Bantu NDONGO so far as the Bavili are concerned, things of the spirit and things of the body as we should say. Then we note that they divide things of the spirit into 3 parts, and things of the body into 3 parts or 6 parts in all. Then we have 24 powers representing the winds etc., as causative attributes under these 2 great headings, after which we have the 6 formula each of 24 powers, which makes 144 parts in all, i.e., 72 parts under the spiritual heading and 72 parts under the procreating heading. And finally, we have the 24 parts, which are the results of the foregoing creative and procreative parts. In short, there are 201 parts in their philosophy, which all must bear in mind. It is possible that in the foregoing notes some error in detail may have crept in, but I feel that I have given data enough to be able to give you the formula in full, at any rate in table form in such a way as to make this philosophy, which is at the back of the black man's mind, fairly clear. 23. Conclusion. It is said that the earliest traditions represent rulers as gods or demigods. In times and among races less barbarous we find these beliefs a little modified. The monarch is conceived to be a man having divine authority. He retains, however, as in the East to the present-day titles representing his heavenly descent. Later on the progress of civilization, as during the Middle Ages in Europe, the current opinions respecting the relationship of rulers and ruled are further changed. For the theory of divine origin is substituted that of divine right. With advancing political opinion have come still greater restrictions of imperial power. The writer does not think that the eternal and everlasting principles founded on man's senses, and the seasons and retained in the titles of Maluongo, and other kings have by any means passed away. Although we do not talk of our most gracious king by 7 titles, he is certainly represented by 6 great dignities in the 6 offices of state, which King Alfred like King Maluongo may have managed in person. It is this wide gap, between European constitutions and their developments and the constitutions as we find them in Africa and their developments, that blinds most people to a proper valuation of the latter, and makes the government of the Africans by the former so great a puzzle. It needs but a glance at the following lists for us to be convinced of the psychic unity of mankind, and that in the art of ruling men this must be accepted as a working hypothesis inductively established. I must now conclude hoping that these notes may be of service both to the intelligent black man anxious to remind his people of their greater past and to encourage them once more to search after higher things, and to the white man who for want of information has been inclined to undervalue the material he is expected to understand, and I am sure hopes to guide or mold in the right way. Both in the case of the white and black man environment has done its fatal work. It is therefore as foolish for the white man at the present juncture to impose many of his laws and customs upon the black man living in the tropics, as it would evidently be for the black man to impose his upon the white man. It is, of course, easy to say that we should act up to the ideals set before us by great philosophers, and be superior to our environment, but as a matter of fact we are not. And while in Africa, we find the ruins of what were once great kingdoms, wanting in strength to maintain themselves for any length of time free from the gravest internal disorders, and so degenerating into a series of enclosed despotisms, which in anything beyond the management of village affairs do not contain the principle of representation by the people. So, on the other hand, in Europe democracy has become too powerful, and the people, fast losing sight of the great fundamental truths at the base of all good government, look upon license as liberty and attack or attempt to disestablish any one of the 6 great estates, which endeavors to curb their so-called liberty. It is here that the full beauty and use of the kingly office becomes apparent, for the king at least should be placed by the people above environment and so enabled to hold himself, and the 6 great principles of government well in hand. Insects recognize this great truth. Why should not man? British Constitution, the king, inspired, in the place of God, Lord Chancellor, Arbitrator, Executor, Court of Equity, Lord Chief Justice, Judge, Police, Court of Justice, Archbishop of Canterbury, Atoning Priests, Preachers, Church, Edward VII, Doctors, Teachers, State, Prime Minister, or the Speaker. Members, Ministers, House of Commons, the Lord Chancellor, Lords, Nobles, House of Lords, the King as man, in 3 parts, the King of the Bavili and his Constitution, Ntadala, Fumu, Lumbungu, Mankaka. Yangam Panzin Tinulukin, Injibungu Maxienji, Nkasangangavumba, Kongloy Bungu Mafuka, Bilongo QTC Zivanji, Tadabungu Mamboma, Mbumba Muin, Mbundu Masafi, Bundu Nkisisi. Semicolon, Mamata, Mambuku, Bakasi, Maluongo, the King of the Bini and his Constitution, IOBA. King's titles, Abadududu in a Nyakabin Agbage Elogia Lukanagi no Gb Oma Ekbal Palo Alimadu, Assessors, Unwagwa, Ilibo, Ake Boga, Ake Waga, Ihama, Sire, Ikwasibo, Odamis, Isiri, Basilu. Ini, Yemo, Obazwaie, Offices, Iwebo Abiog by Hogbwi Iwasaiwegwei by Woba, The End. I'm Julie, the woman who runs Global Grey, the website where the seed book was published. These are my own formatted editions, and I hope you enjoyed reading this particular one. If you have this book because you bought it as part of a collection, thank you so much for your support. If you downloaded it for free, please consider, if you haven't already, making a small donation to help keep the site running. If you bought this from Amazon or anywhere else, you have been ripped off by someone taking free ebooks from my site and selling them as their own. You should definitely get a refund. Thanks for reading this and I hope you visit the site again. New books are added regularly so you'll always find something of interest. Notes: 1. By permission of the African Society. 2. The proper spelling is Congo, and this will be adhered to, save in such expressions as Congo Free State, etc., which are fixed by usage. 3. Limb is a bracelet showing that the wearers have been married according to a certain marriage rite. The wife married in this way is the one who acts as guardian of all her husband's incasi, and should she commit adultery, the husband upon opening the basket containing the charms connected with the marriage will find them wet. Nkasi Lemb, the Lemb wife, is kept very strictly within her hut and the fence surrounding it, Lambu. Women married in this way may not eat the fish zela, the bream, which is noted for the efforts it makes to escape from the net when caught. Lemba means to cease. The rites of Lemb are those which refer to the marriage of woman who swears to die with her husband, or rather to cease to live at the same time that he does. Letter of the authors to Miss Kingsley. Quoted in West African Studies, page 193. 4. There are 2 kinds of skins worn in this way by the Bavili. Nkandandasi, a wild cat skin, and Zingle as an Iundu, the otter skin. Those who wear these skins are considered today very well-to-do people. There is one thing about them that they must always bear in mind, and that is, when they take them off, not to pull them downwards, but to take care to pull them upwards between the belt and the cloth, otherwise they will have no children. 5. Xi equals C, quality of, or earth, bila, to meet or to heap up. I could not find any Lambi in Maluongo Zibila, but the meaning of the word Zibila is very suggestive, i.e., sacred grove. 6. The Lembekm, wreath or rather sash of palm leaves, also worn by the king-elect, gives us the idea of the coming marriage of Manilumba to his new duties as king. The plant or bush string, with which the 2 ends of the lemba are tied together, is called mabula. Ngangam Punzi sacred plant is the mabula, his fetish lemba, his shina, that he must not eat together with other people, and that his food must not be cooked by an unmarried person. 7. Commonly but incorrectly written Masarongo, the word means man of Salongo. 8. The king of Congo's province south of the Congo. 9. Or Zisemba. See object in Exeter Museum or illustration in 7 Years Among the Fjord. See also Laws of the Bavili. 10. Mpuntanda. See Laws of the Bavili. Also illustrations in 7 Years Among the Fjord, page 49. 11. The Basilongo are famed for their blacksmiths, who turn English shillings bearing the late Queen's head into their anklets. Ornaments made from this silver is called quinikamboda, queenly good, which words now signify anything of pure metal. Even a wife that has borne her husband children and is faithful to him is so called. 12. See page 69. Also West Africa, March 21, 1903, p. 293, and Laws of the Bavili. 13. After the great Donna Maria Segunda. 14. The flesh of the pig is Sheena to few Muzinkondi or Zinkada. Royal princes, but not to few who live anti-ordinary chiefs. 15. The title is according to Bentley, applied during their lifetime to the kings of Congo, to the subject princes of Luongo and Kakongo only after their death. 16. Where no office is named, I have been unable to discover the functions performed by this officer mentioned. 17. For the meaning, see chapter 16. 18. The Manifumu is named after his province, thus the chief of Zabanga is Zabanga. 19. High priest. 20. Bark of Nkasa. 21. Literally, leopard, leopard, leopard. Yes, on Zambi, to keep on extracting. 22. Statement of the case. 23. And in Laws of the Bavili. 24. I mention this because in one translation of the Gospels the Virgin Mary is called Ndumba. 25. Long native basket made of palm leaves. 26. These rough diagrams represent as nearly as possible the very rough patchwork figures on the red collar. 27. This is particularly interesting, as giving the key to a perennial puzzle, revived during the Boer War, viz. How does news travel among the natives in the speedy way it does? 28. Take the word Mabili for instance. 29. This belief is obviously derived from the fact that at night a man's shadow disappears. How far the statement in the text requires modification when there is moonlight, I am unable to say. 30. Pages 11-16, 115, 156. 31. Page 11. 32. It is by no means impossible that she was under hypnosis. 33. Folklore. 8. 136. 34. The meaning of this term has escaped me. 35. Many people talk of the gods of the Bavili, as they call the powers and fetishes, but the Bavili themselves say Nzambiu Vangabantu Iu Vangabakisibachi, or God made man and he made the powers on earth also. 36. See Burial of the Fjord. My cook Makaso was Ngumbwanga of the Mpumbu. 37. This guardian does not drive nails into the Mpumbu. He simply throws palm kernels and dust at them, as he asks them to kill the hidden enemy who is secretly destroying the petitioner, and Ngulibwanga causes the Mpumbu to kiss Mother Earth as a sign that the petition is heard, by taking it in his hand and making its head touch the earth. 38. Talking of Ndongoism or the religion of slaves connected with witchcraft, etc., or natural religion, they say that dust has been thrown into the eyes of the chicken. 39. Siante, p. 56. 40. Mangarka, see Manchester Museum. Mani Mavungu, see African Society's Journal, July, 1902. 41. Ikaso, see 7 Years Among the Fjord, or Exeter Museum. 42. Mbwaka, see Bentley, Pioneering in the Congo, page 260. 43. These are now in Europe and doing no good there, you may be sure, but certainly no harm. 44. These are now in Europe and doing no good there, you may be sure, but certainly no harm. 45. These are now in Europe and doing no good there, you may be sure, but certainly no harm. 46. The translations given in brackets were in every case given me by the natives. 47. The exclamation UULU is that with which the Bavili greet either the new moon or a witch, NDOXI. 48. By composite I mean formed of 6 provinces as that part of Congo's kingdom, which lies south of the river Congo, and those of Kakongo or Luongo. 49. Note the complete divining board and how Apple, representing the 8 discs, is the offspring of Ifa as represented by his 16 plus 1 palm kernels, PL 21. 50. Himself and the 6. 51. The meanings of these words are Kilu, to or from heaven, Luisi, primeval essence, Lukilu, of the spirit, of the departed, or of the ray of light, Luali, of the breathing life, Nyanga, continuance of being, Nairi, of the road of being. 52. I noticed that in Mr. Bentley's Dictionary of the Congo language, the word numbu is translated aromatic plant, generic incense. The word the Bavali use for these plants is bifundi, but I cannot find any trace of their being used as incense. 53. I think there is such a pipe in the Exeter Museum. 54. The early Portuguese residents affirm that when they arrived in Africa the natives fed on bananas, sesame, and liiko, by which perhaps they meant what we call baku mushrooms, all which, they say, were indigenous. After a severe famine had ravaged the land, they say that they introduced the mandioca, Indian corn and sweet potatoes. This is possibly true, from the fact that the mandioca, under the name of mpanzi, is sacred to the south wind, bunzi, and that in the name for the color green we find a reference to the same plant. We might, however, with reason doubt their having introduced it in the country north of the Congo. But the leaves of the mandioca are very like to those of the mkondo, or baobab tree, and we know that the natives do with the leaves of this tree just what they do with those of the mandioca, i.e., boil and pound them in water to prepare them as food, and Macy maxilam may as a color be said to be the proper name for the waters of both and may originally have been applied to the baobab water only. Lemb is not a name for mandioca. 55. In 7 years among the fjord I give part of the custom attending the killing of Ngio, and in notes on the folklore of the fjord I supplement this. Many of the stories also throw some light on the character of this animal. The skins of the leopard are sent to Bunzi when rain is wanted by the king for his people. See ante, page 45. 56. While at my frugal meal, Mambuku, who had been squatting on the ground near to me, got up and left me. I lit a cigarette, and walked up and down in the moonlight by the side of the bananas Mambuku had planted as a kind of fence around a cleared space, within which his dwellings and outhouses were built. At last I retired to rest upon the bed of boards prepared for me, but just as I was falling to sleep the midnight silence was suddenly broken by a shout. I recognized the voice of Mambuku immediately, and thought at first that he must have met with some accident. Another grunt-like shout, and I knew that Mambuku was simply calling the attention of his people to something he had to say to them. And this is what he said, Yer, or, to wake his people up. Nuvala, listen, Gaunt Mosi Ubakana Kubela, Mukilu, Abu Mimibakana Kubela Muluzala. Last month my mother had a bad leg, now she is sick in her finger, Manwulangoma, Manwulangamo, Angia, Unkruntu Ukala Kungandu. Manwulangoma, you are head man of the village, Moningambo. Angia Uzabasi Maaso, Moningambo, the name of his suffering mother, you know all about it. Benebaso, Nu Kibam Busy Zakumbuuna Untambula Beefy Nu Manga Anti-Unties, all of you, beware that when the leopard comes you don't receive him, as we shall divine who be maybe, be no, Mundala Nakakong Situ allow all of you. The white man is sleeping in town, and if I make a noise he will think me a fool. There was a pause and a great silence. Then Manwula and Goma from his corner of the village replied Manu Unkruntu. Angiavika Mani Puadi, Angiavika Bakasila Bambalaiku, Angiavika Ubakamba, Manu Baso Ibakambalabachi Kum. Nisamu Au Bavika. I am the head man. You yourself are Mani Puadi. You own us all. You have called upon me. I called upon all, they do not hear. It is their palaver. Then came another pause, after which up spoke the sick mother, Moningomb, Bobo Ntu Bilazibin Zayaku Tada, Ntu Bimanu Muntu Yaka Kalilanga Inksenzo Munitu. The father has just now told the truth. I tell you that I keep on suffering pain in my body. 57. Eaten the flesh, i.e., done him an injury. Perhaps by sending a leopard to kill someone of his family. 58. I heard a little story of this Nkanda, lemur. This little animal is looked upon today as the Mamboma of the princely No, and was elected a prince of Luongo in the following manner. Ngondo, a long-tailed monkey, was very proud of the power his tail gave him in his hurried movements here and there, and upon this power he laid claim to the chief office in Luongo, i.e., that of Mamboma. Now, the Zinkanda objected to this claim on the part of the Ngando. The Zinkanda is a close-fisted little animal, and the Bavali say sticks hard to anything he clings to. They say it takes hours to get anything out of its hands, once they are closed on any object. The Zinkanda is said to have made some bitter remarks about the Ngondo and his tail, and challenged him to call a meeting of all the animals to get at the general opinion of their world upon their merits. At this meeting the slow-moving but sure Zinkanda was unanimously elected Mamboma. 59. A kind of cutlass. 60. See Folklore of the Fjord, page 127. 61. Sonnenzenzi, Folklore of the Fjord, page 122. 62. These three words, misi, bossy, and ossi, all mean one: the seeing one, the instinctive one, and the hearing one. Misi is equivalent to misu mazenzi. 63. The route of Maluongo in the Congo from San Salvador to Luongo in Kakongo is marked out by the ground where they rested, becoming Zinkasi, and Maui, i.e., sacred ground. There are no altars made with tools, but as you wander through the woods, you will at certain places come across a mound of earth and leaves, and as your servants pass this mound they will add their tribute to it. They say these mounds are marks which divide the frontiers, Dilu, of two provinces, and that in passing them they pick up earth and leaves and heap them up, so that they may not be accused, as they say, of bringing anything evil into the next prince's country. These mounds are called Lombi. 64, including Ngo. 65. Father T. Darawat informs me that the tribe the Bavali called Bakutu call themselves Bavumbu or Bahambu, and that their greatest fetish, sick, is Ngo. 66. My linguist Bayana, who has lived among these people, adds that when the father or prince of the tribe dyes, his head, Father Darawat dabs his hands also, is allowed to remain in the water until all the flesh comes away from it, when it is kept in a hut apart and carried with the family should it remove to some other part. His penis is also cut off and smoked, and then worn as a charm by his first wife's eldest son. Can these people be the family or tribe from which the Mavumbu have descended? And can Ngo then be the sacred animal of not only the Congo people but of all the Bantu? 67. Most people are under the impression that the native does not mention or fear Nzambi very much, because in his broken English he tells us that he is good too much. I don't think we are quite right in taking him at his word. As a matter of fact, I think that it is rather owing to his respect and fear of him, that he says as little about him as possible. In trouble he uses the word Nzambi as an exclamation. 68. Isamo, Etahan, Ihalo, Alato, Alaha, Ieni, Arrow, Alima. 69. They say that he found Ajafa accompanied by Azal and Ojimi accompanied by Ihaliko. Ajafa equals Ogte, the king of the Fa, the people. 70. Eru is spoken of as Arrow or Arrow. 71. These two chiefs had the right of sacrificing one cow to their father and one cow to their mother. 72. The numbers after the names of these officers mark their class. 73. This was called Aialmanapo. 74. The family is called Egri, and is composed of Era, father, Amiwu, the sons of the father, Imihehi, Sapamragudi, Egebina, and the next are generations, none of whom may intermarry. 75. These fences are called Egbon or Oba, and are always formed of the sacred plants Ikemi, Unwishida, and Otwa. 76. 1. Yem Market. 2. King's Mother's Market. 3. Money or Cowra Market. 4. Slave Compound Market. 77. These are possibly the big men or great lords who are always near the king's person, but Mendel speaks of 3 only. See Great Benin, page 92. 78. The sound AW or O in the word corpse is written in Yoruba O circumflex. 79. Describing the temple sacred to Alukan, Burton says there is a figure of the king, etc. See Great Benin, page 57. This is wrong. The figure represents Alukan dressed as a king. Malaku equals a Meolukan. 80. Ikbigan equals the admittance of poison. 81. Exactly the same idea exists among the Bavali, where the word Ivanga creator is derived from Vanga to create, which literally means to keep on stripping off.